Inkyard Press and Harper Audio present A Tale of Two Princes by Eric Geron. Performed by Pete Cross and Lee Osorio. A note before we begin. For the Royal House of Windsor and the Royal House of Dinnissen family trees, and the author's acknowledgments, don't forget to download the accompanying enhancement PDF from your audiobook provider, or go directly to harpercollins.com/pages/A Tale of Two Princes. For anyone pushing an agenda of equality, inclusion, and acceptance, keep pushing.
British Royal Communications. 1st March. Statement from Her Majesty the Queen. We are utterly delighted to announce that my son, Frederick, and his wife, Daphne, have been appointed to the roles of King and Queen Consort of a new form of monarchy in Canada. The Dominion of Canada has always been a beloved realm of the Commonwealth, and continues to be cherished during this historical shift to member. As new King and Queen Consort of Canada, Frederick and Daphne shall maintain their private patronages and associations, uphold royal duties, and incorporate the codes and conducts of the Commonwealth member of Canada. We are respectful of their wish to establish a fresh start there as a young family, while very much remaining a valued part of our own. To that end, we wish them all our very best in the days leading to their foray into parenthood of not only a child, but also of a great nation reborn. Eliza R.
18 years later. Chapter 1. Edward. Handsome and charming? How is Canada's perfect royal son possibly still single? Travis Romano, Dean of Admissions at the Juilliard School here in New York, gives me a meaty handshake. A gigantic grin plasters his face, and his green eyes crinkle at the corners. He shifts his stance as if hoping the photographers will be able to capture a few good shots of this moment. It's the same irksome question I've been dodging since the day I went from royal taut to royally hot. The clanging of crystal quiets as a hush falls around the dean. A Silicon Valley tech guru sets down her glass of Bordeaux to lovingly place her hand on her husband's arm. The president's son gives me a cheeky grin. Everyone within a 3-meter radius is now silent, impatiently waiting to hear how I'll respond. For a moment, I imagine telling everyone the truth. Guess what? I'm gay. And I don't want to marry a woman and one day have babies to continue the royal bloodline. But I'll never say that. It's too important to my parents and all of Canada that I follow in their footsteps. And as next in line to the maple crown, it's too important that I be a good king for my people one day. So I'll never find true love. That's the cost of my destiny, and I've accepted it. Besides, I'm already married to tradition. Maple Crown Rule 57. Never discuss matters of the heart. To cover my nervousness, I flash my signature sugar-sweet smile, one befitting the Crown Prince of Canada at the attentive crowd on the dance floor, letting them drink in the seconds. Over the Juilliard violinists playing softly in the background, I answer the dean's question about how I'm possibly still single with one deadpan word. Midterms. Some people chuckle, while others begin a chorus of "Aww." The platinum maple leaf brooch on my jacket lapel sits heavy on top of my heart. It identifies me as the Crown Prince of Canada, but it's also the lock of the box I'm trapped inside. The truth is, I'm single because I'm a closeted gay guy. And I'm a closeted gay guy because I'm the Crown Prince of Canada. I keep smiling at the crowd, even though the many faces staring back feel overwhelming. I've been gone from the public eye for almost a year, so of course everyone is excited to see the reclusive Crown Prince return to the limelight. They don't have to know that reclusive actually means I've been grounded this whole time, and all because of how poorly I acted at my 17th birthday party. In the fallout, Mum and Dad grounded me for the rest of my junior year, then ordered I be sent away to New York City for my senior year. I've been here for 6 months, cooped up between my family's private Upper East Side residence and a stuffy private school. Sure, there was public scrutiny over my parents shipping me off to New York, but they passed it off as an opportunity to strengthen their tight bonds with Canada's closest neighbor to the south. No need for anyone to know I had been grounded and sent here as punishment. Luckily, all my efforts to be a model prisoner have paid off, and my parents have just decided I don't have to be grounded for the rest of my senior year. Tonight they're giving me the chance to prove I really can be a model Crown Prince. And of course I promised Mum and Dad I would be on my absolute best behavior. After all, the investiture ceremony is in a couple of weeks, which means I have to prove that I'm fully prepared to be heir to the Maple Crown, aka the Canadian Crown. I know I'm ready. I've been training for it since I was a child, but I still need to convince the 38,346,809 people of Canada, and the rest of the world too. No pressure, right? Dean Romano claps me on the back, wagging his finger at me with a cloying smile. Well, we look forward to the day you find the perfect girl. The rest of the group applauds politely and clinks their glasses. I sigh inwardly. Since forever, Mum and Dad have said the same exact thing to me whenever the topic of the future queen has come up. I want to tell my rapt audience that I'm only 17 years old, and therefore in no rush to marry anyone, obviously. But I'm used to near-total strangers interrogating me about my love life, so I wink at the Dean and then add, I promise that you'll be the first to know. Maple Crown Rule 16. Maintain civility in social settings. The semicircle of men and women, mostly women, tightens around me, countless sequined arms and shimmering bare shoulders swarming me like voracious sea creatures. My Adam's apple presses against my stiff collar. Who knows, I add, my sultry smile fighting a twitch as I reach up to loosen my tie. Maybe I'll meet someone special here tonight. Maple Crown Rule 46. Make everyone feel heard. Charity balls are a royal pain in the derriere, but also an unfortunate requirement, along with cutting ribbons and giving speeches. With the Dinnissen monarchy still so new, my parents work tirelessly to endear themselves to the Canadian public, which is still forming opinions on our family as its new fledgling figureheads. And as soon as I graduate in June and return home to Canada, the full weight of that responsibility will fall upon my shoulders as well. Though I suppose I can't be too upset with my parents, or as the British press has dubbed them, Canada's maple syrup sweeties. Tonight they're off at some admirable conference with our Prime Minister. Actual important stuff that doesn't involve schmoozing with politicians and celebrities. Well, maybe still some schmoozing. Mom always books her reflexologist before traveling with the PM. Then again, I can't complain about standing in for them tonight. I'm still just so glad my time of captivity is finally over. To Prince Edward, finding true love. Dean Romano's wife, Rebecca, lifts her crystal champagne flute toward the chandelier and everyone echoes her words, then drains their glasses. I manage to keep smiling. Her toast is yet another painful reminder of something I'll never have. True love. But that's the trade-off that comes with getting to be king one day. It's more exhausting than I remembered to keep pretending I'm something I'm not. I really need to get a breath of fresh air. Excusing myself, I turn away and scan for the back doors of the grand ballroom, combing through a choppy ocean of barons, dignitaries, dukes, and celebrities, all resplendent in sheer gowns and sleek black ties, all elated to speak to me. But I don't care about any of them. I only care about one person. Where the hell is Neil anyway? To think I call him my best friend. And where the hell is the exit? Gord Lauzon, Canadian secretary to Dad and my personal advisor since I was a child, is laughing up a storm with a group of people against the ballroom's gilded wall. Like always, Gord looks sharp in a luxury suit and tie, his head freshly shaved and gleaming white. He was Granny's ex-private secretary, who now controls the press office, acts as the vital channel of communication between my parents and the Canadian government, and manages my day-to-day. Gord also works as liaison to the institution, or firm, that keeps the royal family running like one big business. He was delighted my grounding presented him with a chance to ratchet up his royal lessons. That is, after he got over the sour taste it left in his mouth. He meets my eyes through his bold-framed glasses. After 6 months of him being my New York City babysitter, a.k.a. my parents' eyes on me, I can tell he's checking in. He subtly extends his arm, pressing fingertip to thumb, our signal for asking if everything is copacetic. I doubt anything foul will happen in this historic hotel's grand old ballroom other than me breaking a heart or two, so I return the gesture and he nods in understanding. Though if I'm being honest, I could use his help to point out the exit door. I check my timepiece and realize I've only been here for an hour. I used to be so good at wowing the crowds at these fundraisers. I've got to get back on top of my game. That is, after I take that much-needed brief break.
Well, if it isn't Canada's golden child, says a sly voice in my ear.
Suddenly I'm being suffocated by a thick cloud of vanilla perfume as I turn to take in the full lips and chiseled cheekbones of Sephora's latest global ambassador, a.k.a. Lady Sophia Marchand, a.k.a. Fee, a.k.a. my frenemy since childhood. In an exquisite seafoam blue couture gown with enough tulle to make Cinderella jealous, she looks every bit an ethereal fairy tale goddess. Click. The event photographer trips the shutter of his camera before I can even utter a greeting. Seamlessly, Fee throws her head back in laughter as if I've just showed her the most hilarious gif in the world. Instinctively, I tighten my core, relax my shoulders, and flex my chest. Maple Crown Rule 13. Have a royal presence. Gord once told me that the best way to have perfect posture was to pretend someone was pulling a string right up through the top of my head, like a puppet. I was 5. That's me, all these years later. Perfect puppet Prince Eddie, aching mouth, unhinged, grin and all. And Lady Sophia knows just how to pull my strings. With British aristocracy on her mum's side and descending from French nobles on her Canadian dad's side, Fee's been one of my Crown-approved acquaintances since we were kids at Ashwood Elementary in Ottawa. For years we've attended the same polo and equestrian summer camp, the same celebrity birthday parties, and the same VIP meet and greets backstage at sold-out concerts. It's painstakingly evident that our parents are hoping for a romantic spark, but Fee and I are less like maple syrup and milk, and more like oil and water. I thought we might be rid of each other when I moved south of the border for my senior year, but no such luck. Her parents put her into St. Aubyn's prep as soon as they heard I would be attending, which she didn't seem to mind. Click. Well, if it isn't New York's hottest crown chaser, I mutter out the corner of my mouth. Given how elusive you are, it's no wonder I haven't caught it yet. Fee laughs, cackling this time. It's only a matter of time. She perches one hand on my shoulder, while lightly clasping it with the other, her front leg shifting to elegantly eclipse her back leg. She's all fair skin, tinged pink, peachy cheeks, silver-highlighted collarbones, and smoky cat-eye. Click. Behind the photographer, a few yards away, I spy a huddle of girls my age clamoring for my attention, hopping and waving their arms about. I'll have to deal with them soon, I'm sure. Maple Crown Rule 52. Every person is important. That includes the fangirls. Ça. Beside me, Fee drops her sculpted arms and shoulders back, puffing out her chest. What's it been? Nearly a year since you've hit the social scene? Glad your rents finally let you off the short leash? I smile very sweetly, keeping my eyes trained ahead. As am I. Click. I can't wait to get even more photos with you at the gala on Thursday night, Fee continues. I assume you'll be there. Wouldn't miss it. The photographer lowers his camera and nods, as if to say he's captured enough. Bien. Fee faces me and talks through her smile. My work here is done. It's been real, loser. See you in school. Then she turns to the photographer. Make sure you tag me. That's Sophia with an F. She scoffs to herself, as if he doesn't already know that. Maple Crown Rule 101. No personal social media accounts. So that's a thing, albeit fairly new. My royal family has general verified accounts instead, of course. At my last check, the @Canadian Royals had 20.6 million followers, and photos of me happened to get the most likes. I look past Fee, lingering despite her goodbyes, and inadvertently lock pupils with one of the girls in the huddle, who takes the fleeting eye contact for an invitation. Gathering her black gown, she rushes forward. Her gaggle of friends follows with hungry expressions, flocking my way in a V formation. A crushing weight settles on my chest. Although the pressure of being a royal is ever present, at least when I was grounded, I didn't have to deal with this level of people-pleasing. Nodding toward the girls, Fee scrunches up her delicate nose. Good luck with that. She flashes the crowd an enchanting smile, flips her long ombre hair, and strides down a non-existent red carpet while all heads turn her way and another photographer flails for her attention. Well, that's Lady Sophia for you. Je ne sais quoi and all. Your Royal Highness, says the girl in the black gown, who appears to be squatting in what I suppose is her attempt at a perfunctory curtsy. Sir, may I get a photo with you too? I freeze, trying with all my might not to roll my eyes. Members of the royal family must always be gracious. Of course, mademoiselle. Growing up with a French-speaking nanny clearly rubbed off on me, along with remedial French lessons at school. Thank you, she squeals, then turns to her posse and mouths, Mademoiselle. She angles her phone overhead, and I see my brow wrinkling on screen. Maple Crown Rule 102. No selfies. Another recent rule. My grandmother and the family matriarch, the Queen of England, managed to officially deem selfies as unfit for royalty, too common, too vain. I agree with some of the Maple Crown rules inspired by Granny's original ones, the Buckingham Crown rules, but a lot of the traditional values that any royal family thrives on are woefully backward. C'est comme ça. I gesture at the event photographer, still hovering nearby. Shall we have him take the photo? I trust my friend here will do a fine job capturing your beauty. Oh, of course, sir. The girl titters abashedly and tucks her phone into a sequin clutch. We assume the position while her friends look on, capturing every moment behind their screens. Others move in to watch too, unwittingly revealing the exit behind the photographer. He snaps a few shots and then walks over, showing us the photos. I smile in approval. Then I rely on an old standby and wave to an invisible friend across the packed ballroom. I'm terribly sorry. I tell the growing cluster of waiting girls. I must step out for a brief moment. I'll be back very soon, I promise. Maple Crown Rule 18. Depart at the right moment. Technically, I also broke the rule, royals don't apologize, but I can typically let that one slide. I am Canadian, after all. Flashing one last dashing smile, I make my escape. The good old flash and dash. Works every time. I spin on my heel and bump into a table. sending plates and glasses chattering like teeth. How unlike me. Then, course correct, making my way toward the exit. In my periphery, Gord excuses himself from his coterie of raucous socialites and follows. A long shadow, tethered to my every stride, while I search for that pesky invisible friend who conveniently can't seem to stay in one place, weaving in and out and greeting the creme de la creme as I go. "How are you?" I call to a NASA astronaut. I wave at a Scottish minister. "Hello there, smart-looking kilt." "Salut, comment va votre famille?" I ask the French ambassador. I crank my megawatt smile up to an 11 for the Prime Minister of Japan. "Sumimasen," I say. Maple Crown Rule 36. Royals should speak multiple languages. For everyone else, I use my nod, twinkle in eye combo that's friendly but also too intimidating for anyone to do more than reply with a wave, smile, or nod. Otherwise, they'd be on me like flies on maple syrup. I reach the exit, soar through a series of doors, and maneuver past the black and white clad waitstaff wheeling out carts of teacups. Everybody is so busy, they don't even notice me in all the hubbub. I push a swinging aluminum traffic door, stepping past the bustling kitchen, and take a flight of steps down to a door leading to a break room reeking of what I can only assume is the smell of old coffee, where I know no one will find me. It's empty, except for a guy my age in a worker's uniform sitting at a rickety little table, gazing at his phone. I drop into a folding chair at a table in front of him, loosen my tie some more, and let out a whoosh of air. I'm safe. For now. "Oh," he says with a start, nervously pushing back his bangs. "Can I help you? Are you lost?" "I'm fine. It's okay that I'm in here, right?" I ask. His glimmering eyes dart around. Normally they'd make me kick guests out for reasons." He suddenly notices my maple leaf brooch and blushes. "But it's cool. I won't tell. Your Royal Highness, sir," he adds hastily. I almost begin to disclose why I'm hiding out in the first place, but then I remember. Maple Crown Rule 77. Only share what is necessary. It's technically only share with your subjects what is necessary, but I've truncated it. I don't have subjects, at least not yet. I nod. "Perfect. Thanks." Do you want some privacy?" he stammers. He stands up to leave, and his phone falls from his hand. It skitters across the warped linoleum, coming to a rest at the tip of my shiny black patent leather shoes. I pick it up and hand it back to him. No, it's fine. Stay. I just needed a tiny break. I'll be out in a jiffy." I give the break room a cursory scan, eyes sweeping cabinets, a sink, a small white fridge. "Do you have any food? I'm famished." One of his eyebrows quirks in bewilderment. "Oh, you didn't get a chance to eat? At a charity event like this one? Too much schmoozing, not enough eating, as it goes." He lets out a little laugh. "Let me see what we have." He vanishes up into the stairwell, then comes trundling back down a minute later with a tray of miniature desserts. Everything from frozen mochi and mint sorbet to macarons and bonbons with gold leafing on top. Super! I pinch up a pink mochi and pop it in my mouth. "Have one." He hesitates, but after darting a glance at the door, he selects a pale green one. "Staff isn't supposed to eat these," he says, but he bites down on it anyway. "Look at us," I remark. "Me trespassing in employee break rooms and you eating forbidden mochi. We're breaking all the rules." We both laugh. "So, you work here? Aren't you in high school like me?" "Yeah, but I just work nights. I'm saving up for college. My uncle got me the job. He's a cook here." I take another mochi. Double chocolate, a favorite. "Do you cook too?" "I try." He laughs, running his hand through his shiny black hair. "What about you?" Best not to share how all of my meals are prepared for me at the risk of sounding elitist. Instead, I grin. Can you keep a secret? I've been working on a chocolate chip cookie recipe that puts Pierre on Parks to shame. I pass it off as a joke, but I actually spent all winter experimenting on just that recipe, along with original recipes for fresh new takes on profiterole, cream puffs, and croquembouche. The guy laughs again, briefly covering his mouth. I bet. I'm serious. I select a bonbon from the tray. It's rather agonizing being a foodie when you're the next leader of a country whose biggest culinary claim to fame is gourmet poutine. His expression turns contemplative. Hey, didn't Canada invent the Twinkie? I rest my case. The guy chuckles and combs his fingers through his hair once more, then locks eyes with me. I never expected to meet a royal, let alone, well, you. Sorry, you just seem so normal. Reddening, he adds, Oh, sorry. It's just, you seem so chill. It's like hanging out with a friend from school. He tucks a strand behind his ear, his eyes downcast, his cheeks practically puce. Don't worry about it. I get it. I swallow. I don't know why, but my throat has decided to go bone dry. It's easy to talk to you, too. Do you get that a lot? Silence falls. My stomach drops as soon as the words escape my lips. Do I sound like I'm coming on to him? What am I babbling about to this stranger? But much to my relief, a smile washes across his face like sunlight. I'm wondering what to say next when... Slam! The break room door bursts open, and I hear the voice of my best friend. Edward, there you are. The worker and I jump with a start, stepping away from one another as if we were just caught hiding a dead body. In struts Neil Singh, aforementioned best friend, who also happens to be the son of Zubin Singh, Indian ambassador to Canada. Let me tell you about Neil. People think I'm charming, but Neil can get them eating out of the palm of his manicured hand in seconds, including my parents, who, bizarrely enough, think him being in New York with me is a good thing. He grew up all over the world, but stayed in Ottawa long enough for us to become best friends, a relationship which fully crystallized after we built a snowman with a creatively placed carrot. Thank goodness it melted before my parents or Gord saw it. And now, he's in New York for his senior year, too. Only Neil could convince his parents that he should move to another country for his last year of high school. I guess he griped enough about being separated from his best friend that they eventually caved. But in this moment, with the worker's eyes still locked on mine, I'm kind of wishing Neil's parents had kept him in Ottawa. I fold my arms across my chest. Oh, now you decide to show up. Where were you forever ago when I was looking for you, mon chum? Neil glances at the worker, whose name I wish I knew. Que sais-je, non? Then back at me, grinning. Oh, you've made a new friend? Shut up. I growl so low that only Neil can hear me. He knows my secret, and I trust him to keep it. But sometimes what he says in front of others makes me sweat. He ignores me and walks across the break room. Hi, I'm Neil. It's so nice to meet you. He pumps my new friend's hand, lingering for far too long. He has a knack for being overly friendly, and there's no denying Neil looks suave in his tailored black suit, crisp white button-up that contrasts nicely against the warm bronze undertones of his brown skin, and bow tie that perfectly matches his silk pocket square. Probably a look he borrowed from the runway he walked in Milan. The perks of being incredibly wealthy and good-looking. Nice to meet you, too. The guy looks from Neil to me, flashes a timid smile, and scurries from the room before I can utter salut. Neil shoots me a knowing smirk, then starts washing his hands at the sink. He ditched me all night, only showing up to barge in and scare off my new friend. This is low, even for him. Can you believe they had no vegetarian options? He asks incredulously. Meat pies for as far as the eye could see. Seriously, where have you been? I needed you, I say. And how did you find me?" He dries his hands on a dish rag, then snatches up a bonbon. "I have my sources," he says through a mouthful. I glare. I could murder him. Use industrial-strength kitchen cleaner to hide the evidence. "Fine." Neil sticks his thumb into a vanilla mochi, then jerks it in the direction of the door. Right on cue, Gord sets foot into the break room, looking less than pleased. "Your Royal Highness." Rolling my eyes at Neil, I give Gord the signal that all is well. But as Neil rests a hand on my forearm, I'm no longer sure. He's got that look in his eye. "I'm bored of the ball, so I'm thinking we leave before the raffle and silent auction. Besides," he beams his radiant smile, "there's a private shindig taking place now at Beauty and Essex. No nonsense this time. Say you'll come? Great, let's go." Neil hooks his arm in mine and twists in the direction of the door. He may have made the Forbes 30 under 30 Asia list, but right now, he's number one on my naughty list. I plant my feet. Sounds sweet, but I'd rather not end up grounded again. Neil grips my face, pleading, "Please, pretty please with maple sugar on top." I pry his fingers off. "Tempting," I say, "but I'm afraid I'm immune to your charms, my friend." He grins impishly. "I'll do your AP Chem Lab homework," he says in sing-song. He knows that's my Achilles heel. I sigh. "You better not make me regret this." Gord clears his throat. "Sir?" He slowly shakes his head. Neil knots his fingers together pleadingly. "But I'll have him home by midnight, G." I raise an eyebrow. "Who are you, my fairy godmother?" With Neil, midnight means 4:30 a.m. Neil's dad still lives in Ottawa, his mom's in India, and he has no chaperone here, so he's pretty much a free agent. The notion of curfew is not something he's well acquainted with. While Neil's parents are barely even aware of his zip code, mine like to be in the know, even with being busy running and continuing to establish a somewhat new form of monarchy. Hence, Gord, who I'm practically closer with than my own father. Gord picks a piece of invisible lint off my jacket. "I don't advise it, sir. Your parents gave me direct orders. Your name is not ending up in the tabloids." He straightens my brooch. "Again," he adds tartly. It's true. Dad did say leading up to this event that if I had one more bad run-in with the press, he was going to revoke my going-out privileges for good. Neil gasps and clutches his chest. What happened last time was not his fault. Gord turns on Neil. "You mean when His Royal Highness was photographed setting off fireworks for his birthday party on a yacht in the Ottawa River? A little stunt that burned down half the trees on the waterfront? You're both lucky it didn't launch a media blitz." I feel myself blushing. "I didn't know it was illegal to set off fireworks from a yacht, pour l'amour du cri." At this response, Gord clenches his jaw. I know what that means. This conversation is over. Neil knows it too. He screws up his mouth in defeat and sighs. Bye, Bara. His nickname for me, brother in Punjabi, never fails to pull at my heartstrings. I clap a hand on his shoulder. Have fun for both of us? Neil eases back into his radiant smile, eyes playful again. He winks. Oh, I always do. Prince Edward! Prince Edward, over here! Paparazzi surrounds us, cameras flashing, as we step out into the Manhattan night. A frigid breeze buffets down the avenue, fluttering awnings. My chauffeur holds open the door to my black town car as I duck inside, exchanging the icy air for blissful artificial warmth. Camera lenses take aim, yards from the tinted windows. Good luck getting a decent shot. The paparazzi here truly are as ubiquitous as rats on subway tracks. Not that I've ever taken the subway. Gord buckles into the passenger seat, and the chauffeur pulls the car onto 59th while the paparazzi give chase, shouting my name. Before kicking me out of Rideau Hall, Mom and Dad never failed to remind me that the paparazzi in New York would be documenting my every folly, unlike in Canada, where the industry isn't quite so rabid and boundaries are better respected. Other than the Daily Maple, the source for most Royals-related reports and rumors, going out and about, acting like a delinquent in New York, would not only mean my family would find out about it, but the rest of the world as well. Given Mom and Dad's own distaste for paparazzi, they must have felt pretty desperate to have sent me here. But it's been quite effective. That and being under Gord's constant supervision. We crossed the intersection, leaving Central Park behind us, its naked treetops illuminated by city lights. From the front seat, Gord turns up the radio volume and soft classical music plays. He knows it's one of the few things that relaxes me. I lean back, take a deep breath, and pull out my phone. A million Google alerts pop up. What? Of course I have a Google alert for my own name. I need to know what people are saying about me after my re-entry into the party scene. It's mostly just gossipy tabloid stories, an occasional fashion magazine editorial, and the inevitable message board comments perpetuating age-old rumors and adding to tired conspiracy theories. When it comes to the relatively new Canadian monarchy, people love trying to spill royal Earl Grey tea. Just before I was born, Mom and Dad fled across the pond to Canada in hopes of escaping the scrutiny of the English press, waking up to a new disparaging headline every day about Mum being a lowly commoner from Canada was untenable for them, not to mention being baited and badgered by slimy photographers wherever they set foot. My parents had even been prepared to leave the royal family and relinquish their official titles. Anything to help put an ocean between them and the snaky British tabloids. A while back, there was a movement to one day replace Granny with a homegrown Canadian royal family, but nothing came of it. Our current situation was the result of an agreement with the Canadian Prime Minister at the time. Apparently he recognized that Canadian love for the royal family was good for business. Our official merch alone contributes greatly to Canada's bottom line. The fact Dad was born on Canadian soil before growing up in England made him a natural fit for Canadian king. On my phone, I'm idly poking around popular royal hashtags and notice that someone has reposted, for the zillionth time, that old and super famous long-range paparazzi photo of my parents arriving home at Rideau Hall with bundled-up newborn me. It was the first time the paparazzi had caught a glimpse of the Canadian royal baby. Given my mom's nervousness about paparazzi, my parents had hidden out at the super-private Hôpital Royal Joly in Montreal for the birth, far from where anyone expected them to go. It's one of the only photos of me as a child to have gotten out. To no one's surprise, it was from a wily and out-of-town photographer who wasn't afraid of being blacklisted. Since that day, my parents have held an iron grip on our private lives, only slightly loosening up the photography ban when I entered high school a little over 3 years ago. Hello, People magazine cover shoot. Despite her secretly difficult pregnancy, Mom appears healthy, rested, and as much a fashion icon as ever in the photo, stepping out of a town car in a form-fitting dress with the traditional maple leaf tartan pattern. Dad cradles me in a blanket woven with the same fabric. I've seen this photo so many times that I know it by heart. I tap back to my notifications. Many of the alerts swirl around the topic of me at tonight's ball, with a few official photos starting to surface, most showing me on the red carpet, hands in pockets. The one of me with Fee is already trending, just as she'd hoped. I let out a sigh. It does little to release the familiar feeling of pressure and expectation building in my heart and chest. The whole world is watching, commenting on my every move. I have to uphold the royal Dinnissen glory, or our Canada goose is cooked. Because there's a lot to live up to as Crown Prince, a.k.a. Prince Royal. Mom and Dad had the perfect modern-day fairy tale love story. Prince meets born and bred Canadian commoner and falls in love. People have always eaten up and adored their story, even with its darker, nearly stripped of their titles side to it. Suddenly, the heat in the car has become stifling. I crack the window for some fresh air. As much as I love the perks of being Crown Prince, sometimes I want to throw all the rules out the window. But whenever I get that urge, I remember the fiasco that was my 17th birthday party. I've learned my lesson. And what choice do I have? I'm trapped. Gord is always telling me that it's much easier for Canada to get rid of our monarchy than to further change it. I can hear Gord reciting Maple Crown Rule 1, drilling it into my brain like he has my entire life. Duty to the crown above all else. I open the faceless alias Instagram account, aka Finsta, that I secretly made for myself. Mostly to drool over slow-mo videos of people frosting cakes or pulling gooey, piping-hot cookies apart, and to read baking top tips from my favorite maître pâtissier, or master pastry chef, Chef Pierre, who regularly unveils his latest innovative desserts at his culinary school in Paris that end up on the menu of his world-renowned bakery cafe here in New York. Of course, there are also the gay couple accounts I peruse, with varying arrays of cutesy, saccharine selfies. I want what they have. As I scroll, I can't help daydreaming about going back to the break room, letting the cute guy pull me up onto one of those rickety little tables, his lips parting as we press against each other. I can never tell a soul, let alone the world, about my petit secret. I am absolutely certain that if I were to come out, the powers that be would find a way to strip me of my title. I can't let that happen. Do I sometimes wish I could have a normal life that allows me to settle down with a nice guy? Yes, I do. But not more than I want that crown. Besides, it would break my parents' hearts if their only son didn't succeed them on the throne. Sure, my family has had their own fair share of secrets. Hell, there are more secrets than rules, and if you couldn't tell by now, we have a lot of rules. My royal family tree isn't without its rotten apples or rotten maple leaves to keep things on brand. But I may just be the worst. A blight. The one to petrify the family tree so that not a single leaf remains clinging to its ancient branches. It's bad enough that the firm and current conservative government share a little-known penchant for wanting to streamline the royal family, meaning the three of us could be stripped of our titles at any moment. Selfishly, abdicating the throne would alleviate me of the immense weight to remain in the closet. But I couldn't do that to my parents, even if I could find a good way out. And there isn't one. Out of the closet or out of the monarchy. After the stunt I pulled at my last birthday, Mom and Dad have felt like the three of us are in danger of losing our position in Canada and being sent to live out the rest of our days in a drafty, forgotten castle in Cornwall. But my parents won't have to worry about the monarchy dissipating to the Chinook winds. I was raised to be Crown Prince of Canada, destined to fulfill my royal birthright, even if it does mean no love life. To bear a crown of power is to be alone, right? I press my nose to the cold window glass, hearing ambulance sirens blaring in the distance. Normally, traditions imposed on the heir to the throne wouldn't be a huge problem. Except, well, unspoken Maple Crown rule? Don't be gay, eh? Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. March 2nd, 6:23 a.m. Eastern Time. Prince Edward sizzles back into the spotlight by Omar Scooby. Welcome back, Eddie. After 10 months of skirting the spotlight following his 17th birthday debacle, the Crown Prince of Canada slides back into the social scene with a rare appearance at a star-studded gala. Entering the ballroom last night at the Plaza Hotel, the Crown Prince of Canada was a sight to behold, wowing in a tailored suit and titillating partygoers with his wit, charm, and majestic magnetism. The world has truly missed seeing that 100-watt smile. The Daily Maple spoke to an insider about what it's like for him, being a teen heartthrob. When asked about any details surrounding the highly anticipated investiture ceremony, our close-to-the-royal family insider went mum. What has the prince got up his hemmed silken sleeves? We hope to find out and see a whole lot more of him and his winning smile in the coming days. Related stories. King Frederick speaks to Prime Minister of Singapore. Queen Daphne promises to lower housing costs. Canadian Prime Minister. Hottest politician alive?
Chapter 2. Billy. Billy! Pax shouts at me from down the busy hallway of Little Timber High just after the last bell rings. From my locker, I spy my best friend's DIY acid-washed violet denim jumpsuit standing out against a sea of muted flannels and dark jackets as they push their way toward me. Pax Andrews and I met in Mrs. Smith's first-grade class, where we bonded over a mutual love for Mariah Carey's Christmas album. Her first Christmas album, that is. We don't speak of the second. Hey, Pax. I tip my dad's old mustard-yellow cowboy hat, then use some muscle to yank open my locker. The door gives with a screech, displaying faded rainbow stickers papered up the side, with sayings like, "Out and proud cowboy," "Lasso your dreams, jolly rancher," and "Save a horse, ride a unicorn." In the grimy adhesive mirror, I catch my reflection. Patchy scruff, tired hazel eyes, strands of brown hair creeping out from under my hat brim. I can shear sheep till the cows come home, but my own hair? Not so much. It's best to keep it tucked under my hat, or tied back with an elastic. Though Pax has been begging to chop my floppy mop for years. There he is. Pax stops in front of me, their face glowing with the sheen of sparkly setting powder. Pax is black, and one of the few other queer kids in school, and according to them, probably the only gender-nonconforming non-binary teen in all the Plains states. There's not a whole lot of diversity here in Little Timber, Montana. There's not a lot of, much. It's mostly endless blue skies, wheat fields, and gorgeous mountains dusted with the snow that blows in off the plains this time of year. Pax thrusts their phone in my face. Lady Sophia's look at the Gala Apple Big Apple Gala event is giving me life. There's a photo of a girl our age in a ball gown with her hair up. I can almost smell her expensive perfume through the screen. Who is she again? I shrug my old winter coat on over my plaid shirt and fleece sweater. Pax gasps. Only Canadian nobility? My bad, I say. I can never keep track of all the famous people Pax is obsessed with. Celebrities aren't too high on my priority list. Not when I've got an after-school job at the general store, livestock to feed at the ranch, and homework stacked to the rafters. Pax studies the picture again. The dress is iconic, but it's totally the wrong fabric for the construction. I would have used charmeuse. Pax has been designing and sewing their own clothes practically since birth, using their grandma's scarecrow as their first mannequin. I root around in my locker for my sheet music. Literally never heard of charmeuse. Is that a hair product? Oh, honey, that's why I'm going to Parsons to study fashion design, and you're still trying to make farmer chic happen. If you just let me play stylist, dress you in anything but flannel. See? Relentless. I laugh. No way. Flannel is my first and last love. Truth is, I'm fine just the way I am in Dad's old clothes. I like to think I can still smell him in the fabric, a mix of pine trees and sandalwood aftershave. For Pax, what they wear is their identity. I get that. And I get why it's important to them. For me, it's just not as relevant. Call me a sucker, but I just don't see why what we look like on the outside should matter. Pax simply rolls their eyes at me. Flannel's your first love, huh? Tell that to Dustin, babe. We enter the music room and cross to the cubbies, passing battered cellos and an antique upright piano missing a few keys. Here she is, honey. Pax points out my cloth violin case in a cubby, my name hand-stitched on the front in fraying white thread. A perk of having a crafty best friend who sews. I curl my fingers around the handle and lift. From the case's outside pocket, a piece of paper flutters to the floor, and I scramble to grab it. But Pax beats me to it and hands it to me, revealing the Juilliard School of Music letterhead at the top in fancy script. Dear Billy Boone, I am pleased to inform you that the faculty has reviewed your pre-screening materials and invites you to audition for the Juilliard School. Your violin audition has been scheduled for Tuesday, March 8th at 10 a.m. Just one more day and we'll be in New York City, Pax whoops. I'm euphoric. Yeah, same. Truth is, I sound anything but as I zip the letter back up in my violin case. Pax tuts. Relax. The ranch will be just fine without you. Tell that to my mom. A pang of guilt hits me at the thought of being gone for over an entire week. But the fact my audition falls during the same week as spring break was a sign from the universe. It also helps knowing I'll be traveling with my bestie. I'm still reeling that I managed to convince Mom not to come along to chaperone me, after promising her from here to Kalamazoo that we'd follow all her many safety rules. Sweet Mary and Muslin, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Pax points a French horn at me. Picture it, the two of us taking the Big Apple by storm. I check out Parsons. You go to your audition. You'll remember it for the rest of your life. I can't wait. I'm screaming. I take a deep breath. You're probably right. Billy. Pax sets down the horn. It's not like you're planning on actually attending Juilliard. I know. Well, I wish you'd follow your dreams. Plus, New York is a blossoming fruit. Little Timber is dead on the vine. And I repeat, the ranch will be fine without you for 1 week. 1 week and 2 days, I correct them, smiling at how hard my best friend is trying. They're usually pretty skilled at mending more than ripped seams. But right now, I'm just too overwhelmed for it to work. I'm not going to tell them that, though. You're right, I say. Now come on. I told Dustin I'd stop by practice. Pax glances at the clock. Don't you have work, like, now? I sigh. The things I do for Dustin. Yes, I do, so we really need to hurry. Outside, that cold, dry, 30-degree Montana air hits me, and I shudder, even in my layers, as we head past the painted statue of the marmot, which is basically a mutant squirrel that lives in the ground, and also our school mascot. We step onto crunchy, ice-frosted grass and cross the curving track, dotted with scraggly trees, before entering the heat of the gym. It echoes with Coach Clark's voice, the thump of basketballs, and the squeak of sneakers on the court. Even without his gold and silver penny, I'd be able to recognize Dustin's 6'2" frame from a mile away. He bursts past a teammate and dribbles the ball to a painted line, then shoots. Pax and I cheer from the sidelines as the ball swishes through the net. basketball is everything to the Mighty Marmots forward. Or is it center guard? Power center? Honestly, none of it makes any sense to me. While most people around here aren't into watching college basketball, except for maybe the Cats vs. Grizz game, Dustin insists we watch the March Madness games every Saturday so he can keep track of his bracket. Even after what feels like 100 TV viewings, I still can't wrap my mind around how anyone finds basketball entertaining. But in those moments, it's like the rest of the world is lost to him. And that includes me. It's just Dustin yelling at the screen like he's convinced they can hear him. I don't get sports, and Dustin doesn't get music. But you don't have to get your person's passion to be a good match, right? All these years, I thought that Pax and I were the only queer kids in the county. Turned out, there was at least one more. Dustin had always been friendly, holding doors open for me, picking me for his teams in PE, partnering with me whenever a class assignment called for pairs. I sometimes still can't believe we ended up together. It all started the day he told me he liked the birthmark on my hand, located right at the base of my thumb. I had always thought it looked like a little burn scar, but he helped me see it as a shining heart. From the outside, it may not look like we have much in common, but like I said, I never put much value into how things look on the outside. He spins the ball on his finger, then leaps and dunks. When he lands, he pumps a fist up in triumph, letting out a whoop. Coach Clark blows the whistle, and the players take a 5-minute break, slapping Dustin on the back and showering him in fist bumps. I call out to him, "Dustin!" He turns his head in my direction, flashing a perfect white smile, and I grin. Dustin J. Cole. He's like Montana's old state slogan itself. High, wide, and handsome. Water bottle in one hand, he wipes sweat off his forehead with the other as he runs over, until the big 2 printed on the front of his broad chest is well within my reach. I brace myself. He bear hugs me with his strong arms and kisses me. My cold nose and lips start to warm after a few seconds, and I pull away, my fingers combing through his slightly sweaty blonde hair. He can still make me feel melty, even after dating for over 3 years, which already seems like an eternity. "Gay!" yells a teammate. I've been out since I was 10, so I'm used to it. "There's always one," I mutter in annoyance. "Haters gonna hate," Dustin replies with ease. "Dude, come on, not in our faces, bro," another teammate yells, and his friends snicker. Okay, more than one, I correct myself. Truth is, Dustin's teammates don't totally get his being gay, but he's such an incredible athlete that they're not going to mess with a good thing for the team by giving him too hard a time. Though we've been dating for a while now, he's only been out since November. I'm glad we can finally go public. Being a top-secret boyfriend really takes its toll on a person, but getting constantly teased isn't so great either, even if it is the lesser of the two evils. Maybe Dustin's teammates are just grossed out by PDA in general, or embarrassed about PDA in front of their coach, which I can understand. Either way, it's all small potatoes to me. I blush, gazing into his bright eyes. So close I can see the unique brown freckle in the green of his left iris. "You're my one and only." "Yeah, unless Ryder Russell comes to town," Dustin quips, winking. All right, I admit it. I don't make a habit of crushing on famous people, but I do think that charismatic, muscly Canadian action movie star Ryder Russell is handsome as all get out. Pax rests a hand on my shoulder. As much as I love watching Little Timber's most enraptured couple being all fierce and fab, Billy's going to be late for work, and I'm hoping he could maybe drop me home on the way. Pax is giving me a sheepish grin. My grandma's at the eye doctor again, and my dad agreed to pick me up, but he just texted saying he can't now. The worst. Pax's parents pretty much disowned them when they first started designing and wearing dresses. I'm already cutting it close, but I can't leave Pax stranded. Yeah, okay, I offer. Thank you. Look what he texted me. No explanation, no apology. Pax hands me their phone. Pax, 4 p.m. pickup. Don't forget. Dad. Kay. And then, over an hour later, Dad. Can't pick you up. Find new way home. That sucks. I'm sorry. As I'm looking at the screen, an alert notification pops up with the headline, Prince's Royal Rendezvous. I accidentally tap, and it loads a video of a brown-haired boy my age in a suit and tie climbing out of a limo while bodyguards shove cameras away, the bulbs flashing like a lightning storm in summer. Oh, hey, is this that random prince you have a mega crush on? Huh? Pax flips their phone around and glances at the screen. Oh, sorry. Eyes huge, they hastily try to close the app, but I can still see the guy on the screen. I squint. Am I losing it, or does he look a little bit like me? Pax's eyes go even wider. Definitely not. Dustin elbows me. Billy, you're more handsome than any old prince. I grin at Dustin. But I bet you'd like me better if I were a prince. Pax rolls their eyes and laughs way too hard. Ah, Billy, very funny. Hey, you've got to get to work, right? Big last shift before our trip. They're talking a mile a minute. They must be really embarrassed about crushing on someone who looks like me. I decide to let Pax get away with changing the subject. I'm tired of talking about princes I don't know or care about anyway. Yeah, I say. The store will probably be pretty busy since we're receiving our first shipment of maple butter after countless requests that we stock it. Dustin's eyes go wide. No way. This is only the biggest thing to happen to Little Timbers since Orvin's Vintage opened last summer. Sadly, it's true. Before that contemporary boutique came to town, all we had was dinky tumbleweed thrift shop, and JCPenney and Dillard's in the next county over. I mean, maple butter is just pure maple sugar, made from maple syrup that's been boiled, cooled and whipped until it's creamy and spreadable. Not really anything to write home about. But one look at Dustin lets me know he'd disagree. He's smiling like he just won a prize pig. You maple butter believe it, Pax exclaims. I can't wait to get my hands on some, Dustin exclaims. Well, you better come on by the store quick before it sells out, I say with all the enthusiasm I can muster. Pax, let's skedaddle. Want to hang out when you're off? Dustin asks me, quirking an eyebrow. I smile and gently knock my violin case against his thigh. I have to practice. Of course you do. Right. Dustin shakes his head. I should have realized that. His eyes probe mine. It's like he's asking me to pick between him and violin. Or maybe that's the guilt talking. Then again, he's the same guy who'd rather I use my hands to rub his shoulders than to rosin my bow. My stomach knots up, thinking about my audition. Dustin flipped when I mentioned I'd been thinking of applying. After he eventually picked up one of my frantic calls, I reassured him, like how I'd reassured everyone, that I'm going to my audition just for the experience, and not because I'm seriously considering going to school in New York City. I love you, I say, in an effort to smooth things over. It works. Dustin grins. I can't wait to graduate, he tells me. You and I can settle down. Maybe eventually start a family right here in Little Timber. He bops my nose, then adds, and every night, you can play me to sleep on your violin. Pax pouts, hand on their chest. My heart, they coo. I take a gulp of air to help stop the dizziness that comes out of nowhere. Apparently, Dustin has our entire future mapped out. I haven't even finished high school yet. Heat prickles in my armpits and creeps up my neck. It's all I can do to give a tight smile and nod. Coach Clark jogs over. Hey, quit hogging our MVP. He only half teases. Break's over. Sure thing, Coach Clark, I say, almost too readily. I give Dustin one last squeeze before I go. After dropping off Pax, I drive Dad's rusty 1988 Dodge Ram through downtown Little Timber, nestled at the foothills of the majestic Rockies. Main Street is picturesque and idyllic, especially with the sun starting to sink into the mountains. It's postcard perfect. But like a postcard, it never changes. I roll on past the distressed wood plank held up by rusty poles, with painted block letters that sum up the town. Welcome to Little Timber. Founded 1869. Population 1,149. The last best place. In no time at all, I reach the end of my one-road town, which is lined with parked cars tonight, and pull into the tiny but fairly crowded back lot behind Little Timber General, situated in an icy clearing of dirt and cottonwood. The old two-story building has peeling white clapboard, pasted with signs advertising things like paint and varnish, boots and shoes, dry goods, and rope. The store hosts gear swaps, garage sales, and 4-H meetings year-round, usually led by me, the president of the Little Timber chapter. Over the porch flies an American flag, a Montana state flag, and a tiny rainbow one. An older gay couple, the Howard Loyolas, own the store. They've been together since they were kids, and they're practically famous around here. But ever since they got married, some locals refuse to refer to them as anything other than best friends or roommates. Still, nearly everyone in Little Timber loves them, and those who don't pretty much leave them alone. Where else are the locals going to buy their essentials? Especially now that we have maple butter. Practically half the town's here. Something tells me I'm in for another long, busy shift. But it's worth being able to afford things like violin lessons. Plus, I love being around the Howard Loyolas. It's nice to see how in love they still are after all these long years. I step inside. It's warm, noisy, and smells like a hot stack of pancakes. Billy, glad you could make it, shouts Mr. Jackson Howard Loyola, with his thinning silver hair. Sorry I'm late. I join him and his husband Isaac behind the counter, throwing on my apron. On the wall hangs a sepia photo of the general store from when they first built it. We're going to miss you next week, Jackson says. The reminder that I'll be visiting New York in a finger snap sends a white-hot spark zinging through my blood, the mix of excitement and nerves stronger than before. But you are going to love it there. We try to go every year for Pride, he adds. I'll miss you guys too. I get to work, ringing up customers and handing out samples of maple butter on cut-up pieces of toast. Streamers and balloons hang from the unfinished rafters alongside tools and pots. In the center of the room is a tower of jars, each wrapped in glossy red ribbon. Clearly, maple butter is the biggest thing to happen in Little Timber in months, or possibly ever. Plus, I think the Howard Loyolas love any excuse to celebrate. By the time I close the shop at 9 p.m., my feet ache from standing, and I stagger back to my truck, maple butter jar heavy in hand. Isaac runs up to the window, and I crank it down as he fishes in his coat pocket and hands me a wad of cash.
For your big week in the Big Apple.
I shake my head. I couldn't. He closes my fingers around the crumpled bills.
Keep it, and make the most of it, okay? Order hotel room service.
He joins Jackson on the stoop, takes his hand, and they both wave. Thank you, I call out. Then I roll up the window and peel off. It's about 10 miles to home, down a lonely, wide-open road with barely another building in sight, which is just another way of saying smack in the middle of nowhere. I slow my truck around a herd of cows, then turn into the long gravel drive. Our horses, cows, and sheep stir beyond the fence in the dark, their barn and pasture around it carpeted with snow. High above me, set against the vast sky of stars, is our rickety wooden sign, Old Boone Ranch. I'm passing the 2 oaks Mom and Dad planted on their property, then the 3rd oak, then the 4th and final one. 4 oaks, one for each Boone. I look forward to when the frost fades and their leaves grow. Mac, my little sister, got her oak planted the same day she was born. Mine was planted a week after I was born. That's because Mom insisted she and Dad go to her best friend's wedding in Canada, even though I was due the next week. But I decided to show up early. Shortly after arriving in Canada, Mom and Dad had to rush to a hospital in Montreal, where I was born. I almost died from complications, but emergency surgery saved me. It's why Mom calls me her little miracle. After an extended stay in the NICU, my parents holed up in Montreal before we flew the 2,000 miles home. They said I slept the entire time. Healthy, happy, and theirs. The Boones have always been survivors, at least until 3 years ago. I suppose it's too much to ask for more than one little miracle to bless a home, or to stop cancer in its tracks. As I rumble on past, I slow to wave at Dad's tree. Hi, Dad, I say quietly. It's my tradition whenever I come and go. Then I drive the rest of the way up the path to the house. Mom and Dad built our big ranch house together. Got married here, too. We're true country folk. I park next to Mom's truck and the pile of firewood I chopped yesterday before school. It's silent except for the dripping of icicles on the eaves and the crunch of my mud-spattered boots over gravel. Then I'm up the 2 creaky steps and through the screen and front door, unlocked, like always. Inside, just the foyer lights on, barely illuminating caps and scarves wrapped over hooks. Above them hangs a sign that says, Faith, Family, Friends. Its letters crafted out of twisted barbed wire and set in wood. With leaving for New York tomorrow, I can't bear to look at the sign. I love this ranch, and part of me has this deep need to carry on Dad's legacy, dedicate my life to it the way he did. I hang up my keys and pass through the dining room and into the kitchen. From the smell of meatballs in the air, everyone's eaten. Being a rancher means keeping a fridge stocked with beef and trying to think up new ways to prepare it. I place the jar of maple butter on the counter as a nice surprise for Mom, down a cold glass of milk, and step into the den. It's quiet and dark. Mac is likely in her room, posting life hacks or makeup reviews on her YouTube channel. Since the day she could talk, Mac has said that she wants to be famous, which means she wants out of Montana. She has no interest in running the ranch, and everyone knows it. She's been so jealous that I'm going to New York with Pax for spring break without her. I have faith her day will come. Mom must be bent over her own computer, wearing her accountant and money manager hat as she reconciles the books or writes emails to vendors. It's a typical Thursday night here at the Boone residence. It's been this way ever since we lost Dad. I don't know how Mom manages to keep the ranch afloat, but she does. Heaviness weighs on my chest again. Violin in hand, I stop in front of the mantel and pick up the framed family photo. In it, we're huddled on the back porch, Mom's blonde curls swept away from her pale face, Dad's blue eyes squinting against the midday sun, and Mac looking like their spitting image, braided pigtails falling down either shoulder in her faded denim overalls and cowgirl hat. I study myself in the photo, a hopeful boy with hazel eyes, brown hair, and olive skin, standing next to my fair family with their blue eyes and flaxen blonde hair. I know it's just the result of Grammy Boone's genes skipping a generation, but it didn't stop Mac from teasing the idea that I was adopted back when we were younger. I set the frame back and traced my fingertip around Dad's smiling face. "Hi, dear." Mom's voice startles me, and I whip around. She glances at the framed photo, and her warm smile deepens. "I miss him too." I shake my head. Yeah, I can't believe it's been almost 3 years. Mom walks over and pulls me into a hug. He was a wonderful man. I know he's still here, watching over us. I start to say something, but words catch in my throat. I like when my mom talks about him, but it's always just as tough to swallow that he's gone. I like to think he's still here, too. "You gonna practice your violin tonight?" Mom asks in a cheerful way, stepping back. I nod. "I still can't believe you're going to New York for an audition at Juilliard." She pauses, and by the look on her face, I know what's coming. The same question that's cropped up every night since she bought my plane ticket. "You're absolutely sure you don't need me to come with you to New York?" "Mom, I'll be fine. You need to stay here and take care of the place." "I just keep wondering if I should have asked one of your teachers to go along with you. Or Mr. Howard Loyola." "Mom, we talked about this. I'll call you every night, and I have your typewritten list of what to do and what not to do. All 27 pages of it." Mom laughs. "You know it's only 22. I suppress a laugh of my own. "That's right, Mom. 22 pages. She sighs. "I just worry about you so much when you're not around." "I know. You felt this way ever since you almost lost me in that Canadian hospital. But I'm careful. You know that." I give her a big hug. She hugs me back. "I know. It's just... I could never forgive myself if I lost you, too." She smiles fondly. "Well, what are you waiting for? You better go practice. You've got some judges to impress." I grin. "I'll go now." "All right. Well, get to it. I'm old. I have to go to bed soon." My cry comes out as a little laugh, and I wipe my eyes. "Hey." She pauses in the kitchen doorway and looks long and hard at me. "Remember, you've got a family and a boyfriend here who adore you. Don't fall in love with New York too much." I laugh. "What do you mean?" "You know your dad always wanted you to be the one to take care of the ranch." She's right, which just hurts worse. I know. I give a heavy sigh, removing my hat and tossing it on the pull-out couch. "You remember, I'm not actually trying to get into this school, right? I just want the experience of playing violin for world-class experts in New York City," I say softly. "I still think it's silly to waste their time and yours on an audition for a school you don't plan to attend. And for a school we definitely could never afford. But if it's that important to you, then go do it. It'll be a memory you'll have for the rest of your life." I smile. "Thanks for understanding, Mom. You're the best." She gives a nod of her head. I'll see you in the morning to take you and Pax to the airport. Then she slips into the kitchen to fix herself her nightly mug of peppermint tea. In my room, I change into cozy flannel pajamas. I want nothing more than to dive headlong into bed, to cuddle up under my quilt and sleep. But first, I need to practice. If not, I'll end up lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling and going over the notes in my head until dawn. I plan to play better at this audition than I ever have before, or ever will again. It'll be worth the time and the money just for that one epic moment. I can hear Mac through the wall recording another vlog. It's Mac Attack. Welcome back to my channel. Today, I'll be ranking the flavor of every glitter chapstick in this 10-flavor multi-pack. Let's dig in. She's super responsible, which is probably why when she asked Mom on her 13th birthday earlier this year if she could finally start vlogging, Mom agreed. Under 3 conditions. She has to finish her homework first, she can only vlog about topics Mom approves, and she can't reveal any personal information so that there's no risk of creepy stalkers. I have to say, she's done a really good job of sticking to the rules so far. And as much as she can bug me sometimes, I'm still going to miss her. I open my case and gaze lovingly at my violin, resting on its velvet lining. For me, playing is a way to relax and escape, to close my eyes and be somewhere else. It's never been a career or a path forward. I've always known my future is with the ranch. Pax, on the other hand, will crush it as a New York fashion designer, and I'll be rooting them on every step of the way from Little Timber, growing old with Mom, the time-worn house, the land, down to its 4 aging oaks. Making the best of things. Maybe even starting that family with Dustin one day. If I'm being honest with myself, I'm more excited to go to the city that never sleeps and play at Juilliard than I am nervous. I'll get to perform in a room where great musicians have played before me, rather than in a high school orchestra room that perpetually smells of bologna and Swiss. To imagine, just once, that I'm living in another life where I can train to become a prestigious musician. I can't deny how much it will mean to me to have this experience, even if it will be bittersweet. As silly as it sounds, I've always felt like I was destined for something more. And maybe that something more is this audition, which is why I have to go to New York with Pax. That way, when I'm back in Montana for good, I can at least say I experienced something special. Like Mom said, I'll have the memory of my Juilliard audition for the rest of my life, even if I never leave Montana again. The ranch was my dad's life work, meaning I'm obligated to keep it going and commit myself to it. How else can I keep his memory alive? The audition won't be the start of something new, but it could be a beautiful goodbye to the dream. Closure. I just hope the memory of New York will be enough. I resin my bow, lift my old, faithful brown solid-wood Cremona SV75 out of its case with great care, tuck it into the chin rest, and let my bow glide. My violin emits a note that sounds like the cry of a soaring eagle, and I switch between strings, closing my eyes as the music overtakes me. I feel a smile tug at the corners of my mouth, and I'm no longer alone. I play on, warmed, alive, with Dad again.
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. March 4th, 7:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Prince Edward and Lady Sophia's Riveting Royal Romance by Omar Scooby. Spring winds have arrived to warm the provinces along with our hearts as Prince Edward and Lady Sophia Marchand spark more rumblings about a possible romance. Have these two truly gone from snowbirds to lovebirds? After a year off the grid, Canada's Crown Prince appeared at Tuesday's star-studded charity ball in New York, as well as at last night's Gala Big Apple Gala, looking better than ever on each occasion. Everyone from Victoria to St. John's wonders if it's due to Prince Edward's growing flirtation with Lady Sophia. Partygoers got a gander at the two rumored sweethearts arm in arm, seeming awfully comfortable with one another in a manner that suggests they may be more than friends. One partygoer even claimed she had a picture of him as the wallpaper on her phone. They both attend St. Albans Prep, also located in New York, but whispers of their budding romance first began long before Prince Edward headed to New York City for his senior year of high school 6 months ago, when Lady Sophia just so happened to be headed for the very same school then as well. Interesting. Will we see them together at more future galas and events? Will their rumored royal romance toboggan toward a swift engagement and royal wedding extravaganza? Order yourself a double-double and hold on to your toques, folks. You never know when the dry rice will snow down upon their nuptials. Related stories. Freddie and Daffy attend World Bank soiree. Daphne condemns anti-Asian hate crimes. Royal Pooch Evie gets pampered. Lady Sophia revives the velour tracksuit. Chapter 3. Edward. With a slow stretch, I roll over in my high-grade sheets to grab the remote control and turn up the volume of the cheesy romance movie. Propping myself up, I pluck a chocolate tart from my side table, with its vase of fresh-cut hydrangeas and old-world filigree collectibles, nibbling as I keep my eyes fixed on the LED TV. After watching Canada's Next Great Baker for hours last night, and eating my fair share of creme fraiche and strawberries, among other sweets, I woke to the TV still on, and now running a rom-com movie marathon. This one is about a gay couple falling in love, which is a first for me. I've never seen gay rom-coms on network cable. It's a good thing none of my footmen have come knocking at my door. The lead actor has burly muscles, an intoxicating smile, and a jawline that could slice diamonds. I daydream about kissing him. I've never kissed anyone before. If I ever did, I'd want it to be special. But the monarchy has never had a gay royal. Quelle surprise. It's built on doing things the way they've always been done to maintain their cookie-cutter image and tamping down any indication of uniqueness in family members. The monarchy is rooted so deep in traditions that it really should be referred to as the magma core, as opposed to the upper crust. So, duty to the crown above all else, right? As I watched the leading man in the movie flirt with the other leading man at an outdoor candlelit dinner, I realize I need to hurry and get ready for my day. The life of a crown prince means I've always got things to do and places to go, like school in T-30. I swing my legs around the side of the bed when my phone blares to life with the O Canada ringtone. Chris. Mum. Some people have momagers. Me? I'm in the unique position of having what I call a momarch. I fumble with the remote control to mute the gay couple now loudly making out on screen. Morning, I say, while fighting to get the jammed mute button to work. Hello, darling, Mum says. She pauses. Is everything all right? What's going on over there? Nothing. The button finally unsticks and mutes the moans. Phew. I walk to the latticed bay window, squinting against a peach-hued sunrise. Bit early to be calling me, don't you think? My voice is light and playful. I think it's lovely to start off the day with a quick conversation with my darling son, Mum says. I can practically hear her smiling through the phone. I can picture her seated at our lavish dining room table in Rideau Hall, our family motto emblazoned on the crest over the fireplace. Élégance et simplicité. Oh, and your father's on the line too, she adds, along with the clink of her porcelain teacup against its saucer. Say hello, Frederick. Morning, son. Dad chimes in. Hope you're well. Gord tells us you've been a picture of professionalism as of late. Huh. I've got both of you on the line, I remark, and sounding in fine spirits at that. What's wrong? Nothing, Mum says brightly. How does she always manage to be so chipper first thing in the morning? We saw the photos. Is it true, darling? Do you have something you want to tell us? About what? I ask, only half listening while watching the gay couple silently spooning on screen. You and Sophia, Mum practically chirps. Hearing her name feels like a splash of cold water. Crashing back to reality, the smile slides off my face. They've got my undivided attention. Go on. You know, it's so funny. This article says you two may have been dating for a while. Mum continues. I can tell she's using her famous queenly powers of persuasion, trying to get me to tell her what's going on. But I wanted to hear it from you. Tell us all about it, won't you? That's right, son, Dad says. Give it to us straight. I don't think I can give them anything straight. Oh, I haven't seen the news. Just a moment. I check the Daily Maple online, the trashiest grocery store tabloid that's sprung up in every Loblaws and Sobeys over the years, that's now also easily accessible from anyone's phone. Most un-Canadian. I spot a lengthy write-up on me and decide I prefer the highlights. So I open Twitter, and there we are. #1 trending worldwide. #EdFia. Fee hanging off my arm. Each of us laughing flirtatiously while dressed to the nines. And do I detect an actual sparkle in her eye? Captions range from Rumor Patrol, Edward and Sophia secretly dating, to Canada's lovebirds look stunning at charity galas. Even I've got to admit, they're rather convincing photos. I silently chuckle. While Fee is a clout-chasing schemer, I'm one step ahead. I knew when she came hunting for a photo op both nights that she was hoping to get a bump from being seen acting chummy with the prince. But I've been happy to play her like she's been playing me. And so far, I'd say my maneuvers have been a success. The photos are definitely taking some heat off the old rumor mill about the perpetually single prince of the provinces. I lift the phone back to my ear. So I see. Well? Asks Mum. Then Dad chimes in. Is it true, son? I can picture his cheeky grin, the one the public rarely gets to see. Is what true? I ask. Darling, are you distracted? I feel like we don't have your full attention, Mum says. I mash my forehead against the cool window pane and shut my eyes. You know Fee and I have known each other since we were children, I say. You know that. But we didn't know you'd gotten close, Mum replies. When did that happen? Just recently, I suppose. I figure the reply works as both vague and satisfactory. And since when did you start putting stock into the Daily Maple? Her voice brightens even more, ignoring my last remark. Well, what an exciting new chapter. Wonderful, simply wonderful, Dad says. She's got an impeccable pedigree. Dad, you can't talk about women like that. She's not a poodle. He should know better. He's married to someone whose anti-sexism speeches for UN women made the history books. She's a tremendous, ambitious, brilliant young woman, Mum adds. Oh, you two will be absolutely perfect together. I'm fine fooling the world, but a small part of me hates that I'm fooling my parents, aka the real reason I never want to come out. Maple Crown Rule 15. Follow the plan. I'm overjoyed you approve. Now, if that's all, I have school. Listen, darling, we'd like to get ahead of this and officially announce it before anything else leaks out, Mum says. Sure, I say. Fee is going to love that. And owe me big time. Perfection, Mum says. We should celebrate. The four of us. A little something at the mansion? Perhaps before your investiture ceremony? Wonderful idea, Daphne. Dad chimes in. Great. I'll have Gord send over my schedule. Must dash. After hanging up and hurling my phone on the bed, I head for my walk-in closet. In minutes, I'm dressed in my fitted gray slacks, white button-up, and navy blazer with shiny gold buttons and St. Aubyn's opulent crest embroidered on the breast. A red cross with the date 1905 scrawled underneath it. I pin on my maple leaf brooch, lace up my azure blue luxury sneakers, and then wiggle a bucket hat onto my head. I add giant sunglasses and an oversized black hoodie to complete the look, all to evade any potential paparazzi lurking outside. Maple Crown Rule 41. Maintain a low profile in daily life. I flip up the hood, pulling its drawstrings tight, shoulder my knapsack, and stride out of the bedroom, down the labyrinthine corridors of the West Wing. I look forward to moving my stuff into the newly renovated East Wing after the investiture, and into the marbled lobby. I'm saluting good morning to the doorman when it hits me like a sack of bricks. I left the gay Hallmark movie on. Tabarnak! I rush back upstairs, refusing to let some frivolous Hallmark movie do me in. Gord would blow a gasket if he ever found out my secret. Let's just say, the one time Mum proposed partnering with an LGBTQIA+ organization, he reminded us that it had potential to become a bit messy in the press. So very not Canadian of him, but very on brand. I changed the channel before switching off the TV. In the darkened screen, I suddenly no longer recognize myself. St. Aubyn's. The Upper East Side top private school of the elite, typified by its small but powerful student body. It looks inconspicuous enough from the outside, just another narrow 5-story brick building on a quiet tree-lined street within walking distance of my mansion, though of course my chauffeur drops me off. And like my place, the sumptuous interiors of St. Aubyn's brim with ornate details, giving it the sophistication and elegance of a New England manor, despite the fact that it's a K-12 school with tests, homework, and commonplace tween and teen gossip. I duck past the front door and swipe my ID badge. The scent of old books and carpet cleaner fills my nose. In homeroom, I sit through Ms. Dasgupta's ramblings about senior projects before she dismisses us promptly at 8 a.m. From the vacant looks on other students' faces, it's clear they've all checked out before spring recess. Walking to first period, I catch up with Neil in a sconce-lit and carpet-lined corridor. Today he's accessorized his school uniform with a chic silk shirt and velvet loafers, and his dense dark hair's been blow-dried into its gloriously glossy trademark pompadour. "So?" Neil says when he sees me, waggling his micro-bladed eyebrows. "Don't you want to ask me about the other night, my dear? You know I love telling a sordid story." We round a corner and pass the giant globe outside our state-of-the-art library. Neil spanks the globe, sending it spinning. "How was the party?" I ask, indulging him. "It was fun," he says, hitching up the refined leather satchel holding his tablet. "Very, very fun." I pull a Neil and clap a hand over my heart. "Is that all I get? Fun? Let's just say you missed out on table dancing." Neil shimmies. "Not table dancing," I say with put-on shock. Neil regards me. "Hey, you doing okay? You seem a bit more down than usual." "Nothing gets past you," I say, impressed. "My parents called this morning. They saw the photos of Fee and me at the galas and think we're dating. Apparently everybody does." Neil guffaws. "That's so perfect! Edfia lives again!" "Actually, though," I laugh. "Speaking of calls, did you ever hear back from that guy about getting a first date on the books? Where did that leave off?" I admire Neil's bravery at being open about his sexuality in ways that I never could. Like how he's on every dating app in existence, private membership-based ones and otherwise. His name's Leo. And no, not yet, but we're close to nailing something down. He texted me this morning. "So when's the wedding?" I tease. "You know I don't have a romantic bone in my body." "Well, maybe one." he chuckles. Meaning this is just for fun. Something you seem to have a pretty good grip on, I assert. We emerge onto the second floor, with its polished medieval suits of armor, antique lamps with green glass shades, and shelves of gilded leather-bound books. Typical St. Albans decor. Well, your supposed hetero hookup is news to me, Edward, Neil jokes. He's clearly peeved I didn't include him in the scheme. But this is good news, right? I mean, you must be pretty psyched. He knows as well as I do what this publicity stunt does for me. It's complicated. I'm glad the news broke. I also despise everything, I say. Hey, at this rate, maybe we can double date, I joke. I don't bother mentioning how Mum and Dad want a double date of their own. We start up another staircase, this time joined by some of our chatty and equally well-dressed fellow students, which calls for a topic change. Neil catches on. Another reason we're best friends. In more important news, he exclaims, only 8 weeks remain before the big day, and for me to find my hot +1. 8 weeks? Is that all? I try to play it off with a smile, although I know exactly how many days are left before the investiture ceremony that will mark my 18th birthday. 57. We step onto the third-floor landing and stop outside the St. Albans crest-adorned school store. Well, I hope you have a birthday variety of outfits planned because naturally, I'm going to kidnap you and take you to Mykonos for a weekend of debauchery to celebrate. I'm telling you now so you can find a way to ditch Gourdzilla and make it happen. Yeah, wish me luck with that, I shoot back. You'll find a way. And if that falls through, we can always slip across the Ottawa River into Quebec and take advantage of the drinking age being only 18. Of course, you always have a backup plan. Neil winks, then jerks his thumb over his shoulder. I'm hitting the cafe for my morning veggie sausages. Catch you in a few, my love. He saunters off down the corridor. April 30th is the day of the investiture ceremony when I'll be named the official heir to the throne. Prince Royal. I've been in training for it my entire life, intensely so for the past year under the tutelage of Gord. The very public ceremony will be the culmination of everything I've worked so hard for, just like other royals before me. During a televised assembly outside Parliament Hill in Ottawa, I'll be reciting the family lineage and promising to help create an even better Canada. Half the speech will be given in French. When I pointed out there are actually 70 First Nations languages spoken across Canada, Gord gave me a withering look and told me not to be political. After my speech, I'll receive the sword, ring, and scepter on loan from Granny, along with a newly commissioned gaudy, fabulous maple crown, and ridiculously garish maple mantle, to look the part of... What was it Fee called me? Canada's golden child! En parlant de lui. I whirl around. Fee's standing at the bottom of the stairs. Today her school blazer is thrown effortlessly on over a magnificent zodiac-printed silk dress, fastened high on the torso with matching belt and buckle. Eddie Bear! Her voice rings out. Where'd you run off to last night, Cupcake? I had to face the Twitter sphere alone this morning when just think... We could have been love-scrolling side by side over morning lattes. Eddie Bear? I smirk. So we're on to pet names now, are we? I must have missed the memo, mon amour. She tucks her embossed hourglass handlebag with a bow-shaped diamante clasp, a one-of-a-kind, I'm sure, under her arm, and sachets up the stairs toward me. In all seriousness, I wanted to say thank you. I'm already fielding calls from Hilfiger and Revlon. So glad I could be of service. I move to walk off. Eddie, wait! She lunges at me and pins a finger to my sternum. What are you doing after school? Let's see. I pretend to look pensive. Homework. She squints at me. Right. On the Friday before spring recess? Then... Prince training. I bite back. Oh, stop. She laughs and bats the air, as if shooing away a compliment. "Until AP Chem, my dear," she says, and then kisses both my cheeks, whispering, "I'm sure it'll be explosive," before sauntering off. Not even a minute later, I'm halfway down the fourth-floor corridor when my phone dings like all hell. I stop to open my Google alerts and see a bird's-eye view video of Fee and me on the school stairs. As in, from our fleeting tete-a-tete mere seconds ago. If I didn't know any better, I'd say I was watching footage of lovers in a clandestine meeting exchanging sweet nothings. It's accompanied by the EdFia hashtag. I join my classmates conspiring outside the door to AP English. They look up over the tops of their phones at me and snicker. Trying not to look visibly ruffled, I smile back and quickly beeline to Neil, who's eating his breakfast across the corridor. Crashing beside him on the bench, I show him my phone. "It's already trending," I say, watching the view count climb. Neil scans the video and smiles. "Clever girl." "What?" "You can't honestly believe someone randomly caught that moment. Fee clearly orchestrated the whole thing," he whispers. "She knows exactly what she's doing." Touché. I underestimated her. So, she's capitalizing on the fake girlfriend storyline. This means I'm forced to play the part of her royal beau to keep up the charade. Neil's phone dings. "Oh, hello, lovely Leo," he says, smiling at his text messages. "Why, yes, I can grab coffee Tuesday morning." I tug the sleeve of his tailored blazer. "You're coming with me to the Lincoln Center Canadian First Nations exhibit on Tuesday morning, remember?" He closes his eyes and sighs. "Ah, yes. How could I possibly forget spending a morning of my spring recess at a museum gallery?" He finishes the last of his veggie sausages, then digs a pot of lip balm out of his satchel and applies it to pursed lips. "Although, I'm looking forward to watching this speech you've been stressing about." On top of preparing for the investiture ceremony, I've been putting in overtime training with Gord to give one of the keynote opening speeches at a new museum exhibit that celebrates the 634 different First Nations communities in Canada, alongside other representatives of Canadian government and the First Nations. As a dedicated royal representative, I've learned the proper pronunciations for each, from the Tsuut'ina Nation to the Tlingit. Mispronouncing a word during my speech would be far worse than a faux pas. It would be a sign of disrespect. And so, I've spent many nights practicing both with Gord and in front of my bedroom mirror. Maple Crown Rule 100. The job of a royal is never done. "Perfect," I say. "So you'll be there." It's more of a statement than a question. Neil quirks an eyebrow. "You're my best friend, Bara. Do I really have a choice?" Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. March 7th, 4:28 a.m. Eastern Time. Investiture Ceremony. Everything We Know So Far. By Omar Scooby. The world holds its breath for the investiture ceremony of Prince Edward. But what particulars do we know thus far about the biggest royal event of the modern century? The investiture ceremony will mark the day the Crown Prince of Canada officially vows his loyalty and allegiance to Canada. While details of the event have not yet been disclosed to the public, speculation about the theme, decor, location, and guest list has begun to swirl around Prince Edward's most monumental day. The centuries-old British custom passed down to the Canadian royals will surely have its own unique flavor and flair. Perhaps the Queen Mother will pass down her own son's investiture coronet. Who will be in attendance? And how is Prince Edward planning on vowing his oath to uphold the values of the Canadian people? The Daily Maple will be monitoring the story closely and posting any and all intel surrounding the mysterious ceremony as it trickles in. More soon, airheads. Related stories. Canadian royals' wax figures finally join British set at Madame Tussauds. Black Lives Matter demonstration. Freddie takes a knee. Queen Daphne announces Indigenous Community Support Fund. Edward's birthday portraits are out and about early. Duke of Cambridge feels unsafe coming to Canada.
Chapter 4. Billy. See, Billy, isn't New York so cute? Pax asks from where we sit in the back seat of the yellow taxi on Monday. All weekend long, they've been pointing out how great New York is. From Saturday's tour of the Empire State Building, during which I tried to spot Juilliard from all the way up on the 86th floor. It was like searching for a needle in a concrete haystack. To yesterday's ferry ride to wave at the Statue of Liberty. To exploring Parsons School of Design. As afraid as I am of what the future may hold, I admit their excitement is finally starting to rub off on me. Absolutely, I reply with a grin. I'm all bundled up in my winter coat and thick thermal socks inside my boots, strands of my long brown hair spilling out from my cowboy hat. There's just something about New York City that makes my face ache from smiling so much. Oh my God! Times Square is serving looks, honey! Pax jabs a gloved hand toward the window, and we marvel at bright, larger-than-life billboards flashing on the sides of buildings. Crowds of people cross in front of us. A knockoff Hello Kitty and Minnie Mouse beckon to passers-by with soggy-looking mitts. Pigeons fight over fallen pretzels. It's beautiful, down to its crumbs. I lower the window and let the roasted chestnut scent waft in. Although it's cold, it's not Little Timber cold. The muffled sounds from seconds ago are sharper and clearer now. Whistles, megaphone voices, clanging bicycle bells, sirens growing softer as ambulances move away. It's all so different from home, so alive and electric. People walk with purpose, people of all shapes and sizes. I spy a young gay couple holding hands and can't help imagining living here, being that couple. I already feel at home. Dad would have hated it, probably. All the noise and chaos, but it still makes me sad that he never got to come here. My phone trills with a text. I wonder if it's Mom checking in on me again, or Mac asking if I've had any celebrity sightings yet. Dustin.
Miss me yet?
I scrunch up my nose, toying with the idea of replying now or later, and show my phone to Pax. They flare their nostrils. Isn't that like the 5th time he's texted you that today? He's incessant. Right? I should reply, but there'll be nothing but time for Dustin when I'm back. I close out the text. The taxi passes Madame Tussauds, where a sign features a new Epic Royals exhibit. Hey, did you want to check out the waxworks of the Canadian Royals? I ask Pax, reading the sign advertising how they've joined the British collection at long last. Whatever that means. They shrug. If we have time, but we also totes don't have to. You not wanting to see something Royals related? I joke. Are you feeling okay? Pax swats at me. What? Of course. I'm feeling 100% times 10, minus almost stepping on that dead rat. The taxi dumps us out, leaving us as one with the city. Pax pulls me in for a selfie for this hashtag moment, hand on their hip, hair whipped fiercely back over their shoulder. It's a short walk to the subway station at Times Square, where a girl on the platform plays The Lark Ascending on violin. I'd know those notes anywhere, but I never expected to hear them here, of all places. It shatters something inside, but the sharp pain turns into that dull pang that's always there these days, deep down inside me. The song was one of the first I ever learned by heart. It was also the song that Dad loved hearing me practice most, and the song I played at his funeral. He used to say, "The universe works in funny ways." Guess he was right about that one. I tossed 3 well-spent dollars into her open case, then swiped my Metro card and breezed through the turnstile like I've been doing it my whole life. I try to tune out Mom's warnings of the dangers of subways, which include a pizza-eating rat. We hop aboard the crowded R train headed to Prince Street. The tourist blog Pax found said there are great cafes there. I'm craving a strong cup of coffee, and Pax wants to check out Soho for its fancy shops and celebrity hotspots. So we spend the next 10 minutes gripping a grimy, germy pole, sorry Mom, and try not to let each grating stop send us sideways. To pass the time, I listen to my repertoire in my earbuds, starting with Paganini and ending with Bach. The jaunty and plucky nature of the concertos in my ear color the subway car in a calm light, despite its harsh fluorescence. I keep reminding myself, I'm not auditioning to get in. I'm auditioning for the experience, for the adventure. Tomorrow is purely for fun. I notice I'm starting to get looks from passengers. It's not just my imagination. One person stares wide-eyed at me, then whispers to their friend, whose eyes sweep sideways till they lock on to mine, then dart away. Another passenger ogles me, but averts their gaze when I turn my head toward them. A kid in a wool cap aims their phone my way for a secret picture? Okay, now you're just being paranoid. He's texting. Still, I shift nervously. Is it just me, or is everyone staring at me? I whisper to Pax. They purse their lips. Honey, are you honestly surprised with that hat and those boots? Okay, so they may have a point. At Prince Street, we head up a flight of steps with the rest of the herd, emerging onto the corner of Broadway and Prince. We wander down Mulberry until a charming brick building with dead ivy clinging to its side catches my eye. I gaze up at an old wooden sign that reads, Blue Unicorn Cafe. Its logo, a unicorn's sparkling horn spearing a croissant. Pax opens their eyes wide. Don't you just love a fantasy-themed cafe? They glow, tilting their head up toward the sign. Inside, we find ourselves staring at a humongous menu wall that would put the Little Timber Diner to shame. So many options, I muse, reading about a centaur cold brew and then a mermaid mocha. Welcome to New York. The barista wipes his tidy apron. He's got square-cut diamonds in his ears, sculpted scruff, tattoos, and the prettiest green eyes I've ever seen. I laugh, feeling my face growing warm. I wasn't prepared for, well, this. And is it really that obvious that we're not from around here? Guess so. I unzip my coat. Pax elbows me and clears their throat. Tell the nice barista what you want. Shaking my thoughts, I glance at what a nearby person's got in front of them. A steaming hot mug of coffee with the unicorn's profile pressed in the glittering foam. Without bothering to check the price, I gesture. That looks good. Pax glances at the drink and grimaces. Coming from the guy who likes maple syrup in his milk, they mutter. Hey, I've loved it since I was a kid, and it hasn't hurt me yet, I shoot back under my breath. Coming from someone who'd order an iced coffee in a blizzard. I smile at the patient barista who's been looking over at the mug. We'll get 2. The barista nods. You got it. You staying here? Pax glances at me and fights a smile. Well, isn't that the question of the hour? They're really taking every opportunity to bolster their insistence I'm made to do more than work a ranch for the rest of my life. Yeah, for here, I say, glaring at Pax while fiddling with the cuffs of my flannel shirt. Coming right up. The barista flashes a contagious smile. He has a sparkly, intense look in his eye as he rings me up, and as he slides the change into my hand, I swear he lingers so that our fingers just barely touch. It sends my heart racing. We find a dragon table tucked at the back of the cafe. Pax plunks down and leans toward me. He was totally making eyes at you. I laugh, brushing it off. What? No. Yes! The barista appears, setting down our mugs. Here you go. I instantly notice two things. One, my latte's foam has been poured to look like a heart, and two, he wrote his number on the napkin. When I look up at him again, he's already back behind the register. Nothing magically unexpected like this ever happens back home. It's like what Pax has been telling me the past few days. We were made for New York and its wonders. Pax grabs my napkin and their jaw drops. I knew it, they whisper in excitement. I grab the napkin back, suppressing a smile. It's nice knowing there's a place in the world where gay people can confidently flirt with one another. I may have a boyfriend, but it's been hard-won. And it occurs to me that I've never had a stranger flirt with me in my entire life. And dang, it feels good. Maybe too good. Pax sips their latte and raises one penciled eyebrow suggestively. You know, for not being iced, this coffee is delicious. Imagine him making you this coffee every morning. Oh, shut it, I quip with a chuckle. Bet mine doesn't taste as good as yours, with that side of phone number, though, Pax teases. Hardy har har. I try my delicious latte while peering over at the counter. The barista's serving the next customer. My body's buzzing, like electricity's coursing through my veins. I set my mug down, then check my texts. Dustin, I miss you. A lot. Then, a minute later, hey, you there? I show Pax, feeling like I've been caught red-handed. Did you want to call him and check in? Pax asks, forehead wrinkled up. We can do that later. Come on, let's finish up here, then walk to the West Village. Draining the rest of our lattes, we head toward the door. My heart pounds hard in my chest, and I can't tell if it's the caffeine or the barista. I manage to avoid his gaze as he gives a wave, and I step outside. See? I've been telling you that you're profoundly attractive for how long? Pax gushes. Probably the real reason why everyone's been staring at you. Thanks. But when I catch my reflection in the glass of a bookstore next door, I'm not so sure. Between my pilling flannel shirt, faded winter coat, and plain, wide-leg jeans, I do seem a bit small town. I remove my hat. I've always liked my hair on the longer side, but suddenly, I'm seeing myself in a new light. And for the first time maybe ever, I care about how I look. I don't look like someone who would play at Juilliard. I don't look like someone who is even confident. As I stare at my reflection, I start to feel this weird, echoey sensation in my gut. I think about how Pax always says what we wear is a form of communication. Studying myself now, I see someone who is lost. Someone who is saying, I don't know where to go next. I turn to Pax. How about I get a haircut? I suggest. Pax gapes. I shrug, smiling. New York, new me? Pax hops in place. Yes, I am so here for it. Perfect. I bet we can find a good barbershop nearby. Pax's eyes gleam with excitement. Yes! And so, following a map on my phone, we amble northwest for 20 minutes on the crooked, crisscrossing streets that lead to the West Village. It's as if I'm being pulled by some magnetic force, marveling at the rainbow flags flying in front of every establishment up and down Christopher Street. queer people are everywhere, holding hands, linking arms. This would be a great place to go on a date. A real date, too. Not a night of watching Dustin shoot hoops, then grabbing Burger King on the way home. Stomach clenched from the revelation, I bury it down. The more steps I take, the more I realize I'm walking taller, strutting even. I don't hate this feeling. In fact, it's exhilarating. It's clear from the way Pax's lip is quivering and their eyes shimmer. They finally found a place where they can flourish, too. We're not in Little Timber anymore, Pax breathes. We get sidetracked and wander into the heavenly scented Magnolia Bakery, where we buy 2 extremely overpriced cupcakes that we can take back to the hotel and enjoy later. Then we pass the historic Stonewall Inn and end up outside a hole-in-the-wall barbershop with a rainbow pole out front instead of the common red, white, and blue one. Pax opens the glass door for me. After you. I take a deep breath and stride into the shop. Inside, a tattooed barber with a thick handlebar mustache guides me into a bubblegum pink chair. Right now, he's giving me Destitute Muskrat Baby, and we need him to give us Concert Violinist at Carnegie Hall, Pax informs the barber. Got to love Pax. The sun slowly sets as the barber gets to work. Pax hovers over him, excitedly pointing out to snip here and buzz there, like they've waited all their life for this moment of transformation, which they have. The chair spins around to face the mirror, and I find myself looking at a clean-shaven young man, his ponytail lobbed off to reveal tidy, ear-grazing waves. I get all warm inside, not sure if I want to laugh or cry or hug the barber. Doesn't that look so much better? Pax asks, head cocked, hands on hips.
You look like a prince.
The barber clutches the 6-inch lock of hair in his fist beside my head. Now there's a gorgeous Juilliard caliber musician, Pax says. In flannel, but still. It's a start. They squeeze my shoulders. You look hot. I mean, hello. Pax gives me their silly, over-the-top elevator eyes. I look up at them and grin. You told me so. You were right. After thanking the barber profusely and coughing up $30 for my haircut, Pax and I stumble out into the evening air and take a cab back to the hotel with our pastel-colored cupcakes. When we first arrived at the hotel on Friday, we were shocked by how tiny the room was, but we didn't care. We jumped on the bed, checked out the mini-fridge even though we couldn't afford anything inside it, and stayed up late, me practicing violin while Pax watched hours of trashy reality TV, muted with captions, while sketching out garments with their trusty pencil and ruler. Now Pax watches TikTok fashion hacks and eats their cupcake on our shared bed in front of the TV, while I take my treat to a corner desk. An uneasiness stirs inside me. I need to FaceTime with Dustin. The napkin with the barista's number feels heavy in my pocket, and I toss it into the trash can. I couldn't do that to the same guy who made my name and birthday the password to all his logins. Dustin picks up on the third ring, his handsome face filling the screen. I keep the camera focused on the pink frosted cupcake, suddenly worried how he'll react to my haircut. Hey, babe. How's New York so far? Keeping busy, it seems. Is that a cupcake? He laughs. You're FaceTiming me a shot of a cupcake? Everything here is fine. I try to downplay just how awesome it's been. How's Little Timber? For some reason, I can't get myself to say home. He grins wide. Guess who won against Twin Creeks? No way! Congrats! I fiddle with a cupcake in front of the camera, unwrapping the paper. Did you score any goals? You mean points? He laughs. A few. It was a close game. Hey, seriously,
enough with the cupcake. Let me see your handsome face.
Sure. But I've got a surprise for you, I say, suddenly nervous. I turn the phone and tilt my head from side to side, showing off my new do. His eyes bug out for a second.
It's different.
He rubs his jaw.
You know I've always liked your hair long.
Ouch. I'm starting to regret calling him. So you don't like it?
No. I mean, yes, I think it makes you look... It's just so different.
Yeah, you said that already. A hurt little laugh escapes me. I'm not allowed to change, is that it?
Hey,
You know that's not what I mean.
you look very handsome.
I let out a breath. I'm never this sensitive. I don't know what's come over me. Okay, I relent. Nice save.
I just miss you, he says with a sigh. I've waited all day to talk. I didn't want to go there, but...
But what?
You haven't exactly been that great at texting me.
It's a small comment, and it's the truth. So why does it make me so defensive? I'm trying, I wish you could just be happy that I'm getting this chance to live it up a little.
I am happy for you, babe. I'm just jealous is all,
Dustin says with that grin that sets me at ease and makes me remember why I love him, why I'm loyal to him, and to Montana. Why, despite what happens in New York City, Little Timber is home. And that's reality. There's a safety in the set path ahead there, a familiarity I cling to like a saddle horn on horseback. Dustin's smile is the same one that reassured me in the wake of Dad's death that all was going to be okay, that time heals all wounds. I rub my forehead. I'm sorry. I've only been in the city for a couple of days, and already I'm turning into a jaded New Yorker. Look, I miss you too. And I want to talk more, but I have to get ready for tomorrow. Talk soon. Love you.
Love you.
He sounds defeated. I make a mental note to find a great and hopefully affordable souvenir to bring back for him as an apology. Right now, I just can't handle Dustin and the reminder of everything back home. Everything that doesn't and won't ever change. Not now that I know just how wonderful it really is out in the big wide world. I hang up and smash my half-eaten cupcake into a napkin. Too sweet and too vanilla. Pax's voice cuts through the quiet. That was a $5 cupcake. I'm nestled deep in a dream. Dad is there, and we're laughing like nobody's business. I don't even know what's so funny. Mom and Mac are there too, twirling each other in a circle. It's a beautiful sunny day outside the ranch, the bitterroot flowers in full bloom. Dad's laugh turns into a hacking cough. A cloud covers the sun. Then I remember with a clarity that caves my smile in that he's gone, that I left my family behind. I'm woken up by Pax bolting up from their own heavy sleep. Sweet Mary and Muslin. They shake my shoulder. Billy, wake up. You're going to be late. I drag myself up. The digital clock on the nightstand reads 9:27 a.m., which means I have exactly 33 minutes to get to Juilliard. Crap! Oh no, I overslept. I grab my phone. Why didn't my alarm go off? I know I said it. It doesn't matter, Pax yells. Get up! This is bad. This is so bad. Pax rips open the dusty curtains, letting in morning light. Go, go, go! I launch out of bed. I think I'm going to be sick. I wriggle into my white shirt, Argyle sweater vest, and navy suit. It's probably the fastest costume change in human history. Pax brushes my jacket off and nods. You look amazing. Now go. Knock 'em dead, honey.
I believe in you. Violin, cash, and key in hand, I race through the hall, down the stairs, and through the lobby, then burst outside. As if by magic, a taxi pulls right up. I wrench open the door and scoot inside. Lincoln Center, I yell. Please. The driver peels off. I've got 15 minutes on the clock. I run through my repertoire in my head. 2 contrasting movements, full concerto movement, and a modern piece. But an absurd, hopeful little thought squirms around in my head. Could attending Juilliard one day be what I was actually destined for? After 8 minutes of sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, the school's still a good ways away. Is traffic always this bad here? I ask the driver.
Yeah, it is. But today's worse than usual.
He swivels around.
Why? You late or something?
I'm supposed to be at Juilliard in 8 minutes. I check my phone, ignoring an I love you text from Dustin. 7.
Buddy, your best option is to get out here and go on foot down West 65th over there.
He points out the window.
Can't miss it.
I hand him a 20. Thanks, keep the change. Then I hop out and race down the street, the soles of my shoes slapping the pavement, my violin case swinging with each pump of my arms, my lungs aching. The avenue ahead is blocked off by police cars for some reason. Just my luck. Then to my left I notice a plaza that appears to stretch to the next avenue over. Maybe I can cut through there to get to West 65th. I fly up the steps into the plaza. Everything has been leading up to this one moment. The beat-up violin Dad gave me for Christmas when I was 9. Learning songs by just listening to them first and playing them back by ear. Spending hours practicing in my room after I discovered I was gay as a way to pass the time until I grew up and could live a different life. Dad poking his newly bald head in with that soft smile that never changed, even when everything else about him did. His sunken eyes shut, enjoying my song, The Ascending Lark. And when I finished, he said, "That's the one I want." I pick up the pace, racing past a big fountain in the center of the plaza that's bursting with water, pigeons taking off at my feet, their wings beating in slow motion. I hope I make it. It'll be a miracle if I do, though, because there's a crowd of screaming people in my path.
Canadian Royal Communications, 8th March. Statement from His Majesty the King. Today, in honor of Commonwealth Day, Daphne and I provide a special message. As member of the Commonwealth, which consists of 54 countries, we are so very pleased to have such a diverse and wonderful relationship to so many types of peoples. Over the next week, we celebrate the camaraderie, spirit of togetherness, and accomplishments of the Commonwealth. To kick things off, our son is set to give an important speech at an exhibit celebrating the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, whose cultures and customs are celebrated now and always. Ends. Chapter 5. Edward. There's nothing worse than spending a morning thumbing through the myriad designer suit jackets hanging in my oversized closet. For most occasions, like for my speech today at the First Nations exhibit, I have help selecting something classic and understated. My royal style advisor was supposed to be here at 7 a.m. with the outfit she prepared for me, but I've just learned she's at the hospital with stomach cramps and nobody knows where the outfit is, so it's all on me to find the perfect look. Super. Just what I need. More pressure. Maple Crown Rule 22. Elegance is effortless. I keep batting aside sleeves and shoulders, moving down the line of suits organized by color and shade. Which one? Which one? Which one? I pause to yank out 2 royal blue ones, both with nice tapered silhouettes. Still, neither feels right, so I shove them back on the rack with a belabored sigh. I start by the whites again, then sidestep to the reds, fingertips grazing sleeves, until I stop toward the back. 70 designer suits, and not one is right for the event? I know how absurd this sounds, but it's true. I have nothing to wear. Gord appears in the doorway, looking shipshape in a black turtleneck, gray plaid suit, and bold-framed glasses. His eyes scan the suits. "The green one," he says brusquely, and then he's gone. I sigh. Thank God for Gord. "The green one," I say to myself. Classique. Then I remember I own 5 green suits, each a different shade of green with a variety of textures and patterns. "Wait, which green one?" I call. "Gord, which green one?" "Gold buttons," he replies from the living room. Great. I grab the custom suit and shrug it on in front of my floor-length gilded mirror. With the addition of a luxe leather boot, my outfit is complete. Not too shabby. I practice a genuine-looking smile. Earlier, I diffused my hair and added products aplenty in an attempt to achieve a lustrous, free-flowing, effortlessly tousled mane. Sometimes my hair looks best if I just do it myself, but today is not one of those days. I tuck a few frizzy strands behind my ears, grateful there will be a hair and makeup team backstage at the event. Gord beckons. "Time to go, Your Royal Highness." Moments later, my town car crawls painfully through atrocious traffic toward Lincoln Center. All the while, I'm mentally running through the lines of my impending speech. Welcome to the Canadian First Nations exhibit. The car slogs through an intersection where a mass of people behind a barrier wave little Canadian flags. A smaller group of protesters holding anti-monarchy signs is exactly what the royals fear. Gord told me at one of our lessons that the Canadian monarchy continues to be in fine standing, despite the many loud voices of dissent. When Mum and Dad first moved to Canada, there was a movement by the Francophone population to abolish the monarchy altogether. Other factions hoped the silly tradition would phase out. The majority of Canadians saw the establishment of a new monarchy as a tremendous step backward for the country. The votes at the time, however, shockingly showed otherwise. Yes, people are still taking bets on when Granny will croak, but even after she does, our new monarchy in Canada will live on. At least, that's the plan, if all goes accordingly. The glass facades of Lincoln Center swim into view, along with its gigantic posters showing shirtless male ballet dancers stretching mid-moves. What I'd give to meet one of those danseurs. But that's playing with fire. "Just about ready, sir?" Gord asks over his shoulder from the passenger seat. "Just about," I reply, despite the words drying up in my throat. I slide my index cards out of my jacket to check an Inuktitut pronunciation. When it comes to Gord, I aim to please, meaning I'd better not mess this up. No member of the Canadian royal family has been cancelled yet. Granted, it's just me, Mum, and Dad, but I don't want to be the first. Maple Crown Rule 17. Stick to the script. My phone dings, and Gord shoots me a look, reminding me to set it to silent. Oops. Neil. Traffic. Sad face. Edward. You're on a date, aren't you? Neil's presence during the ramp-up to my investiture puts me at ease, because he does ridiculous things like stick his tongue out at me from the audience as I'm giving a speech in an attempt to make me lose composure. He usually doesn't succeed. If traffic truly is keeping him, I'll simply have to make do without his supportive and highly amusing presence. The car jostles down West 65th Street and stops opposite Lincoln Center. People swarm the car, flashing cameras, whooping and cheering. So much for the inconspicuous back entrance, I tell Gord as the screaming intensifies. The car comes to a full stop, and I brace myself. Fans press against the tinted glass, shrieking my name, phones raised, thrashing, standing on tiptoe, as police officers attempt to drive them back. Hit with the desire to check how my hair's holding up, I stare at my phone screen. Gord unbuckles his seatbelt from up front. It's go time. I bat at a particularly stubborn strand, all while attempting to ignore the frenzied crowd. A girl bangs on the window. I jump, and my perfect swoop of brown hair falls flat across my forehead. Excellent. Now I have to redo the whole thing. I mutter darkly, as Maple Crown Rule 23 comes to mind about always appearing neat and tidy. Gord spins around. "Edward," he says in his calmest tone, "they are going to fix it inside." Right. I give my A-OK signal. A reassuring smile breaks across Gord's face. "The people love you. You're the reason why the new monarchy's become so popular. You can do no wrong." If only he knew the truth. At that, he nods, then slides out of the car in synchronicity with my chauffeur, who then opens my door. I step out, finding myself within the circle of my security detail. The second my boots connect with the ice-encrusted concrete, the crowd roars, but I can forget clamping my ears in an attempt to drown out the din. Being Crown Prince means not showing any discomfort, physical or mental. In a sick way, I thrive on stressing out by working so hard, but then making it seem totally effortless. Maple Crown Rule 86. Remain tranquil in times of tension. I wave, I smile, I button my blazer to block out the chilly air. The crowd goes wild. Apparently it doesn't take much. Reporters thrust microphones at me. Fangirls hold up camera phones, little maple leaf flags, and homemade posters. "Your Royal Highness! Sir, over here! You look amazing. Can I get a picture with you? Can you please sign this?" Maple Crown Rule 7. No favoritism. "Prince Edward, smile for us. Big smile." Maple Crown Rule 32. Smile and wave. I give a little wave and a coy grin in acknowledgement without breaking my stride. Gord's hand on my arm steers me like the tiller on a sailboat, guiding me up a set of steps past a tree-lined plaza alongside the concert hall, where more airheads, my self-titled fans, combust with excitement behind the barriers. A fear of mine is that one day the fans will overwhelm the protective measures set and stampede. Luckily, the doors to the hall aren't far. I strut forward as jets of water erupt from the fountain, making a concerted effort to take everything in stride. Maple Crown Rule 75. Gord leads me through a roped-off path, where the crowd shouts my name behind more barriers. Every muscle in my body tenses, and I remember to look completely at ease. A tricky combination. Bending one of the rules, I point and give a thumbs up at a fan holding a sign that says, "I heart Eddie," and laugh good-naturedly. The crowd goes berserk, cheering and screaming, each person vying for me to give them the slightest glance. "We'll be taking a look at the new exhibit celebrating the First Nations," says a reporter who's speaking into the camera. She sees me passing by and orders the camera to swivel my way. "Your Royal Highness, how does it feel knowing the Canadian monarchy is here to stay thanks to you?" I smile, gripping the strict directive not to comment, and keep striding toward David Geffen Hall. "Hair and makeup are in the lobby, waiting to bring you backstage." Gord passes me off to a handler from the exhibit, a man dressed in all black with a clear plastic coil in his ear. My handler bows his head. "Very nice to meet you, Your Royal Highness." "Nice to meet you, too." He's cute. I hope he can't tell I'm blushing. If I ever were to have a secret boyfriend, he would most certainly be my type. Deep voice, broad muscles, simple attire. I'm wishing Maple Crown Rule 59, no inappropriate displays of affection, was struck from the records as I eye his big hands. Gord stops to give the press their statement while my handsome handler leads me ahead. The museum guards hold the doors open for me. "Would you like for me to walk you into the lobby?" asks my handler. "That's quite all right," I say, in an attempt to be polite, as much as I want him to come. "Thank you." He nods and stops short, and I proceed through the glass doors, which close behind me, silencing the energetic crowds. It's nice and quiet inside. Despite the steel-gray lobby, packed with guests in informal dresses and suits milling about or lined up outside the washrooms, there are little covered tables set up and people eating fruit and drinking coffee, waiting for the theater to open its doors. Videos on walls preview the gallery art. But where the hell is hair and makeup? I pass through security gates and venture ahead, past velvet ropes, a concession stand, and gaggles of guests wondering if they should chance approaching me, as evidenced by their furtive glances. Before anyone can stroll over, I quickly pull the flash and dash and find a door marked backstage that's been left ajar. The back corridor is long and dark and smells like wet paint. I approach a door marked Dressing Room 2. A card insert says Crown Prince, a.k.a. moi. The sanctuary of the dressing room. Enfin. Time to spruce up and deliver a speech worthy of everyone's continued support. After all, our monarchy is always in the balance, as Gord likes to remind me. I step foot into the dressing room right before I get the wind knocked out of me.
Chapter 6. Billy. There's no way in the whole wide world I'm getting through the extreme number of people packed outside Lincoln Center like cattle. Without missing a beat, I change course and race back down the steps to the street, past enormous banners advertising something called the First Nations exhibit, showing beautiful sculptures, statues, and jewelry. So that's what all the hubbub is about. I hurry past photographers snapping long-range cameras and shouting. There must be a celebrity nearby. Pax and Mac would go hog wild. I glance around on their behalf, but everyone on the street looks famous. I can hear Pax now. You don't know what any celebrities look like, and you don't care to know. Sprinting along Broadway, I weave and dart through clumps of leisurely, meandering people. Why are they moving so slowly? Tourists. One even stops to take a photo of me. Huh? Weird. I fly around the corner and come to a rest halfway down West 65th Street, panting hard and perspiring in my way-too-hot sweater vest. Across the street, I spot the entrance to the Juilliard School, the words in silver letters gleaming on the massive stone building. I go to cross the street, stepping right in front of a moving taxi. It slams its brakes and honks. And to think I promised Mom that I'd be careful. If New York doesn't kill me, Mom sure will, for breaking more than a few of her safety rules. I luckily make it to the other side in one piece and stop just outside Juilliard. Through its glass doors, I can see stairs leading up and people, students, bustling around. I'm cutting it close, I mumble, my hands closing around the door's cold metal handlebar. There you are, shouts a woman in an all-black official-looking suit and dangling earpiece. I turn to her, frozen. Is she talking to me? I look over my shoulder. There's no one else it could be. Her eyes sweep the sidewalk. What are you doing alone? Why wouldn't I be alone? Hi, I know who you are. She winks, then regards my violin. Violin? Nice. She jabs her thumb toward a gray building across the street. It's scheduled to be in David Geffen Hall. I blink, suddenly star-dazzled. Really? Visions of Dudamel leading the Philharmonic flash through my head. I'm going to get to play in the same building that they do? The woman is still looking at me. Of course. Would you please come with me, sir? She heads onto the crosswalk with purpose. Right this way. We're lucky the paparazzi aren't all over us here. I bolt after her, trying my best to keep up, feeling something in my chest swell with excitement. She passes a flight of steps and stops at the corner of a building, where she pulls open a stage door and holds it for me. Inside, it's dark except for the pale morning light streaming in from the door's tiny rectangular windows. She bolts the lock. Follow me, please. The light is suddenly blocked out by people banging and yelling, though I can't make out a single word. I think other people are trying to get in, I start to say. Well, they'll just have to wait, the lady replies without a backward look. Right this way. I'm led down a hall and into a dressing room with dandelion yellow walls. A man in a jean jacket and a woman in a black V-neck and braids scurry toward me.
guiding me into a chair facing a mirror and counter covered with makeup and hair products. I catch my reflection. I look disheveled, with a clammy forehead and rumpled jacket. I'm surprised they provide hair and makeup before auditions, but I'm not going to say no. The woman in the V-neck begins dabbing products into my hair, while the man in the jean jacket gets to work on my eyebrows. Who knew they needed it? We were told to do just a subtle look. He takes the tiniest sponge I've ever seen and pats some light-colored liquid under my eyes, then uses a larger sponge to smear even more of it all over my face, followed by powder the color of a stale chocolate bar. You've got beautiful skin. Thanks. I get sprayed in the face with water that smells like mint. Is this all typical for Juilliard auditions? I think we're finished. The man steps back with the lady, and they admire their work. In the mirror, I'm pleasantly surprised. I look like me, but more refined. Messy, sweaty Billy is gone. My nose is no longer shiny, and my brows look fuller and more even. The tip of my nose and my cheekbones glisten, and my lips look fresh as a peach. Pax would approve. They'd also be jealous they didn't get the honor of shining me up themselves. Do you like it? The makeup artist asks. It looks... I want to say it looks even more like I'm a concert violinist at Carnegie Hall. Great. Thank you. I clear my throat, realizing just how parched I am from running here. I'll be right back with some water, the hairstylist says. Sorry, they usually have water bottles in here. She zips out of the room. All right, just sit tight, says the makeup artist. I'll go check and see if they're ready for you, Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness? Before I can ask why he called me that, he's gone too. I sit staring at my reflection and wait. Sure is quiet in here. I study the giant wall clock in the reflection hanging above the couch. 10:08 a.m. Maybe they're running over with other auditions. I strain to hear for the sounds of strings or brass, but it's silent. I rub my finger nervously over my birthmark on my hand. A little voice inside can't help feeling something's off. I should really find someone who can tell me what's going on. Unsettled, I decide to seize my violin case and barrel out the door when, wham! Somebody slams into me. Yelping, we both go down. My violin skitters across the dressing room floor. I pull myself to my feet, turn to face the body slammer, and freeze. It's like gazing in a mirror. He has swept back dark brown hair, just like mine. A heart-shaped face with high cheekbones, just like mine. And clear hazel eyes, just like mine. I think this was a ruse if he didn't look just as shocked as I feel. We're, he whispers. Identical, I breathe. It's uncanny, he adds, his expression awestruck. Bon Dieu. Your Royal Highness, you're on, a voice says from an intercom in the dressing room. Your Royal Highness. There's that phrase again. My lookalike shakes his head, massages his temples, and steps up to the mirror, where he grabs a can of hairspray and spruces up. He eyes me in the reflection. Listen, if you're some obsessed fan who's trying to turn himself into me, I'm flattered, but no matter how you slice it, it's a little creepy. Fan? What is he talking about? He smooths down his shirt, then approaches where I'm standing stock still in the doorway. Excuse me, I have a speech to give. By the time I come back, it would be in your best interest for you to be gone. Wait. Speech? Something felt extremely off before, but now it screams off. This isn't the Juilliard audition, is it? Ignoring my question, he skirts around me, shooting another glance my way. I can tell I'm not the only one who thinks this is really, really weird. Hey, I call after him as he strides away. Is this... what speech? But he's already gone. Suddenly, it all falls into place. All this time, people thought I was this guy, whoever he is. The Glam Squad, being called Sir and Your Royal Highness. What is wrong with me? The wall clock reads 10:11 a.m. I snatch up my violin, race down the corridor, and unbolt the stage door, then burst through it and into the sunlight. The people who are trying to get in are nowhere to be seen. Juilliard is right in front of me. I'm late. I am so late. I dash across the street and into the building. A security guard glances up at me and blinks. ID? I'm here for an audition, I pant, wresting my driver's license out of my pocket. Confirmation of audition appointment? He asks in a slow, deadpan voice. I fish out the invitation, which is a crumpled mess by now. The man acknowledges it, chewing slowly on a big wad of gum, then looks at his watch. You're going to need to reschedule. What? But... He checks a clipboard. You've been marked as a no-show. My stomach drops, and I feel like I could both puke and cry. My body shakes. I let out a rattling breath and clench my violin case. How could I have let this happen? Good thing you have a perfectly logical explanation, Pax says, trying to cheer me up. We're lying on the hotel bed, watching a Ryder Russell action movie on TV about a heist involving fast cars. Not even Ryder's oiled-up muscles can make me feel better. Yeah, I shove another slice of pizza in my mouth. After taking a taxi straight back to the hotel, I was too bummed to hit the town and explore. Having room service pizza delivered was the right way to go. Well, just wait and see if they write back, honey, Pax reassures me, changing the channel. Oh, Real Housewives of Ottawa reruns. Let's see what kind of salads they'll be discussing. You're not even going to ask me about my doppelganger? I take another cheesy bite. How could Pax not be more curious about this? Don't you think this is really weird? Pax chews their lip and looks at me, their mouth quirking in the corner. Honestly, I don't think it's that weird. New York is a big city, and there are millions of people here. They're right. I must be blowing this out of proportion. I don't mean any offense by what I'm going to say, but you've got a common, handsome look. Conventionally handsome. That isn't a bad thing. By the way, you seriously look so polished in that makeup, they add, but you should really take it off before you start to break out. They point at their bottle of makeup remover sitting on the desk. So, when are you going to tell your family and Dusty Boo? I reach for my laptop on the bedside table and refresh my email. That I have a doppelganger? That you totally missed the audition you came here for in the first place. Oh, that. I click refresh again. A new message appears. Juilliard wrote back, I gasp, and quickly read the reply. To Billy Boone at rancher.edu, from admissions@juilliard.edu. Subject, makeup audition, March 8th at 8:46 p.m. Dear Billy Boone, thank you for letting us know. We regret to inform you that it is not possible to reschedule. We hope you consider reapplying in the future. Sincerely, Ashley Kosara, Assistant to Dean of Admissions. What? I say, crestfallen. I can't reschedule? Pax narrows their eyes at the screen. That's not fair. Hence my big meltdown right now. I slam my laptop and yell into my pillow. I'm livid I missed the chance to perform at Juilliard. Calming thoughts. Think of puppies playing in a jungle gym. I roll my head to the side and shoot daggers at Pax. Okay, sorry. Rage on. Sheesh. I gaze out the window, Who knew I'd be this bummed? Hey, you can always visit me at Parsons this fall. I shake my head, eyes glued to the sparkling, magical skyline. That's not the same. And we have a few more amazing days to explore New York, Pax adds brightly. Thursday's the day I have my ticket for the St. Fang Torsk pop-up fashion experience. You should come with me. I'm sure we can get you a ticket at the door. Nothing cheers you up like astro-vampire Scandinavian French fusion couture. I laugh. No, nothing cheers you up like astro-vampire Scandinavian French fusion couture. Then I sigh, and I love you for suggesting it. But I told you months ago when you were buying your ticket not to get a ticket for me because it's not my thing. Anyway, I don't know what I want to do anymore. I'll probably just wander around the hotel neighborhood. I groan. What was I thinking coming here anyway? You were following your heart, Pax says quietly. It'll be okay. Maybe it's fate. The universe playing a cruel joke. Maybe it's Dad saying, "You don't need anybody else to tell you that you're a great violinist. You knew that already." He always made me feel better. Whether I was venting to him after a hard day at school, or needing him to bandage my scraped knee after slipping on black ice, or calling him after the truck broke down on the side of the road in a blizzard, and he came to find me, his flashlight cutting through the thick swirls of snow like a beacon of hope. That was Dad, there to make everything okay again. I miss him more and more every day. At least going home will mean returning to him, in a way. Besides, this was always the plan from the start. And I know Mom and Dustin will be ecstatic to have me back for good. I should find some comfort in that. But oddly enough, I don't.
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. March 8th, 9:34 p.m. Eastern Time. Prince dazzles at First Nations exhibit by Omar Scooby. Earlier today, at the opening of the First Nations exhibit at David Geffen Hall, Prince Edward gave his first speech since re-entering the fold, and delivered it to perfection in an impressive lineup. The indigenous people have faced and do face terrible injustices, so the question is, where do we go from here? The first in line to the Canadian throne posed. After touching on the tragedies surrounding Canada's residential schools, the Crown Prince encouraged Canada's First Nations to continue to share their stories. The new exhibit celebrates the endurance and vitality of Canada's Indigenous people through its one-of-a-kind gallery pieces created by First Nations artists living in New York, with an emphasis on tradition, diversity, and resilience, as well as cultural contributions and legacy. In 2 months, the exhibit moves to Canada, where it will find its permanent home. It's clear that Prince Edward is committed to supporting and fortifying Indigenous languages, arts, and cultures. We've never seen the Crown Prince in finer form. Related stories. 7 myths about the Canadian royal family. Photos of Queen Daphne wearing Jolie's ruby ring. Polls up after Eddie's surefire speech. Win for Eddie spells longevity for monarchy. Chapter 7. Edward. The next day, I decide to whip up a batch of flaky, sugar-encrusted whale's tail pastries, cracking open my well-worn annotated cookbook. I'm still relishing in how well my speech went over at the First Nations exhibit, even without Neil there to flare his nostrils at me from the front row. I find myself chuckling about how I ran into my less attractive doppelganger. What had he been hoping for anyway? While giving the dough time to rise in its lightly greased bowl, an email pops into my inbox from none other than Chef Pierre. Dear Prince Edward, I heard you're staying in New York for a time. I'll be in the city for a Good Morning America segment on Friday. If you still enjoy baking just as much as you did when we met in my restaurant, I'd be happy to get together with you in the early evening on Friday for that baking tutorial. If you're available, let me know where you'd like to meet. I hope all is well. My best, Chef Pierre. Not only is Chef Pierre one of the finest pastry chefs in the world, he practically put the prophet in profiterole, but he is also the chef who piqued my interest in baking to begin with, and the only one who knows about my secret baking bliss. Well, besides Neil and Gord. I met Chef Pierre years ago, when my parents had a private dining experience at Pierre's-en-Parc, his patisserie here in the city, and he promised me one day he'd teach me to bake the way he did. And now, my thoughts begin racing in excitement. Since Chef Pierre doesn't have his own cookbook, I've been dying to learn his heavily guarded recipes and techniques. Perhaps we'll bake his chocolate-smothered bear claw pastries. Or perhaps I can ask him for tips on my own Saskatoon berry pie recipe. We could use the kitchen here at the mansion. I'm sure I can give a heads up to my senior chef, Jacques. I draft a response, and am just adding my salutations, when, "Can reading up on Canadian history for your upcoming investiture ceremony really be bringing you so much joy, Your Royal Highness?" Gord asks from the doorway, gigantic textbook in hand. "You know it," I quip, minimizing my email on instinct. God forbid I'm not studying 24/7. Gord drops the large tome on top of the pile of other books on the kitchen island with a thud. "Why don't you try getting through this one by week's end? A History of Canada's National Policy." I'd much rather be figuring out which dish I want to whip up with Chef Pierre on Friday, but I keep it to myself. Yippee! He then drops a newspaper on the table with the headline, "Prince Dazzles at First Nations Exhibit." "Nicely done, sir." I grin. "I have you to thank, as always." He wrinkles his forehead. "You don't give yourself enough credit, do you?" My eyes shift back to my laptop. "Hey, remind me, am I free Friday night?" Gord shakes his head. "Friday night your attendance is required at the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Chef Yamamoto's new sustainable sushi restaurant in Brooklyn Heights." "That's right," I muse, pinching the bridge of my nose as I remember it having been recently slotted into my schedule. "Something the matter, sir?" Gord asks. I break into an easy smile. "It's just that Chef Pierre wanted to drop by for a baking session Friday night," I admit. "Can't I skip the ribbon cutting this time around?" Borrowing a staple move from Neil as a last resort, I clasp my hands together pleadingly. Gord shakes his head slowly. Maple Crown Rule 99. Tradition trumps personal preference. I sigh. Sometimes I wish I could be in two places at once. "Not even a prince can be in two places at once," Gord says with a sympathetic smile, his eyes blinking behind his owlish, bold-framed glasses. "Oh, and I had your brooch sent to be shined. It was looking a bit tarnished." "Merci." I close my laptop with a heavy heart. "You can always visit Chef Pierre in Paris," Gord suggests. "Yes, once my schedule clears up, which will never happen." At that, Gord purses his lips. He knows I'm right. It's me, after all. A prince whose funeral was planned since before he was born. "I'll be meeting with members of the firm on Friday evening for our monthly check-in," Gord adds. "Good luck Friday evening. You sure you'll manage on your own?" "Yes, I'll be fine. It's cutting a ribbon, not cutting an artery." Sighing, I slowly pull the thick tome over to me, crack it open to a marked page, and pretend to get lost in it, eyes skimming over how the powers of the Governor-General were gradually transferred back to Dad. Looks like I'll have to tell Chef Pierre that I'm too busy snipping silk to be cutting fondant. I was so looking forward to learning more from him. "Very well, sir. Happy studies." And with that, Gord steps out. I try to focus. My mind keeps reading the same sentence over and over. What other high schooler is brushing up on national policy during their spring recess? Neil's only still in town to spend time with the new boy he's seeing. Otherwise, he'd be jetting off to Dubai or Bali. I start reading again from the top. Anyone who thinks I live a charmed life is sorely mistaken. Wait, start over. He looked just like you? It's a day later, and Neil is leaning across the armchair in my bedroom, mouth agape. I'm seated on my fainting sofa, drafting an email back to Chef Pierre, and drowning my sorrows over missing his visit in a heaping plate of my freshly made whale's tail pastries. Yes, he was the spitting image of me. I take a sugary bite. Neil holds back a laugh. Is this like the time you tried to convince me that you and Timothée Chalamet were lookalikes? No. There is someone out there who looks exactly like me. So, are we thinking he's a stalker who got plastic surgery to look like you, or... Neil muses half teasingly, his teeth sinking into a pastry with a satisfying crunch. Actually, that is what I was thinking. I study Neil's expression as he chews. Well, how'd I do? I gesture to the cinnamon pastry in his hand. He bobs his head. They're not bad. I sigh. Forget I asked. As you were saying? Well, regardless of whether he was a stalker, you running into someone who looks exactly like you is a bit odd. This is just like in that Lindsay Lohan movie. At that, Gord's words rise unbidden from my memory. Not even a prince can be in two places at once. My face lights up. That's it. What's it? Neil implores. Why not use this to my advantage? Absolutely, Neil agrees, not listening at all. Then he blinks. Wait, slow down. What are you talking about, Bara? This is a blessing in disguise. I can swap places with him. A look of delicious understanding dawns across Neil's face. He can do all the boring prince things, so you don't have to. Precisely. Genius! Neil claps his hands. You haven't replied to Chef Pierre's email yet. Let him know he can come by after all. Then this look-alike can go to that tedious-sounding ribbon thing. I start thinking more about the idea. No, I could never get away with it. You know that. I gesture to the closed door. Behind it, there's undoubtedly a security guard or two patrolling the corridor, if not Gord himself. I think all the staff and security would surely notice if a world-renowned chef was coming over to the mansion while I was away. Not to mention they'd see us baking up a storm, then poof, grounded for all eternity. True. Neil grazes the top of his perfectly coiffed thick black hair, then his eyes brighten. So, go to his pâtisserie. I laugh. You think me sneaking out of here is going to be easier than hosting him here? Then I let his suggestion sink in. You know, maybe you're onto something. If my look-alike and I swap places tomorrow night, then the staff and security will see me leaving for the ribbon-cutting event, and if they don't know I'm still in the mansion, then they won't know to keep an eye out for me, giving me the chance for me to slip away and meet Chef Pierre. Neil flashes a self-satisfied smile. There you have it. You can use my driver. After all, my driver's loyal to my parents, not yours. There's still the smallest little problem, I groan. I have no way to get in touch with my look-alike in a city of 1 million+ people. We better get creative then, Neil says. He's your ticket out tomorrow. I inhale sharply and rub my hands together. How do I even find him? Neil snaps his fingers. Well, you mentioned he said something about a Juilliard audition. That's right. And I know the perfect place to start. Really? Where? It's perfect. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. My parents have been patrons of the Juilliard School since forever. Seizing my phone, I go into my contacts and find the number for a friend in the firm, or as Neil likes to call it, the firm grip, because of the stranglehold they seem to have over my life. Then I call on speaker and ask for them to connect me to the Dean of Admissions, one of the many perks of Royal back-channel dealings. Hello, the Juilliard School, Dean Romano speaking, a voice says. Dean Romano, it's Prince Edward. I do hope all is well. The Dean of Admissions' tone changes instantly. Your Royal Highness, it was so nice seeing you at the charity ball the other night. How may I assist you? Do you have a list of the auditions that took place yesterday for violin? Neil wiggles his eyebrows at me. Well, normally we can't give that information out, but since it's for you... Just a moment, please. I hear the clacking of a keyboard. We were supposed to have one person yesterday, but he was marked as a no-show. I sit up straight, and Neil grins in delight. Oh? What's his name? And do you have his contact number? I'm sorry, sir. We can't give that information out. Time to crank up the charm. Of course, I completely understand you not being able to provide me with names and numbers, though it's not as if I would tell anyone that it was you who provided it to me, I continue. But it would be a shame if I told anyone it was you who looked the other way when your nephew played poorly at his audition, but you let him in anyway. Neil gives me an enthusiastic thumbs up. It's quiet on the line. Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time, I add. I let my words linger. Then he speaks in a low voice. His name is Billy Boone. He gives me his number, and Neil jots it down in his notes app. Thank you, my lips are sealed, you're the best. I hop off the phone. Well, that was easy enough. Neil eyeballs me. Was that part true about his nephew? I laugh. Yeah, Rupert in AP Chem, he's the dean's nephew. That's how he got into Juilliard. He told me the entire story. Neil smiles in approval. Way to go, Eddie. He grabs my phone. Call this Billy Boone guy. Right now, do it. Sensing my hesitation, he lifts his own phone. Never mind, I'll do it. Before I lose my nerve, he dials the number provided and puts his phone on speaker. My eyes go wide. Neil, what are we doing? It rings once, twice. Hello? Says a guy's voice. Neil gestures for me to talk. Hi, is this Billy Boone? I deepen my voice. I'm calling from Juilliard on behalf of the Dean of Admissions to discuss rescheduling your audition. I shoot daggers at Neil. Hi, yes, I got the email. I thought I lost out on my chance. Oh, no, a mere misunderstanding. We'd like to reschedule. Great. When were you thinking? Saturday? I spitball, incredulous that I'm actually participating in this ploy, and to be honest, that I'm feeling a tad guilty doing so. Awesome. Yeah, I'll still be in town. What time? I'll have to check. I catch Neil mouthing conspiratorially. Ask him to meet you. Hey, where are you staying? I ask. We'd love to interview you first. I pray that's a thing. An interview? I didn't know that was part of the audition process. Sacrement. Oh, well, yes, just an informal one. We do it all the time. Cafes, restaurants, hotels. Shall we meet in, let's say... I look to Neil, who lifts a finger. 1 hour? Yeah, okay. Thanks so much. Where are you staying? I ask evenly. The Hilton in Midtown. Great. I'll see you in the lobby shortly, Mr. Boone. And with that, I hang up. Neil rubs his hands together. Well, this is going to be interesting. My mind starts playing out all the ways this plan could go south. Actually, maybe this is a bad idea after all. Do you know what my parents would... I know, the terrible grounding. Neil flashes his carefree smile at me. Do you really want to miss out on finally getting to have your private baking class with Chef Pierre for some trifling ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow? This is your chance to get out of it. Live a little, before things just get busier for you. When else can you do this? I've seen that Harry schedule of yours. He is good. I can't believe we're doing this. See? Sneaking out with me now. Think of it as a dress rehearsal for tomorrow night. Before I know it, I'm anxiously shrugging on my bucket hat and sunglasses, aka my disguise. I'm glad you're finally loosening up. Neil reaches for the door when... Knock, knock. Gord's signature one-knuckle double knock. I shoo Neil and he crawls under my canopy bed. Then I rip back the covers, flop onto the mattress, and reel them back over me. "Come in," I intone. I quickly remember to snatch off my bucket hat and sunglasses and stash them under a pillow. "Your Royal Highness," Gord steps into the room. "Are you napping?" Maple Crown Rule 8, no rest for the royals. No, definitely not. I lift a textbook from my side table as if I've been studying. That's me, working all spring recess long. He clocks Neil's shoes, which my best friend had removed by the door, and glances around the room with his hawk eye. "Where's Neil?" "Oh, left," I lie. "Did you come here to tell me something, Gord?" "I was just checking up on you," he smiles. "Read up. I'll be quizzing you in 2 hours on investiture ceremony protocols." "Oh, joy." I manage a smile, casually flipping through the textbook, and then he's gone. I smack the bed frame, and Neil rolls out, stands, and brushes himself off. Grimacing, he holds up a particularly large dust ball. "And I thought you had a cleaning staff." "So, I guess we can say we tried," I say, ignoring him. "Hungry? Let's go see what the staff's planning on making for dinner later." Neil shakes his head, then puts on his shoes before carefully opening the door and slipping silently into the corridor. He beckons for me to follow. "What are you doing?" I whisper truculently. "You heard Gord. I have reading to do and—" "Fine, forget it." I quickly don my disguise again and cram on a pair of loafers. Against my better judgment, we tiptoe down the corridor and take the servants' entrance to the lobby. When Neil's driver sees us, he hastily opens the door. I buckle in. "You are such a bad influence," I mutter. "What's the harm?" Neil cackles. "It'll be quick. Come on, Eddie. Other kids our age are doing far worse on their spring recess. You go in, meet Edward Light, and get out." "Neil, I'm breaking Maple Crown Rule 94, which clearly states that royalty can never just go someplace. Please, you'll be back before Gord can shave his dome. Besides, what's your mom always telling you about the importance of one's independence?" The mum card? Seriously? I lean forward. "I'm going to tell your driver to turn around." "Oh, come on," Neil levels with me. "You have been on your best behavior for the past year thanks to the big screw-up that got you sent here in the first place. This Billy Boone fellow is your blessing in disguise," he winks. "Besides, think of the chocolate genoise cake you and Chef Pierre will be whipping up tomorrow night." I allow myself to grin with excitement. I've been waiting to find out how he makes that cake for years. This plan is absurd. I'm slouched low in the chair of the lobby lounge of the Hilton Midtown, waiting for Billy Boone. The place is loud and crowded, filled with common tourists, and apparently you have to order something in exchange for a seat. I look up from my untouched clam chowder and glance toward Neil with his beet salad, seated at a little table across the lobby, pretending to be absorbed by something on his phone. Or perhaps he's genuinely scrolling through his dating apps. It's hard to know. I check my timepiece. It's been 1 full hour since the phone call. Where is this guy? The longer I sit here, the more Gord's concerned voice creeps into my thoughts. What if you're found out and a mob of paparazzi descends? Or worse, your safety is threatened. Not to mention, I have less than an hour before my Prince Pop quiz. Luckily, people never expect to find a prince out alone among commoners, especially with my jacket pulled up high and my bucket hat pulled so low over my forehead that all I can see are my hands resting on the wobbly little table. I hope that I don't scare him off when he sees I'm the one waiting for him. I feel super creepy. Plus, there's the whole bit about our awkward backstage run-in. Suffice to say, I was a bit beside myself. "Billy, what are you doing down here?" I glance up. Someone my age is standing in front of me with their hands full of shopping bags overflowing with swaths of black velvet and silver feathers, looking at me like we're best friends. They're wearing a fierce lemon-yellow ultra-slim 3-piece suit with a hot pink ruffled shirt and lemon-yellow brogues. OMG, honey, you just got your hair cut and you're hiding it under that cozy-looking hat? I'll never get the bucket hat trend. I am highly confused. Hello? My name isn't Billy. Wait. Are you Prince Edward? Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. They bow lower than I've ever seen anybody bow in my life. Hi, I'm Pax. Pronouns they, them. Literally so charmed to meet you. They're still bowing. What are you doing in our random hotel lobby, Your Royal Highness? I talk through gritted teeth, trying not to draw a lot of attention in the random hotel lobby. Pax comes up from their bow. In the midday light filtering in from the windows, I make out their smooth dark brown complexion, dotted with a constellation of glued-on gems. They're in full glam, with lash extensions, perfectly polished acrylics, and are their earrings shaped like butterflies? From their awestruck expression, I can tell one thing is for certain. They're a total airhead. Sorry? Pax hisses, still louder than I'd prefer. Do I really strike you as a Billy? Shaking the offense, I pump up the charm and smile. Speaking of which, I'm supposed to be meeting a Billy Boone who looks exactly like me. Pax goes slack-jawed. Oh no. Billy wasn't exaggerating. A stilted laugh leaves my lips. About what? He did meet someone who looks just like him. Pax worries the inside of their lip. You're really... I totally thought. I squint harder at them. So, do you know where he is? A sharp gesture from Neil catches my attention, and I realize he's pointing to someone. There, by the bar, is Billy Boone. Cowboy hat, pale yellow flannel shirt, jeans, and muddy boots. Interesting aesthetic. Not much of a step up from that offensive Argyle sweater vest. He's looking this way and that, probably searching for someone who looks like they're from Juilliard. When he sees Pax, he ambles over. OMG, Billy. Pax blurts to him, looking like they've seen a ghost. Then Pax looks from Billy to me, then back to Billy, mouth hanging open, confirming our uncanny resemblance. Sweet Mary and muslin. I look up the brim of my hat at the young man standing before me. Up close, he's just as I remembered, my duller, spitting image. Comprehension dawns on his face at the sight of me. It's you. You're the guy from the dressing room. Guilty. I survey the details of his face. We practically look related, I remark, wondering how he's managed to navigate New York without accidentally being mistaken for me. It must be the whole cowboy look. Like with my bucket hat, no one, not even the keenest paparazzi, would think they'd find my face under that brim. Maybe we are related, he offers, blinking in rapid succession. Doubtful, I smile. Billy Boone, right? It's so nice to meet you. I gesture to the empty blue chair across from me. Yeah? He says, shoving his hands in his jeans pockets. Wait, how did you find me? And how do you know my... Please, sit, I say with a genial smile. This is no small coincidence. There isn't someone from Juilliard here, I'm afraid. So the phone call was... Billy eyes me with distrust. Regardless, Pax urges him in a rather obvious way to sit. I'm sorry I lied to get you to meet me. I'm not with Juilliard, but I know people at Juilliard. My parents know people at Juilliard. I lower my voice. Pax is right. I'm a prince. Since you don't seem to recognize me, here, let me show you. I pull up the @Canadian Royals Instagram page on my phone, showing a slew of photos of me with Fee at the latest ball, name in the caption. I point from the image to myself, then back to the image. Get it? Billy's hazel eyes widen, and he looks to Pax, who confirms it with a nod. I catch Neil, who's still playing lookout, pantomiming checking his timepiece, then jabbing a finger toward the exit, which means I don't have long before I've got to wrap this up and return home. I can pull some strings at Juilliard and get you an actual makeup audition as soon as Saturday morning, if you agree to take my place at one silly little event tomorrow night. Comprehension dawns on Billy's face, and he slowly shakes his head. I'm sorry, I don't think... Just one event, I repeat, flashing my sweet signature smile. He'll do it, Pax chimes in merrily. I don't know. Billy tries to take a step backward, but Pax holds him in place. Wait, I say. Please? If it's not the audition you want, just name your price. It's only a ribbon-cutting ceremony, very easy, trust me. I'm sorry. It doesn't seem right to pretend to be someone else, Billy says with a rueful shake of his head. Well, c'est ce que j'attendais. Hi there. Neil steps over to us. I hate to break this up, but Edward, we have to get going. He jerks his head in the direction of the hotel entrance. Listen, I appeal to Billy, my composure unraveling. I have to go to this event to stand in for my parents tomorrow night. I have to uphold the family tradition, or else the Canadian monarchy could someday be revoked. I don't want to let them down, especially not my dad. Something in his large hazel eyes lights up, as if he's seeing me for the first time. I peer at him. Yes? He nods resolutely. Okay. Just one event. For my Juilliard audition. Hooray! Pax cheers, giving Billy an elated hug. I sigh, realizing how relieved I am at his answer. Thank you. You won't regret it. Para? Neil clears his throat and taps his timepiece. I don't have much time, I tell Billy. So here's what we'll need to do. Baking session. To Chef Pierre at macaron.com. From Edward at canroyals.com. March 10th at 4:40 p.m. Dear Chef Pierre, I would be delighted to see you. Let's meet at your patisserie. See you tomorrow evening. Say 8 p.m.? Best. E. To Billy Boone at rancher.edu. From admissions at juilliard.edu. Subject, makeup audition. March 10th at 6:53 p.m. Dear Billy Boone, confirming your makeup violin audition has been scheduled for Saturday, March 12th at 9 a.m. We look forward to seeing you. Sincerely, Ashley Kosara, Assistant to the Dean of Admissions.
Chapter 8. Billy. There we go. Prince Edward straightens my long silk dress tie and scrutinizes me in his closet mirror. Even the mirror is stylish. It's so surreal standing in a bedroom in the Crown Prince of Canada's mansion. The servant's back entrance that he snuck me through gave no clue as to just how epic this place would be on the inside. As for Prince Edward himself, luckily, Pax was able to fill me in the best they could before we arrived. My eyes dart from the prince down to the fancy clothes I'm wearing. A red velvet suit with a pale red button-down shirt and clean white sneakers. This whole outfit is probably more expensive than everything I own put together. It's no surprise it all fits me like a glove. The tailor-made look makes me feel 10 feet tall, although I'm feeling beside myself. Literally. Where did you say you'll be while I'm standing in for you? I didn't, he replies, brushing the shoulders of my jacket. I try to refocus on the task. I don't need to learn a secret handshake, do I? What? He scoffs. All you need to know is that my town car will be here in 15, at which point you'll head downstairs, out of the west wing, and through the lobby. I'm going to sneak back out the servants' entrance now, so when my chauffeur pulls up, he'll think you're me. I nod. Got it. Now, once you arrive at the event, you do the wave, you smile the smile, and if anyone asks you anything, how do you reply? No comment? I ask, recalling what Prince Edward had instructed me to say while he was piecing my outfit together.
Perfect. See? You've got the whole royal thing down already.
He murmurs something quietly to himself in French, then adds,
On second thought, it's best not to say anything. Canadians would notice your accent. Just keep smiling.
I wipe my sweaty hands on my pants, hoping they don't leave a mark. So I do this switch and get my makeup audition, I say, more for the sake of reminding myself.
Precisely. This ribbon-cutting ceremony will be over before you know it.
Prince Edward smooths my shoulders and looks me head to toe again.
Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd say I was looking at myself.
Your posture still needs some work, but on the whole, I must admit,
you clean up rather nicely, Billy.
His gaze lingers on my left hand.
What's that mark?
Oh, this? I lift it for him to see. It's a birthmark. He stares for a moment in silence.
What? I ask.
No, nothing, he says, then takes in my curious expression.
You're going to need to keep your hand in your pocket.
Oh, okay, I can do that. I slide it into my pocket.
Splendid.
He checks the time.
Well, I have to get going. You'll be great.
He claps a hand on my arm before gliding elegantly through the door.
See you back here at 10, he calls quietly over his shoulder. Remember, just keep smiling. Salut.
He shuts the door behind him, leaving me all alone. I mosey around the ginormous bedroom that drips with marble and gold, and a laugh escapes my lips. No one is going to believe this, including Dustin, who I still haven't told about my audition or this top-secret plan. I'm tempted to FaceTime Pax so they can see this place with their own eyes, but who knows if there are hidden security cameras mounted behind paintings. I'll just have to take in every detail and report back. Out the wall-to-wall window, New York City twinkles for miles and miles. I'll be venturing out there soon for this ribbon-cutting event. Butterflies fill my stomach. I hope I can pull this off. Prince Edward already made good on his promise. Juilliard emailed me mere minutes before my taxi pulled up to the mansion. An official email saying I can make up my audition tomorrow. I even called from the pristine sidewalk out front to confirm it was real. I keep perusing the room. There are framed studio photographs all over the walls of Prince Edward with his parents, the King and Queen of Canada. I vaguely know their history now from Pax's rapid-fire overview in our hotel this morning. The Canadian Queen, Duchess or something like that at the time, was under harsh scrutiny from the tabloids and was basically run out of England. Her husband went with her, and they built their family right there in Canada as a new king and queen. I study an enormous grandfather clock. 10 more minutes until I have to head downstairs. I prod an antler of a marble moose statuette sitting on a table. It breaks off.
Oh no! Crap! The sound of approaching footsteps in the hall outside makes me jump. And then there's a faint knock on the door. Did Prince Edward forget something? Or is it his chauffeur, here to get me? I stick the fragmented antler piece into the marble moose's mouth. I hope no one notices, and that it wasn't a one-of-a-kind gift to him. I quickly straighten up, arms at my sides, heart beating fast. The door opens to reveal a tall man with a perfectly trimmed brown beard, wearing a designer navy suit with military pins on the lapel. When he sees me, his face breaks into a chipper smile, dark eyes crinkling. I freeze. Is that? It is. The King of Canada. He strides over to me, throwing his arms out. Edward. Before I can actually process what's going on, he wraps me in a hug, smelling of a fresh, leathery fragrance. And money. I'm being hugged by King Frederick. This wasn't part of the plan. What ultimately convinced me to agree to Prince Edward's stunt was what he'd said about his dad, about not wanting to let his dad down by missing the event. I never anticipated having to look his dad in the face and pretend. I know this is a surprise, but your mum and I are in town for the ambassador's gala, and I wanted to catch you before you left, to wish you good luck at the event. He beams at me. I'm so proud of you. Then he roots around in his pocket. I also wanted to make sure you had this. I bumped into one of the staff who shined it up. They were heading here to return it, and I said I might as well take it, since I was going to see you anyway. He pulls out a silver maple leaf, which he pins to my jacket. There it is, back where it belongs. This is wrong. I need to tell him I'm not his son. I had a dad. A wonderful, amazing dad. Thanks, I say, my voice cracking. His smile wavers, and he folds his arms across his chest. He knows. He has to know. If my awkwardness hasn't given me away, my voice just did. Are you feeling okay? He asks. Yeah, I say, trying my hardest to sound like Prince Edward. I clear my throat. Just tired. I fight to figure out what to say next, even though I know I shouldn't say another word. You don't seem quite like yourself. The king's mouth twists up curiously. No! I fake a yawn and quickly lift my hand to pantomime covering it. It's nothing. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. My voice kind of sounds like the prince's, I think. I hope. The king's eyes widen, and I realize he's staring at my hand. Crap! I jam it back in my pocket, but he's already reaching out. Show me your hand, he says softly, and I realize there's no way I can refuse the King of Canada. I pull my hand back out of my pocket, palm up. I'm trembling. He gently takes it and turns it over, examining my birthmark. His smile vanishes. His brown eyes blink at me. They're swimming with tears. Suddenly, I have the overwhelming urge to comfort him, this complete stranger I've only just met. What? I ask, taking my hand back and pocketing it again. He straightens up. It can't be what? Footsteps sound, and Prince Edward appears in the doorway. I forgot my... When he sees us, he freezes. Dad, what are you doing here? The king looks from me to his son, then back to me, his mouth falling open in a look of shock. He lets out an almost inaudible gasp. Dad, I can explain. How did you find him? The king asks Prince Edward, his voice catching. He turns to me. Your birthmark. He pauses and floats across the room toward the window. Even with his back turned, I can see him fighting emotion. The room is silent. I can barely breathe. I glance over at Prince Edward, and he's standing perfectly still. Finally, The king turns back to face us. Shock still fills his eyes, but he somehow regained his composure. He slowly exhales. We had twins. One of them died at birth, or so they told us. He's staring hard at both of us, his eyes moving back and forth. Could the hospital staff have lied to us? That birthmark, the other twin lived. It's you. I know it in my bones. How could this be? Prince Edward stays glued to the spot in the doorway. Dad, what are you talking about? My mind races. Could Prince Edward and I really be related after all? And could this man really be my biological dad? It's outrageous. But then, so is everything about this. Wait, are you saying you're my... Yes, I think I am. The man embraces me again. Then he holds me at arm's length, his hands trembling on my shoulders. I shake my head as a million thoughts and memories reel through my head. Dad teaching me how to ride a bike without training wheels. Dad pointing out bald eagle nests in the tops of trees. Playing catch out in Big Bear Field. Dad helping me with science fair projects. Like the time we put an egg in styrofoam, dropped it from the school roof, and it stayed whole. Now, my whole world is cracking. My dad wasn't my biological dad, but we were two peas in a pod. He had to have been my dad. This must be some sort of misunderstanding. We shared the same sense of humor, the same quiet thoughtfulness that's easy to mistake for weakness, the same big heart that gives endlessly, even when there's seemingly nothing left to give. Do you know what this means? The king asks me. I shake my head, eyes sparkling with tears. He regards me solemnly. You're the Crown Prince of Canada. I gawk. I'm the what? He's the what?
17 years prior. Canadian Royal Communications. 30th April. The Queen Consort of Canada has been delivered of a son. It is with utmost delight that His Royal Majesty King Frederick and Her Royal Majesty Queen Consort Daphne welcome their son, His Royal Highness Prince Edward, Crown Prince of Canada, to the world today. Edward was born on Tuesday, April 30th at 1:14 a.m. in the trusted care of the doctors and staff at the Royal Jolie Hospital in Montreal, Quebec. He arrived weighing 5 pounds 14 ounces. Both mother and child are healthy and well and settling in at Rideau Hall. The Canadian King and Queen Consort extend their gratitude for all the kind messages of congratulations that have flooded in and ask for privacy as they cherish this sacred time as a family. The Queen of England, the Duke of Edinburgh, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been notified and are overjoyed at the news. Ends. Present day. Aujourd'hui. Re-baking session. To Chef Pierre at macaron.com. From Edward at canroyals.com. March 11th at 7:41 p.m. Dear Chef Pierre, I'm terribly sorry, but something's come up. Best, E.
To admissions at Juilliard. From Billy Boone at rancher.edu. Makeup audition. March 11th at 11:28 p.m. Dear Miss Kosara, I am so incredibly sorry to inform you that I won't be able to attend my makeup audition tomorrow morning. I really wish I could be there, but something kind of life-changing has come up. I feel awful about wasting your time and missing out on such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It has been a sincere honor to have been given the chance to audition in the first place. Twice. And I hope and pray that one day I'll be in a position to have the chance again. Sincerely, Billy Boone.
Chapter 9. Edward. So, it turns out Billy Boone is the Crown Prince of Canada. We know this because the DNA test has confirmed that he's my older twin, who didn't actually die in childbirth after all. After a few good talks with Mum and Dad over the past 2 days about everything that I'm losing as my planned future shifts to Billy, I think I've managed to convince them that I'm perfectly fine. Being I'm not one to show a lot of emotion. But the truth is, as I've been sitting here for 20 minutes while Mum and Dad welcome Billy and his family to the mansion, it still hasn't fully sunk in. I straighten up on the stiff brocade sofa of our formal parlor. Mum and Dad sit on either side of me. Dad is chatting away, and Mum's nodding along as she gently strokes the fur of her Japanese chin pup, Evie. The dog sits on Mum's lap, staring into space, her big puppy eyes as charmingly vacant as ever. Across from us, Billy sits on a matching sofa. On one side of him sits his young mother, Connie, who's short and plump, with fair skin and her blonde hair pulled up on the top of her head in a classic messy bun. Lounging in the corner of the sofa is his 13-year-old sister, Mackenzie, or Mac, her blonde pigtail braids frizzy with static and flyaway hairs. On the other side of Billy sits Pax, the friend I met in the hotel lobby, whose eyes are outlined in a graphic winged eyeliner. I size up Billy for the millionth time, taking in his blue denim jeans, faded flannel shirt, sagging sweater, his laugh lines, a permanent crease between his unkempt eyebrows, and his sunburned nose. Telltale signs of someone who doesn't know how to temper their emotions, or how to properly apply SPF moisturizer. I still can't believe it. He's not just some random stranger who I bumped into at Lincoln Center. He's my long-lost twin. I'm a twin? Not to mention the younger twin? And to rub salt in the wound, Billy is the straight version of me. He stares at his rough, blistered hands and knots them together. He's bouncing his knee incessantly, which sets me even more on edge than I already am. Connie subtly steadies his knee and takes his arm in hers. "We're happy to be here, Your Majesty," Connie tells Dad. Billy exhales hard. Surely how a straight guy would exhale. I look away. Maple Crown Rule 44. Staring bouts are unbecoming. It's a lot to process. After 48 straight hours of legal debriefings, phone calls, and saliva tests, we've been given the answers. And as much as I hate to admit it, DNA test results simply don't lie. Gord, standing by the marble fireplace, looks as self-assured as ever, in a sensible cashmere turtleneck. When the DNA results came in, he informed Mum and Dad that it was still early enough that we could keep this under wraps. "Why ruffle feathers? Your Canadian monarchy is still so relatively new. Something like this could really muddy the waters, and I'm sure the rest of the firm would agree it's best to keep this hush-hush." But Dad refused. Dad also didn't bite at my idea to lie about which of us is older, so that I could keep my position. Because Gord pointed out, rather begrudgingly, that there is a record of our birth via the hospital, and therefore there's always the chance the information could leak. Did I mention he's older by a minute? Mac looks to Gord. "Can I have my phone back, please?" she asks with a lack of deference. He remains stony, like one of the pedestaled bronze statues throughout the parlor. Not yet. Mum sets down Evie, who trots off to the custom Hermes four-poster dog bed. "Well, Edward, I suppose you're wondering why neither you nor the rest of the world ever knew that I had been carrying twins. We have always been private people. We had felt it wasn't anybody's business until the two of you were born. But then the terrible accident happened. Mum takes a breath before continuing. When our first baby was born, he had complications and was rushed to the NICU for emergency surgery. Luckily, our second baby was healthy and perfect. When Connie and I spoke on the phone yesterday, we realized she had given birth at the same hospital at the same time, and her newborn also had complications and was also rushed off to the NICU. But sadly, her baby died. By some terrible mix-up, the nurses told me that my baby had died, and Connie was accidentally given our baby, who she took back to Montana and raised without ever knowing he wasn't hers. Connie gives a little sob, and a tear rolls down Mum's cheek, sharing Connie's pain. Dad takes Mum's hand and squeezes it. We thought we had lost one of our babies forever. After that, there was no reason to let anybody know there ever had been twins, he says. Maple Crown Rule 77. Only share what is necessary. I know Maple Crown Rule 77 by heart, but this secret should have at least been shared with me. I'm shocked, devastated. And you're certain the DNA test was accurate? I notice the slight flare in Billy's nostrils. I can tell I've hit a nerve. Pax places their hand on Billy's arm gently, and I can tell that Pax has noticed too. Mum sighs. Edward, darling, you know the lab worked overtime. The DNA test results have been checked and double-checked. Connie's face crumples, and Gord graciously hands her a tissue. She pulls Billy in for a hug. This doesn't change anything, she tells him. But all I can think about, all I've been able to think about, is how it changes everything. Being Crown Prince is all I've ever known, all I've ever worked toward, and now it's slipping away before my very eyes. I hate to think I manifested this fate with all my griping about preparing for the investiture ceremony. Connie shakes her head, her expression stronger now. She refuses another tissue from Gord, who's starting to look like he might need one himself to stop the sweat from his brow. He's normally unflappable, facing any problem with such calm equanimity, but now, even he is starting to look a bit green around the gills. Gord clears his throat. Please excuse me, your Royal Majesties, but if I may. Dad gestures and Gord goes on. We should get started on preparing for this transition right away. He must begin training for his role and responsibilities immediately. Billy goes still, his face hard and unreadable. Indeed, Dad says. The boy's 18th birthday and the investiture ceremony are both right around the corner. Billy will get a crash course in Canadian Prince 101 to get up to speed, and then he'll be ready to be confirmed as Crown Prince. He looks Billy square in the eye. Don't worry, Billy. With Gord's help, and Edward's, of course, you'll be fully prepared. I've been training for the ceremony for a year, and even I don't feel fully prepared for the big day. Not that it matters anymore. My mind can't seem to wrap around it. The world has slowly had to adapt to the idea of Canadian royalty in the first place. What, now they have a little over a month to embrace someone new? Someone who's not even Canadian? We'll see how well that goes over. I bite my tongue. Billy chews his chapped lip nervously. Montana is my home. My mom and sister need me. We have a ranch to run. I can't just leave that all behind. Billy looks to Gord. I can totally head back to Montana. I won't tell anyone about any of this, I promise. We can all forget this ever happened. What are you talking about? Mac whispers to him. Mum looks like she's been slapped, and I realize Billy's words have truly hurt her. We would hope you'd be at least willing to consider your birthright, Dad tells Billy. Loyalty to responsibility is of highest importance in our family. Dad's words seem to have struck a chord with Billy. He clenches his jaw. Then how long do I have to stay in New York City? And what about school? All excellent questions, Mum says. As your mother and I have discussed, you'll finish high school here, so that Gord can instruct you, and so that you're still close to Edward. And after the investiture, you'll graduate and live full-time in Canada. Of course, you'd be able to visit Montana any time, Dad adds. I know this is a lot of information to process, says Mum, and I fully recognize that emotions are high. But her voice softens. Billy, Canada is your home now. After all, you're our child, and all of this is yours. She gestures around the parlor with its gilt wood furnishings and gilded mirrors, its tapestries of moose and elk and coats of arms, its paintings of the Citadel and Rideau Hall, where Mum and Dad raised me, Dundurn Castle, where we spent our summers, Casaloma, Craigderrick, Hatley Park. Everything she and Dad have worked so hard to breathe new life into, all in the name of the Canadian monarchy. Don't they care about its future being left in the calloused hands of some ranch hand? Apparently not. My parents are giving him the keys to our kingdom. Dad smiles. You three will join Edward at St. Albans Prep starting tomorrow. It's the best private school this city has to offer. You're going to just love it. Why does the thought of brushing elbows with Billy in class make me want to die? I can't wait, Mac cheers. Pax grins and nudges Billy with their elbow, but Billy still looks completely overwhelmed. Billy screws up his mouth. Then, what about our ranch? Who is going to take care of it? Connie rubs Billy's arm while he stares at a fixed point on the spotless Aubusson carpet. Does he own my carpet now, too? My mansion? My free coffee for life at Tim Hortons? Even if it is for commoners. Will his face replace Dad's on the coin and dollar bill one day? No, it's no consolation that we have the same face. Will his Instagram pics rack up more likes than mine? I've never once considered life without my title. The thought is starting to terrify me. Dad leans forward. If you need money to keep the ranch going. I have enough to pay our ranch hand, and I can also afford to hire another hand if needed, Connie tells Billy. At least, for now. Then it sounds like everything's squared away. Dad beams. Why don't you four enjoy some lunch, and then get the grand tour of the place? I've had our senior chef prepare a traditional Canadian dish. He looks at Billy. How does that sound, son? I utter a gasp of surprise. I can't help myself. Son? Billy's eyes mist up. His lip quivers. He gulps. Then he gives a subtle nod. Sounds good. This can't be happening. Hearing Dad call him son nauseates me. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Mum looks at Dad, that smile of disbelief still on her face. We have our boy back. It's bizarre hearing them talk about a complete stranger, and a country bumpkin new kid on the block hoser at that, like he's me, their son who they raised and taught everything they know about running a monarchy and a country. And a reminder, Gord chimes in, tonight we will be holding the press conference to introduce Billy to the country. Press? Mac's eyes positively light up. Like, on social media? Mum claps her hands. Edward, darling, would you please show the Boones to the dining room? Then one of the footmen can give them the tour after. Their bags should already be in their rooms. Dad nods in agreement. I'm sure you all will simply adore the East Wing. My stomach lurches. But I was going to move into the East Wing after the ceremony. My words hang in the air. Mum gives me a small smile. Billy will be doing the investiture ceremony now, she reminds me. It feels like a knife to the gut. Mum and Dad rise. Welcome again to our New York City home away from home. They stride from the parlor with Gord, leaving me alone on the sofa, facing the tight-knit group. Evie toddles out of her dog bed and barks at me a few times, then jumps on the far sofa, curling up in Billy's lap. She's not the brightest little dog. I force a smile. All right. Marvelous. It's settled then. Welcome to the family. Thanks. Billy smiles back, the color returned to his cheeks. I think you'll find the mansion here quite comfortable, I add. trying my best to ward off a creeping panic. He takes a deep breath, looking at Pax, who nods at him reassuringly, then at Connie, who puts her arm around his shoulder. Mac pokes Billy, total euphoria washing over her face. "You're the Crown Prince of Canada." My heart thumps against my rib cage. It's finally sunk in.
Chapter 10. Billy. Yas, Queen. Yas, Prince. I love this for you. Oh, I always wished this would happen, Pax says while digging into the delicious plate of food before them. We're all sitting around a massive dining table, being served by footmen in impeccably pressed outfits. From their fleeting glances at one another, I'm pretty sure they have no clue what's going on, other than the fact they're waiting on someone who looks exactly like Edward in his mansion. You always wished I'd find out I was secretly the Crown Prince of Canada? Pax pauses, for all of 4 seconds. You are so literal. Who wouldn't want the absolute best for their closest and gayest friend? From Big Sky Country to Big Apple, am I right? Mom doesn't say anything. She just takes a roll from the breadbasket and passes it to Mac. Mac takes 2 rolls and drops them on her plate. Anyone else think the Crown Prince of Canada was the same as the Prime Minister of Canada? I chuckle, taking a roll too, and some extra butter to boot. I'm not too sure about this whole royalty thing. I actually have no clue what's in store, and about 1,000 questions. My guess is a lot of brushing up on Canadian history. At least my family's here with me to figure it all out. And after the ceremony's over, we can all go back to Montana and the ranch whenever we want, which will be always, because there's no way they're going to make me live in Canada forever, right? Pax chews their lip and shoots Mom a look. I hope they find the person responsible for the mix-up at that hospital in Montreal. I take a bite of the special Canadian dish, then another. It's delicious, and a far cry from Mom's homemade meatballs. You knew the hospital was in Montreal? Pax snorts. Canada? Of course I did, honey. I'm your bestie. I know everything about you. They lower their voice. Plus, it helps knowing where Edward was born too, which I shared with you last year, but you probably heard the word royal and tuned me out. Anyway, I stand the royals so hard, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they come at me with a restraining order. After making extra sure Edward still isn't anywhere nearby, he ran off to meet up with a friend, I peer at Pax. If you stand the royals so hard, how come you never pointed out that I look exactly like your royal crush? Pax turns away so I can't see their face. TBH, I always saw the similarity, but that's a super weird thing to say to your bestie. They raise their fingers in air quotes. Hey, bestie, the guy I have the hots for looks exactly like you. But I can see from the way Pax laughs awkwardly that they're still not telling me everything. Does that mean you think I'm cute? I ask teasingly. Pax sets down their fork to stare at me. Billy? Gross. We both start laughing. Pax drains their glass of sparkling mineral water, and a footman comes to refill it. I think he's cute. And now we're moving into this killer mansion, and I get to go to private school with him? Somebody pinch me. Oh, thank God my parents are unsupportive and selfish and didn't give 2 flying figs when I told them I was extending my spring break indefinitely. I think of Dustin and cringe. He doesn't even know I'm still here. The royal family said they wanted the news to be tightly controlled, so yesterday, while being supervised on my own phone, I panicked and told Dustin that I was going camping with my family for the weekend. That is, after I told him I missed my audition. He didn't ask questions. Too busy playing some zombie-filled video game. I'm not sure how I'll explain where I am come tomorrow when he doesn't see me walking the dim, noisy halls of Little Timber High. I always wanted out of Montana, says Mac. This is a dream come true. She shoves another roll in her mouth. We'll all be back home soon enough, Mom replies calmly. Whatever, Mac mumbles. She catches Mom's warning look. Sorry. I sigh. I'm a nervous wreck. It's hard to believe we'll be staying in this mansion. Pax is right. I should be happy. I should be thrilled. I'm the crown prince of an entire country. And Mom has assured me that the ranch will be taken care of the whole time we're in New York. Mac already fits in here. And hopefully Mom can see it as a vacation. That is, if she can allow herself to relax and just do nothing for once. But all this is becoming more overwhelming than I imagined. It reminds me of riding a bucking horse that won't let up. My stomach tossing and turning, feeling like I could lose my grip and fall right off at any second. Sure, I've led 4-H meetings, but an entire country? Suddenly, I'm not so hungry anymore. In fact, I feel like I may be sick. Pax, Mom says, cutting through my thoughts. Were you able to figure out who's going to be checking in on your grandma? The Howard Loyola's offered to help, Pax says. I'll miss my grandma, but I was going to leave eventually. We're starting Parsons in the fall and all. It's icing on the cake that I get to be here till then. I can't wait to start at St. Albans. I hope I get to wear a fancy private school wardrobe, Max pipes up. Mom nods. Oh, you will. Their dress code is very strict. Pax delicately wipes their mouth and places their napkin beside their empty plate. Have I mentioned that Prince Edward is a very dreamy? I shoot them a withering look. Literally just covered it, Pax. He's my identical twin brother. They giggle and throw their napkin at me. Oh, take it as a compliment, honey. Giving a good-natured snort, I tuck my own napkin beneath my plate. Despite myself, I'm wondering if there's going to be dessert. Maybe once we see the rooms we'll be staying in, things will really start to sink in. Maybe then I'll be able to believe this is actually my new reality. Right now, not so much. I'm a prince. I have to keep saying it to myself, and even still, it doesn't stick. Me, a prince. If you polled all 1,149 residents of Little Timber and asked which one would be most likely to be secret royalty, I'm pretty sure I'd come in dead last. Mom sops the last bit of sauce from her plate with her bread crust. She hasn't said a whole lot since finding out. Neither have I. See, I have a lot of thoughts, but the words, they're not coming easy. Mac, on the other hand, won't quit squawking. I can't believe we get the entire East Wing for ourselves. That was so nice of Prince Edward. Prince Edward. My identical twin brother. I can't blame him for acting rattled. He's obviously just as stunned as I am. But on the whole, he seems to be taking the news fairly well. At least the part about giving up his position in the order of succession. A footman appears and announces today's dessert will be maple taffy pudding.
Dessert at lunch?
Max squeals, arms shooting skyward.
Dad would have loved it here.
She's right. He had such a sweet tooth. Thinking of him, I recall how he could always put me at ease. Sometimes I like to imagine what he'd say. The timbre of his voice in my head so clear, it's like he's still around. My guardian angel. Right now, I can hear him saying, "Your mom's right, Billy. This changes nothing." I look over at Mom and Mac. I keep telling myself it doesn't matter, I'm not related to them by blood, but it's still a strange truth to accept. We've been through so much together, from sledding on trash can lids in the winters, to Mac baking me a rainbow cake each June, to slamming doors in all their faces at one time or another, but always finding a way to talk it out and come back together. It feels heavy and confusing in a way I can't quite explain. And worse, Dad, who didn't get to live to see this moment, also died without knowing the truth. Would it have changed anything? Now I'll never know. But I do know he'll always be my dad. Not even a king could fill the space he left behind. When we first arrived to the mansion this morning, the royals asked me to call them by their first names, Frederick and Daphne. But even that felt too familiar. I can't fathom ever thinking of them as my parents. It's just too weird. Even weirder is the fact that I'm also a twin. Sitting across from Edward in the parlor felt surreal. The slight look of shock in his big hazel eyes, the quirk of his left eyebrow when something struck him as amusing. It was like the world's most unsettling funhouse mirror, seeing my own micro-expressions on someone else's identical face. I imagine what Dad would say. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. He's right. Isn't more time here a good thing? A once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Maybe even the thing I've been destined to do? Dessert plates appear in front of us, and we all dig in.
Are you excited for the press conference later? Pax asks.
I guess. Honestly, I've been worried about Dustin finding out the big news secondhand after tonight's announcement to the general public. But I still may be able to deliver the news firsthand. He's barely on social media, for one, and nobody in Little Timber cares about what's going on in the big cities of the world. It's actually a point of small-town pride. At least, that's what I'm banking on. One thing at a time, as Dad used to say. Pushing aside further thoughts of Dustin, I shovel another bite of maple syrup-soaked sponge cake in my mouth and turn to Mac. You must both be jazzed that you're finally out of Montana.
Yep. It's only a matter of time before my channel blows up.
Mac picks up her plate to lick it, and Mom gives her a dirty look.
Mac, you're going to be YouTube famous in no time, Pax chimes in. Play your cards right, and we can do a collab.
Max drops her plate back on the table with a huff and reaches for my plate.
You gonna finish that? Oh, a collab about making DIY fascinators for royal weddings, Pax says. Or recreations of Queen Daphne's iconic hats that look like flying saucers. Loved that era for her.
I glance over at the security detail watching from the door. the royal family's having them keep tabs on us, at least until my existence is announced to the world. Or maybe this is just how it's going to be from now on. The royals are big on privacy. Also, I say to Mac, pushing what's left of my maple taffy pudding her way, you're not allowed to film me, remember? She smirks. Not yet. After we're done with lunch, a footman appears to escort us into a groaning, old-timey elevator, and after it stops on the 4th floor, we enter the east wing. It's all twinkling with giant windows, modern geometric chandeliers, and fresh white walls that seem to reach as high as a concert hall. Glowing sconces bookend an abstract sculpture that is larger than our refrigerator back home. I can only guess it's a multi-million-dollar piece by some artist I've never heard of. Across the hall, I spot gold-framed portraits of pale and pasty people in powdered wigs. Wow, Mac says with reverence, pointing at the paintings. These old farts are your great-aunts and uncles. Pax grins. Talk about some great vintage wardrobe looks. Please don't touch anything. Mom has that edge to her voice. It sharpens when she's out of her element, which she and we definitely are. I smile, taking Mom's hand in mine and squeezing, like everything's going to be okay, though I'm not sure which one of us I'm reassuring. It's mind-boggling how so much space and splendor is packed inside this brick building. It feels like we're in a sprawling country estate and not in a mansion smack dab in the middle of New York City. Mac sings some pop song about royals as she races on ahead. I follow the footman, who shows us into Pax's room. There's a window in my closet. I'm deceased, Pax yells from the walk-in. They sink onto the gold-woven canopy bed. Okay, seriously? Where's the singing furniture? I feel like I've stepped into a Disney movie. You know, except with a non-binary MC. I chuckle. Pax always has the best one-liners whenever they're in good spirits. Like today. How could anybody not be right now? By the time we poke our heads into a massive, petal-pink bedroom with the canopy bed nearly touching the ceiling, Max already flopped onto the comforter. She squeals and thrashes gleefully around like she's drowning in a creek and not lying on a deluxe bedspread. I catch Mom rolling her eyes and cracking a little smile, and then we head next door to Mom's bedroom. It's cavernous, twice the size of Max, and everything's cream with ocean blue accents, even the marble bathroom with gleaming gold fixtures. How are these all just spare rooms? Back in Montana, whenever we had guests, it was all about the cheap pull-out couch in the den. I crane my head back to squint up at the endless ceiling. Mom, what do you think? A little small, she says with a laugh, though I can hear how her voice catches. She's still uneasy about all this, just like me. There's something comforting about a nearby painting of galloping horses on a fox hunt. The horses remind me of Lucky Lady and Junebug. I miss the sight of them trotting toward me when they know I have carrots for them. Mom sighs. Maybe this was all fate. How things were always meant to be. I laugh. Yeah, maybe. I find myself kind of nervous at the thought I'm not going back to the ranch after all. How's it going to do without me? Then I let Mom's words truly start to process.
Shall we go upstairs to your room, your Royal Highness? The footman asks, and it takes a second to register that he's talking to me. With Pax joining us, the footman guides us up a set of sparkling, curved glass stairs to the 5th floor. We peek into a private theater, a sitting room and veranda with views all the way up and down Park Avenue, and finally, a huge kitchen with a massive marble bar, an island, and more glowing chandeliers. I can only imagine the electricity bill for this place. We move on to the 6th floor, where there's a beautiful library scattered with worn leather armchairs, a home gym, separate boxing studio, and a portrait gallery featuring a gleaming grand piano and, why should I be surprised, an indoor pool. The footman apologizes that the rooftop pool isn't open yet, due to the cold spring temperatures. It hits me as we walk through room after room that, though the entrance was modest, the building stretches the entire length of the city block. When I snuck up the servants' entrance to Edward's room that fateful Friday night, I didn't exactly get the grand tour. I make a mental note to spend my downtime in the portrait gallery with its elegant piano. I taught myself a few simple songs as a kid. Plus, it would be nice to play my violin in there. Wait, do princes even have downtime? The footman opens another door. Your Royal Highness, the study. A person seated at a desk glances over a lofty pile of paperwork at me, one hand clutching a pen, the other adjusting dark, bold-frame eyeglasses. Gord, Edward's royal advisor. He stares at me over the tops of his circular glasses like I'm interrupting him. Oh, sorry. I hasten to close the door. He knots his hands together and smiles warmly. It's quite all right, Your Royal Highness. This is where I do most of my work. My central office is actually at the Citadel. Where's that? I ask. He's looking at me like I don't know anything, which I don't. Oh, right, he says in an understanding way. Then he gestures around the study. This is also where we'll be regularly meeting for the next several weeks. I look forward to getting you ready for the investiture ceremony. The Crown Prince, Prince Edward will help too. You'll be in very capable hands. Cool. Thanks. I nod, then shut the door as quietly as I can. Talk about a stiff upper lip, Pax whispers. Sheesh. There you are. Max bounds over to us. Did you see your room yet? Shaking my head, I think of my cozy little bedroom back home with a view of the beautiful mountains, and can only imagine what lies in store. The footman leads us to a set of decorative double doors. Sir. The bedroom shimmers with ornate crystal chandeliers, gold everything, and could fit an entire basketball court. Blinking, I take in the giant four-poster bed. Its gold-painted wood headboard, carved to look like a coat of arms, topped by a crown with a maple leaf as its centerpiece. The gilded, sky-high vaulted ceiling is portioned into frescoes, painted to resemble a pale blue sky with sunlit clouds and frolicking angels. There are tapestries of unicorns and moose wandering through mossy forests, and of orcas splashing in wave-tossed seas, and antlered candelabras as tall as I am. Busts of cupids sit over an extravagant grand marble fireplace. I feel dizzy. It's all way too much. Sweet, sweet
Fantasy baby, Pax croons. I chuckled to stave off the crescendo of nausea rising up in me. This is out of control. Just wait till the press conference tonight, Max says. Welcome, everyone. King Frederick. Just Frederick says to the swarm of camera crews here inside Carnegie Hall. My stomach churns with nerves at the thought of walking across that vast stage at any moment. I shift from foot to foot in a suit that probably cost as much as Mom's truck. She, Mac, and Pax congregate behind me, looking on with excitement shining in their eyes. Gord steps beside me as I watch the royal family, my family, in the spotlight at a podium, with flags hanging at their backs. Frederick stands tall in a somber steel-gray suit and black tie. Daphne's hair is up in a braided bun, and she's wearing a sophisticated cinched red dress that shows off her collarbones. Edward wears a suit identical to mine. His style advisor person dressed us in the same ensembles, from our shiny black shoes to our polka-dotted socks, the only difference being the silver maple leaf pinned to my lapel, which is apparently worn as a sign of my status as Crown Prince. Part of me thinks I'd much rather be about to play my violin on stage at Carnegie Hall, but there's something even more exhilarating about announcing to the world that I'm the Crown Prince. That said, bees of anxiety bombard my insides so bad that I can't even appreciate the legendary theater before me. Good thing Dustin won't be seeing this. Hopefully. I'll worry about him later. Without further ado, Frederick gestures to me, trembling in the wings, and my heart races even faster. We are proud to introduce our firstborn son. Son. There's that word again. It's unfamiliar on my ear, coming from Frederick's mouth. And, like with the Royal Highness title, it takes a moment for me to register he means me. Gord gently presses my back just as I hear Frederick speaking my name. Over the sudden roar of reporters shouting questions, I walk out onto the stage and wave awkwardly to the rows of flashing cameras. Frederick and Daphne part so I can stand between them. I hold on to the podium like it's a buoy, keeping me from sinking into an endless void of nerves. I look straight on at the teleprompter, like I was told to, and breathe. All goes quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Bonjour, Canada. Hello, world. I'm Billy. It's very nice to meet you. That's it. Those were my lines. It's a good thing, too, because I'm not sure I could have handled much else. My whole body blushes, down to my toes. If that doesn't give me away as a scaredy cat, my clenching of the podium sure does. Trying to stay present, I smile along with the others as more photos are taken. Prince Billy, how does it feel to suddenly learn you're royalty? Prince Edward, what's it like finding out you have a long-lost twin? Your Royal Majesty, can you talk about how the boys came to be separated at birth? Your Royal Majesty, what does this mean for the future of the Canadian monarchy? We keep on blinking through our smiles, like we discussed. No one answers a single question, but they keep coming. Prince Billy, is there a special young lady in your life? A special young lady? The question sticks to me like a burr. Why do people always assume straight unless told otherwise? It's heteronormative and ignorant, and something that Pax would tell me to shut down ASAP. But orders were to just stand, silent and smiling, and sticking to the script. Prince Billy, the same reporter calls. Do you have a girlfriend? There it is. Again. Even Edward seems to flinch at the question. My heart is pounding as every fiber of me wants to shut her down. But I shouldn't. Helplessly, I swivel my head an inch to the left to better see the perpetrator. A pale-faced reporter with a curtain of tawny red locks, cat's eye glasses, and a frilly purple blouse. She thrusts a mic toward me. What's your girlfriend like? That's it. I can't take it anymore. I'm gay, I blurt out, feeling my body heat up all over again. Crap. So much for sticking to the script. The reporter's eyes widen behind her lenses, and the crowd goes wild, launching into a series of new questions, all swirling around my sexual orientation. I catch snippets of phrases about what it's like being the youngest out gay royal and quite possibly the only. Who knew it was that big a deal? I face forward again, finding it impossible to slap a smile back on my face. Did I seriously tell the whole world I'm gay? I haven't even had a chance to tell my new family yet. Who knows how they'll react? My body is a furnace. After what feels like an eternity, but is probably only a second or two, Daphne steps back up to the mic. Thank you again for coming. We ask for privacy and space during this emotional time. She and Frederick head off stage, with Edward and I following in the rear. As we round the corner, out of sight from the press, I catch Edward looking shocked. I couldn't stick to simple directions. I hope I didn't mess everything up. But just as quickly as the surprised expression appeared, it's replaced with a serene one as he, Frederick, and Daphne peel off to talk to a member of their staff. I'm relieved something else has taken their attention. I can't bear to face them just yet. Mom embraces me. You did great, she whispers. I'm glad she's in better spirits. Beforehand, she'd kept asking the security detail how safe it was for me to be standing up there. You were amazing, Pax adds, piling onto the hug. Max punches my arm. Hey, no shout-out? I laugh, trying to ignore the pit of doom in my stomach and the fact that I'm shaking all over. I'm sure you'll get one down the road. How was your first taste of the limelight? Mom asks brightly. A little sour, I admit. I'm sure it'll get easier in time. Even backstage, I can hear the reporters haven't let up calling out questions to a now empty stage. They're still cheering and hollering and applause. Maybe I didn't put my foot in my mouth. Right? Maybe coming out is going over just fine. Maybe I'm worried for nothing. Edward and our parents rush past us with their security detail. Yes, Queen. OMG, literally. Love your look, Pax calls out to Daphne, who smiles at them in kind. Pax wheels on me with the cheesiest doting grin. Oh, she's effervescent. I catch them sneaking a not-so-subtle quick peek at Edward. On the return ride to the mansion, Mom, Mac, and Pax have fun reading the tabloid headlines that have already started going up, like ones that say, It's a boy, royal family overjoyed to announce the discovery of their eldest child, to Canada welcomes its new crown prince. See the celebrity reactions. The new Canadian royal family is basically still just starting out, so I guess it garners a lot of attention these days. Maybe even more than the traditional British one. I remember Pax telling me something about that when they sat me down in the hotel room and brought me up to speed on Royalty 101 while we waited for Mom and Mac to touch down in New York. some of it stuck. Maybe? Pax perches their hand on my shoulder. So I guess you inevitably have to tell Dustin now. Your boyfriend doesn't know he's dating a prince yet? Max squeals at me. I shake my head. I wasn't allowed to say anything before the press conference, remember? Back at the mansion, everyone's exhausted. We all head off to our separate bedrooms, with Mac's parting words being something about running the world's biggest bubble bath. I retreat to my airplane hangar of a room, shut the door, and kick off my ridiculously stiff dress shoes. My feet ache. A nice bubble bath of my own actually sounds really nice right about now. I plug my phone into its charger when I realize I have 16 missed calls. You'd think it's because he just found out the big news, but I feel like it's just Dustin being Dustin. Grunting and sinking down onto the bed, I call him back, wondering if there's a security detail listening just outside my door. Hey, he says, his voice warm and happy. The sound of it instantly sets me at ease. It also tips me off that he's still in the dark. Hey, I say softly. I really have missed him. I take a second to pause. My eyes dart to a portrait of young Edward in a sweater, cozied up on a marble floor with the young Evie curled in his lap. One more reminder of what my life has become. And Dustin deserves to hear it from me first. I need to tell you something. Before I get cold feet, I share everything, from the accidental mix-up and the surprise run-in with Frederick to the DNA tests and the press conference. My mom, Mac, and Pax are here too, I finish telling him. I'm sorry I said I was on a camping trip. I was told to keep it secret, at least until after the press conference. There's a long silence on the other end of the line. Dustin? You still there? Yeah. I can't tell if he's excited or unhappy. So, what are you going to do? About what? I ask. Dustin launches into a whole series of questions. Why had I kept all of this from him over the weekend? What does this mean for our relationship? Am I moving to New York for good? Or to Canada one day? Do royal princes have arranged marriages? Can they even be gay? Do I think I'll be back in time for his basketball playoff against Bozeman? Or spring formal? And all seems so unimportant. I have little to no answers. I mumble something about being certain we can make it work. Share a fun fact about Canada I learned about from my quick, basic online research, that Canada invented basketball, and cut the call short, blaming it on the long day. I honestly do hope everything will be okay. I'm stumped as to why I didn't ask Frederick to relocate Dustin here as part of my conditions, but then I remember that if I had, Dustin would have declined, even for a short time. Not because of playoffs or his fear of flying, but because of his lifelong love for Montana. I'm grateful he doesn't ask me about it, even if he's thinking it. As I hang up, my phone begins to buzz with notifications from the Google alerts Mac set up for me. I scroll through more headlines like, Billy, the Prince of Dairies, and Twinfatuated with Billy. There's article after article, each with a long comment section full of people's opinions about me. I can't bear to read any of them, at least not before bed. All this judgment and commentary by people who don't even know who I really am is a lot. Releasing a long groan, I put my phone on silent and set it face down, then burrow under the silky covers. What have I gotten myself into? Billy,
We've called you here this fine Monday morning before we jet back to Ottawa to discuss a sensitive matter, Frederick says.
Crap. This can't be good. We're back in the fancy parlor that I'm learning to associate with big news, with the royal trio on their 18th century chairs across from me. Daphne looks perfect as always, in an expensive-looking pair of pants, high heels, and a cream-colored silk turtleneck, while Edward and Frederick are in slacks and dress shirts. From their blank expressions, it's hard to tell what's going on. It doesn't help that it's so early. Not even the steaming hot cup of Earl Grey is helping. After taking a sip and burning my tongue, a footman, Claude, refills my cup to the brim. Is everything okay? I gulp, sights landing on Gord. He slides a tabloid onto the coffee table, and I scooch forward to read it. New Crown Prince comes out in more ways than one. This confirms it. I did put my foot in my mouth. My body tenses like I'm one of the sheep at the ranch right before it's sheared. Edward stares curiously at me. Frederick and Daphne consider me too. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, I stammer. The press conference probably wasn't the best way to share that with you. I wish I'd gotten to tell you privately first. Daphne sets her teacup down. It probably wasn't the best way, but we're your parents. We will figure this out together. She tucks a dark tendril of hair behind her ear. For the time being, you should be aware that this will, unfortunately, ruffle some feathers. And lucky for us, that's what Gord is for, Frederick says, gesturing to Gord, who's now standing by the stained glass windows. He knows how to navigate any public fracas. We've been through tough times before. Goodness knows when we first left England to come to Canada, it was a media heyday. But Gord smoothed it all out. He has influence. Edward's eyes dart back and forth between our parents. I fidget with my fingers in my lap, playing on invisible violin strings. So it's not as bad as I thought? I didn't make a complete joke of myself? The reality is that we must figure out how to navigate this path, Daphne says. Gord will need to address the business side. But of course, we accept who you are personally. She gives me a sincere smile. And we support you. You do? Edward asks with a shocked expression. Of course we do, says Frederick, giving me an approving bob of his head. I let out a big sigh. Gord takes a step toward us. As Her Royal Majesty mentioned, this is going to be a problem. It's, he starts to say, choosing his words carefully, not a good look for the firm. His Royal Highness broke protocol, entirely upstaged, in my personal opinion, the more important news of his very existence as rightful Crown Prince, and has stoked the flames of a media firestorm. I'm so embarrassed I can't even meet his eyes. I'm sure we can deal with the PR of it all, Daphne replies. And as I said, we have no concern with it personally. But as you know, Gord represents the firm, which directs many of our decisions as they pertain to public opinion. Okay, I say, while not really understanding. I suddenly wish Pax were here to translate all this royal gibberish for me. Absolutely, Frederick adds with a chummy smile. You're our son, and we're proud of you being true to who you are. I feel guilty acknowledging it, but this is going over a lot better with him than when I came out to my dad. whose instinct was to storm out. The thought stings. It's still so strange hearing Frederick call me son. Feeling his love and acceptance does something to me, fueling unease at the icy sense of betraying my family by letting him in. And something worse. My eyes flood with tears as I think about Dad, long gone. Edward shifts uncomfortably in his seat, his fingers knotting together. This is okay? How is this okay? He asks, his voice growing louder. Isn't the 400-something-year-old firm going to think it entirely breaks tradition? He doesn't sound very supportive of me being gay. Gord nods. Oh, it most certainly does break tradition. That's why we have to do everything in our power to assure the line of succession will continue, to promise that the royal lineage won't be snuffed out after only 2 generations, and to pledge that Billy isn't going to be pushing a gay agenda. I blink, taken aback. I can't even process what most of this means right now. Daphne bats the air with her hand, shooing off the thought. Hopefully the public wouldn't be so low as to judge our son like that without getting to know him first. Our son. Me. Daphne shudders. Then again, we all know the British press tore me apart for being a commoner. She looks lost in thought. Won't the firm want to cut him off? Edward asks. Strip him of his title? It's going to take more than being an out gay prince to strip him of his title, Gord replies. Depending on how this goes, title stripping, one way or another, is never out of the question. Never. Not once. As you all know, this applies to each and every one of you. Protocol must be followed to the letter. He looks at me. Have no fear. We'll work on your professionalism. Daphne rests her hand on my knee. Gord will absolutely figure this out. Thank you, Gord says. On behalf of the firm, if you're all quite comfortable, I suggest we release a separate statement that addresses Billy's sexual orientation. Something brief. We'll of course emphasize that he's entitled to some personal privacy, but we need to assure the public that having a gay royal heir next in line to the throne won't pose any threat to the continuation of the Canadian crown. As a member of the royal family, my life is public now. I guess I have to get used to it. Which is why it is more vital than ever, Gord continues, that he begin his training for the investiture ceremony at once. We must work overtime to convince the people of Canada that the new monarchy is here to stay. I agree completely, I hurried to reassure him. Let the adults talk, Gord says under his breath. Despite his put-on, cheery tone, I can sense an underlying annoyance. Ouch. And we'll want to make sure the tabloids don't devour him. Gord takes a deep, even breath. I apologize for that, Billy, but one more wrong move, and the Canadian monarchy is over. I'm sorry again, I say quietly. I'll follow the rules going forward. Splendid. So, that's that then, Frederick says, his voice full of optimism. That's all? My brother sounds incredulous. Yes, for now. Daphne smiles at me, and I look into her clear, kind brown eyes. Billy, a gay prince is going to inspire so many people in so many ways. Please don't worry about a thing. Yeah, except for running the risk of single-handedly incinerating the Canadian monarchy. Not a thing to worry about. Right.
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. March 14th, 7:47 a.m. Eastern Time. Prince Eddie's Bad Air Day by Omar Scooby. Move aside, Eddie. There's a new maple crown in town. The Crown Prince of Canada is forced to make like a maple and leaf as his long-lost older twin, Prince Billy, waltzes in and seizes the crown. During a surprise announcement last evening at Carnegie Hall, the Canadian monarchs welcomed their firstborn to the world stage, and it wasn't Prince Edward. In a bizarre twist, their Royal Majesties shared the biggest news ever, the astonishing discovery that they had identical twins who were separated at birth, their eldest being small-town cowboy Prince Billy Boone. Billy, who comes from humble beginnings in Montana, is gay, unlike his twin, crushing any fangirl's future romantic fantasies. So what will the newly established Canadian monarchy do about an heir? The answer lies with Edward, the perpetually single prince of the provinces, who is rumored to now be dating Canadian nobility and next great fashion icon, Lady Sophia Marchand. I can't wait to welcome Prince Billy as my brother-in-law-to-be and future uncle to our kids, said Lady Sophia late last night about rumors that she and Edward may be heading toward marriage and a family one day. Romantic life aside, it's safe to say things are looking less than A-OK for poor Eddie. Word is he's sweating syrup after being thrown to the wayside. And Billy, the son of a rancher who seemingly lacks Eddie's natural charisma, may not be up to the challenge of being crown prince. We shall find out soon enough, because the investiture ceremony will now be in Billy's honor. While the Queen Consort of Canada has asked for privacy around this deeply personal matter, the public is demanding answers. Had she kept tight-lipped about her pregnancy all those years ago in order to hide the fact she'd been carrying twins? Had she fibbed about how far along she really was? How did the mix-up happen? And what does this womb bomb mean for the future of the Canadian monarchy? Will our twinces work out the new arrangement before Billy's investiture ceremony in a few weeks' time? Or will the hand that's been dealt result in a royal flush down the toilet? Stay tuned. The proof is in the poutine. Related stories. Eddie takes a back seat as long-lost brother takes the wheel. Billy, the Prince of Dairies. Twin fatuated with Billy. All hail the homonarch. The Parent Thirst Trap. Eddie, heir apparently not. Edward, twinning but not winning. Chapter 11. Edward. I'm white-knuckling my phone as I scroll through my feed from the passenger seat of my town car on the way to school, trying my best to ignore the dulcet voices of the chatterboxes behind me. Hi, fam. It's me, Mackie Montana. Welcome backy to my channel, Mac whispers as Pax holds up a USB microphone. Mac waves and flashes her braces at her phone. Apparemment, she's been allowed to vlog under certain conditions after Connie made a special appeal to Mum and Dad. Since she's not an actual member of the royal family, they couldn't impose Maple Crown Rule 101 on Mac, though she is living within royal walls which are meant to be our safe haven. After watching several videos of her making slime out of baking soda and glitter glue, however, my parents deemed it harmless enough to let her keep vlogging, especially with her conservative number of followers. It has no power to endanger, only to pester. Today, I'm going to do ASMR in an SUV while we're on our way to St. Aubyn's prep. Mac proceeds to clack her nails painted with tiny red maple leaves across the leather seats, the tinted windows, and the cup holders. Pax and Billy exchange an amused look. My chauffeur honks and jams the brakes. I'll edit that out, Mac says into her phone. Look, paparazzi. She flips her phone to record us maneuvering around a few photographers who've leaped into the street, cameras raised. Pax presses their face to the glass. Can they see us? I think the windows are blackout, Billy says. He shrinks down anyway. Please check out my newest video in the link below. And I love you guys. Mac blows a kiss to her screen. Once she's put down her phone, she looks up and announces, I gained 2 new subscribers. Congrats, Billy says. If we didn't look identical enough, I opted not to don my incognito disguise this morning. His school uniform only emphasizes it more. My mirror image smiles at me. I force myself to smile back. I refuse to let on that I'm livid. Through everything that's transpired, I've tried my best to hide my absolute irritation. Maple Crown Rule 14. Nation over indignation. Though I suppose I needn't be so by the book anymore. Who am I kidding? I couldn't convince myself to break the Maple Crown rules if I tried. Oh, honey, just you wait. Your subscriber count is going to erupt right out of the tubes. Pax spins from the window with a jubilant smile. They catch my eye and quickly look away again, turning ashen with mouth pursed and eyes rolling to gaze out the darkened glass. They've somehow found the time to bedazzle their uniform, little gems glued up and down their jacket's lapel. Innovative, I must admit. Edward, does going to prep school mean we get to eat lunch at the Met? Mac inquires. This isn't Gossip Girl, I'm afraid, I say tersely, directing my attention back to my phone. I creep onto Mac's Instagram profile and swipe from selfie to selfie, taking in Mac with a slew of barnyard animals, a generic Minnesota sunset, a derelict log cabin. There's only one photo of her and the knockoff version of me. In the photo, they're nuzzling with a sheep in a muddy stall. Charmant. It's fair to say the last few days have been a nightmare. What with finding out I had a long-lost twin brother and having my future pried from my hands with not so much as a sorry. To add salt to the wound, my parents tasked me with giving up moving into the East Wing so that Billy's entire posse could inhabit my favorite part of the mansion that belongs to me, their biological son. Oh, right. He's their biological son, too. I hate everything so much. My vision swims as I keep thumbing the feed on my screen. I need to find something to distract myself, but every Twitter or Instagram post gushes with nothing but support for Billy. Everyone's thanking the gay gods for their queer of the realm, with tweets saying, I stan my gay prince, the rainbow crown is fabulous, and new gay prince is prime time fine. We're identical, pour l'amour du Christ. And yet somehow the public seems to be fixated entirely on Billy's gayness. Am I chopped liver all of a sudden? There's a graphic of a Canadian pride flag that everyone is reposting, and even fan art of Billy waltzing with Disney princes. Christ. I glance back over at the gay crown prince, trademark. I don't get what's so enchanting about him anyway. Even groomed, coiffed, and styled, he still screams grotty barnyard homeboy. I scroll through his sparse pre-NYC Instagram photos, showing him in squalid flannel shirts, feeding straw to slobbery cows and carrots to horses on a dirt road. Flannel shirts, of all things, and not even designer. I shift back over to Twitter and continue scrolling through far too many ravenous, doting tweets, mostly from Billy impersonation and stan accounts. I love his royal gayness. New Crown Prince being gay is a mood. Billy is the gay hero we need, and he's so gay I love it. I've got to give it up to the frenzied Twitterverse for its plethora of creativity. The absolute worst part is knowing I could have been out this whole time, and my family and the country, at least on some level, would have accepted it. If there was ever going to be a revered gay prince, it should have been me. I've trained my whole life, made so many sacrifices growing up in order to do my duty, which included staying closeted, and now this stranger swoops in and gets all the benefits of being the royal heir without a care? Not to mention that his coming out makes it feel impossible for me to ever come out. Like he's stolen my thunder by coming out first. Not that I was planning on ever coming out. I know none of this is technically his fault or his doing, and I know I shouldn't be mad and resentful at my twin who I just met and barely know, but I'm horrified to discover I'm somehow on the brink of tears. Maple Crown Rule 21. Tomorrow is another day. Like always, I pull myself together, and by the time we're filing out of the SUV in front of St. Albans and security greets us, I'm the quintessence of calm, cool, and collected. Welcome to St. Albans, I say over the fracas in the friendliest tone I can muster. You're a really good tour guide, Pax blurts at me. Max strikes a pose for a paparazzi by giving the peace sign. I also smile at the cameras. However, it's fruitless. Their lenses are not aimed at me. Billy steps forward, oblivious. This place is so cool. I'm already dreading having to attend the same classes with the annoyingly perfect Billy. Downsides of a ridiculously small student body. On se calme le pompon. After security escorts us safely past a barricade of the overzealous paparazzi, I deposit the motley crew with the secretary, bid them a nice day, then regain my composure as I strut confidently through the halls so no one will notice anything is wrong. Except for Neil, who can always tell. "Walk with me, Butta?" he asks in the corridor. We link up and climb the stairs. I'm grateful he's back in town after a last-minute jaunt to Miami Beach, which he documented on his socials with gorgeous photos of beaches, pools, and palm fronds. Have I mentioned yet how much I've been regretting our little twin swap? I ask. Neil bats his eyelashes and grins. Only every minute since then. Tell me again why this change of events is so awful. Other than Gord trying to ban me from ever visiting you at home again, I'm really not that bad of an influence. I would never let Gord banish you. You know my home is your home. Or whoever's home it is now. I know, Neil smiles. You always say that. Not only is he moving in on my crown, but he gets my wing of the mansion, too? I fume. Anyway, the truth is, I miss being crown prince. And the worst part is, the people adore my interloper. You mean your twinterloper? I sigh. Well, I don't have a clue as to why, Neil retorts. From one look at his Instagram, all he ever wears is flannel, and, shocker, more flannel. Plus, he seems like he's got the personality of a spoon. I appreciate Neil's interest in opposition research. Right? He doesn't exactly put the fun in Bay of Fundy. A group of students made up entirely of the offspring of Oscar winners, presidential candidates, ex-attorney generals, and old money families hearkening back to railroads passes us on the stairs, plodding sleepily, as is common the first day back after a week off. Neil leans in and whispers, "Look on the bright side. If you let him cut the ribbons and speak at the gallery openings, doesn't that offer you freedom? Freedom that you've been wanting since forever? Freedom that I've been wanting for you since forever?" I'm kind of having a hard time seeing it that way. I've worked too hard for too long to let this tumbleweed roll in and take over, I huff. He's so ordinary, so average. Not to mention, he doesn't have one regal bone in his body. It's infuriating. Twinfuriating? Neil offers with a cheeky eyebrow wiggle. I disregard his insertion. And then there's the whole thing about him being gay and being exalted for it. Ah, there it is, Neil simpers. I knew that'd bug you. I shoot him a sour look. Oh, chin up. He twists up the corner of his mouth. It'll all be okay, my dear. There's a silver lining, I promise you. Somewhere. Uh-huh. You're only in such good spirits because you and your boyfriend are now an item. They met up for coffee before Neil left for Miami, and apparently no coffee was consumed, meaning it went well. We reached the landing. Yes, but I'm still playing the field. You know I don't like to be tied down. I go wherever the wind blows. Especially since I'm going on my whirlwind world vacation for my gap year, photographing all the beautiful international boys while you're in Canada, studying at the boring University of Ottawa. Neil's love of photography is akin to my love of baking. And like me, he denies he cares about it as anything more than a hobby. A wave of melancholy washes over me as I think about a year without my best friend. Again. We reach the next floor and split up into our respective classrooms, but I stop short a few feet into mine. There's Billy, seated at the front of the class, in my desk. Respirez. Le sourire. Hey, he says quietly as other students filter in past me and take their seats. I give a cordial wave and find a desk at the back of the class. Sloane Fritfeller, granddaughter of an American oil tycoon, leans across the aisle toward him. Hi, she says. Sloane, I'm such a fan. Really? He says self-consciously. Thanks. I'm Billy. Sloane beams, glancing at our classmates. We know who you are. The other students follow suit, introducing themselves with a friendliness that I didn't know existed here. I take out my tablet and stylus and sit up perfectly straight, waiting for Professor Hildegard to stride in, close the door, and begin lecturing us on our latest read, Bleak House. Most found it, well, bleak, but I thought it delightful. After correctly answering a slew of questions, I realize I've practically forgotten my twin seated silently up front. This isn't so bad. When the bell rings, I snatch up my knapsack and file out into the corridor. Edward, wait up, Billy calls out. I stop. Hey, good class, huh? Yeah, he says. Though it would probably help if I actually read the book. He takes out a printout of his class schedule and gazes left and right. Looking for your next class? Here, let me help. I peer at his schedule and point down the corridor. The class numbering is not intuitive here. He crumples it back up. Thanks. Billy, there you are, Pax proclaims, racing up to him. This place is amazing, and I can't wait for tonight. The event is going to have so many celebs. They look at me and grow reticent. See you both at the gala later, I say with an overly genial wave. Then I turn on my heel and book it. Neil's by my side within seconds as we descend a flight of carpeted steps toward the student center, and I fill him in about class. So he has no idea you're down about this and hate his guts? None. He chuckles. Oh, you are good. I grin. I've had over 17 years of practice. He pauses outside the student's door. Quick stop. I'm out of pens. Sure. We step inside, perusing the aisles of jackets and bags, the school's crest emblazoned across everything. Neil studies a pack of pens. Well, what are you going to do? There's nothing anyone can do. You could come out to your parents. Neil treads lightly. Only if you wanted. Are you feeling okay? I run my fingers through my hair and let out a deep breath. My parents would flip. Sure, they're fine with Billy, but me? The son they've raised since I was in diapers? Come on. Their lifelong wish has been for me to find a wife, remember? Gord would flip too. This is horrendous. I need everything to go back to the way it was. I know this is bizarre after all my little rants, but I've never wanted to be Crown Prince more. Really? I had no idea. I shoot him a deadpan look. Neil quirks an eyebrow. You're seriously telling me you miss having to memorize every Canadian municipality? I bare my teeth in a grin. You know that's not what I mean. Sorry, he tells me as the cashier rings him up. It's fine, I sigh. Yes, studying and preparing for being king and for the investiture was a lot of work, but it would have been all worth it in the end. What else do I have if not the crown? And now, Billy's existence has taken away my destiny. J'ai mon voyage. Your good looks and sunshiny personality? Neil tries. I flare my nostrils and half close my eyes. Well, What do you propose we do? Neil asks. Off him? I draw the line at murder. Neil finishes paying for his pens. In all seriousness, is there anything we can do, Bara? I shake my head. Not unless the Prime Minister can get a unanimous vote to alter the law of succession for the crown. What are the odds he'll do that? Neil asks as we head back into the corridor. Slim. And even slimmer that all members of Parliament would vote in favor of it. It's not like I can prove to both houses of Parliament and the 10 provinces and 3 territories that Billy's not competent enough to wear the crown and that the role of heir should be restored to me. I chuckle. Though they'd be more likely to strip him of his title if he were to lose public favor. Bingo! That's it! Something clicks in Neil's dark eyes. What? Then I see that he's stopped laughing. Neil, we can't off him. No. We need to bring in the big guns to come up with a dastardly clever plan. Something that'll lose him public favor like that. He snaps his fingers. I narrow my eyes at him. You don't mean. He smirks. Oh, I do. I stun him with a hug, inhaling his woody cologne and fragrant mousse. You're a genius. A shady genius. Neil cackles. Best compliment you could ever give me. A little dose of sabotage from the best of the best? Neil nods and flashes a wicked smile. God save the queer. Off my look, he whispers. The other queer, obviously. Il faut baiser le cul du diable quand il est fret. So? Does this mean you can come to Leo's Rager with me this weekend? Neil asks. Not my priority right now, I'm afraid. After parting ways, and with several minutes left to spare before the next bell rings, I get to work seeking out the most conniving, devious, morally questionable, clever person I know. Greetings, Fee. I slide into an empty chair beside her at a library table. Still glowing from your extended vacation stay in Bora Bora, I see. I glance at her screen and see she has 4,985 new messages in her inbox. That's a lot of emails to catch up on. She snickers. It's my throwaway email. Your what? The anonymous email I use to sign up for all the promotional deals and Gossip Mag newsletters. Keeps me informed without giving away my real email to people who want to resell it. She squints at me. You don't have one? Of all people? I think my Finsta is sufficient. Whatever. She closes her laptop. You ignore my calls for the past week and a half, and now you're interrupting my plan to conquer the 4 quadrants of fashion, makeup, accessories, and lifestyle. This better be good. I show her one of Billy's headlines on my phone. Yeah, I saw. They barely wanted to interview me for that. Your doppelganger has clearly stolen the spotlight. And just when we were getting some traction with the press. Boo. I was hoping you'd see it that way. Kind of why I was blowing up your phone, Cupcake. Sorry. I wasn't ready to talk about it. Listen, I need your help. I glance around at the bookshelves to make sure we're not being overheard or secretly filmed together, again. You want help from me? Why, Edward, I'm flattered. But make it snappy. She strums her fingernails against the top of her laptop. Just because I got early acceptance to the University of Ottawa doesn't mean I don't want to end my senior semester with a 4.0. Fee has a plan to become the new youngest self-made billionaire and knock Riri off her perch. I roll my eyes. Hypothetically, how would one go about eviscerating a new crown prince? I know she's not too thrilled about Billy being on the throne either, for her own reasons. Her becoming queen consort one day won't be feasible with him on the throne. Of course, it won't happen with me on the throne either, but if she thinks she and I have a chance of marrying, who am I to crush her dreams? All I know is, Billy's standing in the way of the plans she's had with me since forever. Walk in the park, she says. First, what does he like? What does he care about? I don't know, I admit. Cows? Horses? Ranch? Stuff? I grimace at the thought. Fee laughs a silent laugh. Oh, Edward. She shakes her head. What are you, new here? You have to keep your friends close and your twinnemies closer. That's your homework for tonight. I expect an answer when I see you at the gala later. And you're going to need to learn more than just his fave color, okay? Oui, chérie. Lucky for me, I know exactly where to start. As soon as I get home from school, I enter the darkening East Wing parlor in search of Mac. Strewn pell-mell across the rug and coffee table are her textbooks, loose-leaf papers, pens, and pencils, along with my butter tarts, sugary byproducts of all my recent stress baking. She's lying on the sofa in a fuzzy housecoat and pig slippers, with a sheet mask on, talking to her phone, a copy of Anne of Green Gables open and face down beside her pink laptop. Miraculously, the others aren't around. And it even has a froyo machine, she says to her phone with a giddy exuberance. Her eyes flicker toward me, then back to her screen. So, yeah, someone just got here, so I have to go. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Mackie Montana out. Hello, Mac, I say with as much friendliness as I can scrounge up. How was school? It was good. She raises her bushy blonde eyebrows. I hope you didn't get too much homework. I gesture to her many textbooks. I remember my first year at St. Albans was a big adjustment. The workload can be intense. Mac blinks her big blue eyes one too many times. I sit across from her. Anyway, I'd quite like to get to know you a little better. She looks taken aback. Oh, okay. What do you want to know? What was it like growing up in Missouri? Montana, she corrects me. Oh, right. Well, I've not been, but I've always wanted to go. I lie, intertwining my fingers together and molding my expression into one of sincere curiosity. She snorts. Oh, yeah. After Tokyo and Rome, Montana's right up there on a royal prince's vacation wish list. This 13-year-old is seeing right through me. I'm starting to wonder how I'm going to get her to open up. There's just not a whole lot going on in Montana if you don't own a ranch, she adds. I lean forward. Tell me about your ranch. I mean, it's not mine. It's my mom and dad's. Was. Now it's my mom's. She folds her legs up and brushes aside a wayward strand of hair that escaped her neon headband. It must be an awful lot of work to run a ranch, I say in an effort to keep her talking. Yeah, a lot of work. I feed the animals. Mom does the business stuff, and Billy helps our ranch hand with everything else, even though he'd secretly rather just go play violin after school. That's right. His violin and obsession with Juilliard. Of course. Hey, do you want a face mask? I have extra. She holds up a little plastic oval sleeve decorated with a penguin's cartoon face. A few minutes later, we're side by side on the sofa, fresh sheet masks on our faces. I'm pining for the diamond hydrogel masks I get shipped in from Korea, since I can practically feel this cheap thing from a convenience store clogging my pores. Though I have to admit, I'm getting a kick out of Mac. I've never had a little sister, and hearing her gabbing about makeup hacks, cancel culture, TikTok trends, and ridiculous YouTuber drama is surprisingly divertissant. I lift the flap of my mask at the mouth and sink my teeth into a butter tart. These are extraordinary, aren't they? At least until you get one with a soggy bottom. Soggy bottom? She laughs. They're okay. Best thing I've had here was Shake Shack. I smooth the mask back over my upper lip. Only because you haven't tried ketchup chips. Max stops striking poses for her Snapchat filters. Ew, those sound nasty. Don't knock it till you try it. I waggle my eyebrows. Seriously? Ketchup chips? Gross. And that's coming from someone who loves ketchup. Touché. Well, Canada's got some pretty interesting foods. I stare at the oil painting of Rideau Hall, a large stone building with a fountain bubbling in its roundabout, and Dad's royal standard blowing from its roof, a.k.a. my family's official residence in Ottawa. Mac looks from the painting to me. So, when do I get to see a real castle already? We can see one when we're in Canada for the ceremony in a few weeks. I offer her a tart from the tray, and she grabs it between red and white fingernails. I'm glad to see you enjoying my butter tarts. I've finally perfected the recipe. You made them? For a girl who said they were just okay, she's licking her fingers. Don't sound so surprised. I lower my voice. I just may have a secret passion for baking. Shh. She peels her mask off to reveal a smile. That's so cool. I didn't know you baked. I shrug. As a prince, you don't really get to do much else but prince things. Huh. I would think a prince could do whatever he wanted. I wish, Mac. I wish. Besides, who says baking can't be a prince thing? She asks. She makes a good point. I peel my mask off too, gingerly pat my cheeks and purse my lips. How do I look? Max crunches up her face at me, then giggles. Sweaty? Cringing, I wad up the mask into a damp ball. How about I supply the masks next time? Deal, she says. Ooh, there are really cute gel ones you can get at the general store we have back home. Bless her little heart. Another night, another gala. On the second floor of the Met, the Hall of Musical Instruments teems with people. For once, they're not all flooding around me. It's refreshing, I dare say, to hang back in the cramped and dimly lit gallery behind a tank-like case displaying a cello from the year 1824. Do you need anything, Your Royal Highness? Gord asks, startling me. I turn to reply when it dawns on me. He's talking to Billy, who's passing by with Pax. No, thanks, Billy tells Gord before the pair makes their way to the far end of the room. Pax is a vision, drawing eyes to their maple leaf print jumpsuit and maple leaf fascinator. When they turn back to wave at me, I pretend I don't see them. As if sensing my pang of jealousy about Billy, Gord looks at me, his expression expectant. I give the A-OK signal, though of course I don't actually mean it. Still, I'm doing better than expected among the 20 rare and highly valuable stringed instruments from Canada's Musical Instrument Bank, despite the fact I'm practically invisible. Just another guest, another body in the sea of bodies here tonight at the star-studded Maple Music Fundraiser Gala, or Gala, if you will. Instead of focusing on me or the $50 million musical display of violins, cellos, and bows crafted by the legendary Stradivarius, Galliano, and Presenda in honor of the Conseil des Arts du Canada, everyone's been far too busy fawning over Billy, a.k.a. tonight's actual main exhibit. I admit, it's a strange feeling. The Met really rolled out the rainbow carpet for him, quite literally, and included the New York City Gay Men's Chorus singing the Canadian national anthem. The amount of love and support for the new rainbow crown is palpable. Hopefully, it can scatter to the winds. I resent how smooth royal existence seems to be for Billy. He's so easily come out as gay to the world, and here I am, unable to do the same. Which is why I'll be knocking Billy down a peg or two very, very soon. You are such an inspiration, Your Royal Highness, Dean Romano exclaims. I smile when I realize he's looking past me at Billy. I did it again. I watch giddy, gay choral members and Olympic male figure skaters push in front of the dean, approaching Billy to ask for selfies, which are not allowed. Billy agrees happily, flouting yet another Maple Crown rule. What I'd give to be there when Gord gives him the stern rigmarole about the Canadian Crown's set rules. Lord knows he's harangued me enough times about them. Admittedly, I've only ever been swarmed by female fans. I always wished I could have guys fawn over me. Though the good thing about being a fly on the wall is that I can revel in watching the masses overwhelm Billy like quicksand. And this doesn't include the people who swarmed the museum steps on our way inside the gala, shouting out his name with neon signs reading, Prince Billy Forever. He looks nervous, hand stuffed in his pocket, lopsided smile paired with furrowed brow. I love it. Surely his rough edges are bound to make headlines. I may not even need to enact my sabotage. He could very well muck it up all on his own. But I don't want even the slightest margin of error. A few people interrupt my viewing to ask for a photo, but only because they mistake me for him. Chris. Don't they see he's the one with the maple leaf now pinned to his lapel, or rather, my lapel? Did I mention being a twin with a country bumpkin means that they can fit into all of your nice clothes? For the record, I turn the people away. Call me bad cop, or rather, evil twin. Yet here I am, pretending to be the admiring and supportive ally. Billy, his face blotchy and sweaty like he just ran the New York City Marathon despite the exquisite suit of mine they've got him in, finishes taking his last selfie when he sees me. I give a nice, welcoming wave, and he excuses himself to walk over to me. Time to put the fun in fundraiser. My sights sweep the shadow boxes on the clean, smooth white swatches of segmented walls and land on the one instrument not in a display case. A 1689 Baumgartner Stradivarius violin made of maple with an orange-brown varnish. It's probably valued at over 6 million Canadian, or 5 million American dollars. I scan the crowd. Fee's eyes flit toward me, and she gives an imperceptible nod. Across the room, Neil shoots me a saccharine smile. It's go time. Soon, everyone will be looking at Billy for all the wrong reasons. Pax has launched into conversation with a group of regardful people nearby. The term footman is so not working for me. I mean, how about something less gendered, like foot people, am I right? At this, the congregation nods along enthusiastically. Billy returns to me, his new security detail standing behind him. I pat his arm. It seems like you're very popular. People love you. They do? He peers through the glass case and waves at the crowd, a wave that's far from regal. People peep their heads around one another in order to see him, and he bobs his head at them. He turns back to me, beaming. Someone just told me that my new official professional Instagram has 20 million followers. He shakes his head in disbelief. I don't care about all that stuff, but Mac is going to flip. He runs his bony fingers through his hair and is practically panting, his eyes alight, his smile slightly flagging. He still has his own Insta profile, albeit a new business one? That's not allowed either. And last I checked, he had 20 followers on his personal Instagram, not 20 million. I bet he's definitely getting the most likes on the Canadian Royals account. No. He continues to rain on my parade without even knowing it. Et toi? Concentre-toi. Did you have a chance to meet Dean Romano? He's here with Juilliard. I push on. I'm saddened to hear you weren't able to audition for the school in the end. I haven't talked to him yet. Billy sighs, even though he's still smiling. It's okay, though. This is way more fun. Fun? Being Crown Prince has its perks, but I wouldn't exactly describe it as fun. I fight the urge to ask him what part of studying Canadian history is entertaining, but I simply smile and shrug. Well, just because you didn't get a chance to play for Juilliard doesn't mean you can't still play as Crown Prince. I flick the shadow box in front of us. Hey, have you managed to check out the exhibit? The instruments are beautiful, right? I gesture toward the violin lying on a pedestal under a spotlight. No shadow box. Nothing anchoring it. You see that one? He steps toward the pedestal. His hazel eyes widen. Wow. Go on. Try it out. I spur from the sidelines. This better work. He wheels on me, his curious eyes boring into mine. I can just do that? Hello, you're the Crown Prince of Canada. Sky's the limit. A second of you playing really isn't that big a deal. He screws up the corner of his mouth. If you're sure. Okay, cool. He picks up the 300-year-old violin and nestles it between his shoulder and chin. Then he lifts the bow. I stand back. My heart starts racing. Ça y est, He peeps at the strings, expressions softening, and begins to play the priceless stringed instrument. Maple Crown Rule 68. Always show respect. I resist the urge to twirl my imaginary villain mustache. Everyone stops to look on, including a horror-struck gourd, and their cacophony of remarks muffles the violin's noise. These are just for display. That needs to be handled with care. He's not wearing gloves. Qu'il s'est fait avoir. I cross my arms together, satisfied if not a touch smug. I half consider giving Fee and Neil a subtle thumbs up when the crowd's hubbub dies down and a song rises from the ashes. Billy, who hasn't stopped playing, keeps his eyes shut, his bent arm moving like he's carving a ham, and creates the clearest, most stunning sound, musique, I have ever heard. It's rich, decadent, absolutely gorgeous. Each note pulls at my heartstrings, making me tremble, making me fume. Because as he plays, there's a look on his face, one of pure happiness, contentment, confidence, and self-acceptance. All things I lack. Not to mention that Billy playing his violin is clearly just what he wants to be doing, living for himself. Something I've never gotten to do in my entire life. While Billy already has so much in knowing who he is and living his authentic life, now he's come along and taken the one thing I had, my crown. I hate him for it. I feel the overwhelming urge to fly into a white-hot rage. Arrêtez. Billy finishes playing, and the room, which I'd been counting on to deliver the acoustics of Billy's faux pas, resounds with applause and people demanding an encore. Pax whoops and cheers, egging him on. Billy's security detail nods and claps, and is Gord wiping away a tear with the cuff of his suit jacket? Even Fee and Neil are lauding him. I find myself putting my hands together too, not because I don't want to stand out as the only one not clapping, but because it was actually genuinely beautiful. So, Billy is the crown prince, out, and talented. La vie est vraiment pas juste. The only thing I can play is myself for a damn dingbat. Thank you. Billy rests the violin back on the pedestal. I'm sorry. I promise I meant no disrespect. It's just, instruments as nice as these are meant to be played. He continues over the praise of his raucous onlookers. It's cool Canada has such a strong commitment to the arts. Anyway, it was really nice meeting so many of you tonight. You're awesome. Yeah. Thank you. A little rough around the edges, but spoken like a true prince. Effortless. Graceful, even. He's a natural. I grit my teeth and try desperately to bear it. Pissez dans un violon. Over the crescendo of applause, he sidles up next to me. Oh no. Did I put my foot in my mouth again? Ever since the press conference, I only thought, was it okay that I did that? I managed to smile. You were absolutely brilliant. New Crown Prince 1, former Crown Prince 0. Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup, March 15th, 6:19 a.m. Eastern Time. Billy Wows with Beau by Omar Scooby. Billy is first chair in more ways than one. The Crown Prince of Canada adds another string to his bow when he demonstrated an impressive skill in violin. In another string of bad luck for Eddie, His Royal Highness Billy amazed audiences last night at the Met through a display of mastery at the violin. In an impromptu performance, he lifted an ancient instrument and began to play a beautiful song, pulling at our heartstrings. From his skills with a bow, the world is ready to bow down, while Eddie Boy bows out. Time to face the music, Edward. While Billy may not look gay, he may just be your typical gay guy after all, which includes being part of a homosexual relationship with another young man back home in Montana. What's next? Will he be put in charge of interior design for Rideau Hall? Will he dump his small hometown cowpoke for more exciting escapades with gay celebrities? Billy is pulling the strings, and royal watchers of the world are here for it. Related stories. Prince Billy pushing gay agenda by flaunting his homosexuality. Lil Nas X asked Billy to perform with him at the Grammys. Billy, unnatural abomination or bomb.com. Next Oprah sit-down interview with Billy. Quiz, who's your favorite Canadian prince? Which twin is the People's Prince? Rumors of Prince Billy's signature investiture ceremony doll in the works? Commemorative stamp planned for clone prince. Meet the Boones.
Chapter 12. Billy. I'm standing next to Pax at the long, stainless steel island in the kitchen of a famous New York City cathedral. Barely able to keep my eyes open, despite how excited I am to be here. It's been a long week, and I stayed up way too late last night. Welcome to our fundraiser for the foster care system, announces the host, a woman with red corkscrew curls who stands at the end of the island. Thank you for choosing to spend your Friday night here. Teen involvement is such a great way to draw attention to this good cause. She clasped her hands together, acknowledging the 50 of us standing around the island, all teenagers from ritzy New York City private schools. Sponsors have pledged to donate a certain amount for every brown bag lunch you pack to go toward a grant for the program, so we'll be staying up all night to pack as many as we can. All night? I'm already so tired from such a jam-packed week, and everyone knows it, especially Edward, who totally gets it. I feel bad I've been talking his ear off all morning about how sleepy I am. But this charity is worth hanging in there to do the work. The lunches themselves will be enjoyed by foster care children who are attending special events all over the region this weekend. I notice volunteers looking over at me from across the crowded countertop. One waves. Another smiles and nods. I keep finding myself wondering where I know these people from before realizing I don't know them. They know me. So I just wave and smile back. Pressing my eyes shut a few times, I try my hardest to focus on the host now, talking us through the various duties required in order to prepare the food. But with how the week's gone, my brain is mush, worrying about people thinking I'm pushing a gay agenda, hoping I'm doing right by the monarchy so far, and wanting people to like me, especially after the last Daily Maple article that was so rude. Pax just about shrieked when they read it. Psst, Mandy Hathaway is staring at you, they whisper. I look over at a mousy girl with long, dark tresses and expressive doe eyes, who's grinning at me over the top of a bin of red apples. Is she a celebrity or something? I ask Pax, waving at her. Pax buries their head in their hands in response. I can't get used to all this attention, I admit. Who would have guessed someone from teeny tiny little Timber would be the world's next hot topic of conversation? Well, get used to it, because we're being photographed, Edward chimes in, posing naturally for the event photographer, here to show all the good we're doing to help support this cause. I stand up a little taller. Gosh, no one warned me this limelight thing was going to be more like a blazing laser. I guess I should have expected it. The host gestures to the heaps of food piled in front of us. All right, let's get started. We have a lot of lunches to pack. The other volunteers break into conversation. Ready to pull an all-nighter? the person standing to my right says with a sly grin. His cream-colored cashmere sweater contrasts nicely against the warm bronze of his skin. He has perfectly coiffed, thick black hair parted to the side, and mesmerizing dark eyes. The kind where I can't tell if he's wearing eyeliner or if his lashes are just naturally like that. Before I can reply, he cuts back in. "Pleasure to meet you." He shakes my hand. "I'm Neil." I noticed glittery black nails and twinkling rings on each finger. "Edward's best friend. I've heard great things about you." He smiles a radiant smile, then squints and tilts his head flirtatiously. "Are the rumors true? Are you off the market for the moment?" "I guess so." I let out a little laugh, taken aback. How does he know? Then I remember how the press found out about Dustin from stalking my personal socials before I had to deactivate them. "Neil, behave," Edward teasingly tells him. "Of course." Neil smiles, showing off big white teeth. A girl in tight, snakeskin print pants takes a step toward me. "I don't think we've officially met," she says. "Third period AP Calc. Lady Sophia Marchand. Welcome to the squad, cowboy." She smiles sweetly, and I catch a whiff of spicy vanilla perfume. "Thanks," I say. I know who she is from the headlines boasting about her and Edward's romance. Pax has been obsessed and keeps speculating that the whole thing is a sham. Wishful thinking, Pax. Pax acknowledges her with a smile as she cozies up beside Edward. My best friend's smile turns into a glare the second she looks away. Then, Pax gives me a look that says they want to send her packing, possibly in one of these brown paper bags. When Edward catches me glancing over, he breaks into an easy smile and takes her hand in his, which catches the event photographer's eye. The host gives Neil a box of gloves and asks him to pass them down. I put mine on. After she runs through what should go in each bag once more, the host claps her hands. "Get to it, people!" "This is going to suck," Lady Sophia mutters, wrestling on a pair of clear plastic gloves over her long nails with difficulty. Then she gives a coy smile as the event photographer takes a close-up. Neil taps a carrot peeler against a cutting board. "Shall we?" "Let's do it," I say, hoping my enthusiasm is coming through despite my exhaustion. Neil starts peeling the carrots. Then I start cutting them up into carrot sticks and placing a handful of them in plastic baggies. Pax, who's on sandwich duty, gabs animatedly with Lady Sophia, who absent-mindedly slaps mayo on bread. Edward assists with the turkey and cheese, while another volunteer bags the finished sandwiches. Others are peeling and slicing apples or portioning blueberries and assorted nuts. Once bagged in plastic, everything is passed down to the end of the island where the host packages them in their brown paper bags. It's a pretty solid assembly line. We keep packing. It takes a long time. I'm on what feels like my 100th carrot and struggling to stay up when I realize Neil is talking to me. "So, how's being Crown Prince treating you?" "It's a lot of work for sure. Just going to a new school is an adjustment. Forget about the whole world knowing my name and forming a zillion opinions about me." I start chopping another carrot. "But it's good. All the love and support is really amazing," I say, the memory of applause at the Met still fresh in my mind from Monday night. "And, you know, being Crown Prince means I get to do stuff I love, like this." I wave my knife. It's really given me a sense of purpose. The something that's been missing all my life. I try to remember what Edward had mentioned about Neil.
I hear you're the son of an ambassador. What's that like? Neil shrugs, handing me another peeled carrot. It has its perks. No supervision, which means parties and fun. But it can get a little lonely sometimes. He smiles. Listen to me, sounding so woe is me. Anyway, Neil shakes his head. It's pretty damn neat you're out. Thanks. Are you gay too? I ask, hoping I'm not too bold. He grins. I don't care much for labels. Besides, my parents would fly off the handle if they so much as suspected a thing. How'd yours take it? My mom took it well, I say. My dad back home, just never really talked about it. He didn't even ask me about my boyfriend, Dustin, when we first started dating. Why am I sharing so much with someone I just met? My dad was a good person, I add, in case I made him sound like he wasn't. I believe that. Neil smiles kindly. I mean, if he was anything like you. I'm suddenly grateful that he and I are standing side by side. After 2 hours more of packing lunches, and almost cutting my finger off multiple times as I nearly fall asleep at the island, I realize I have to take a break and sit down. Not take a nap, I remind myself. Just a sit down. But I'm afraid that I'll look like a slacker if anyone sees me. Bathroom? I ask the host. She points the way. I climb a set of stairs and find myself in the main part of the cathedral, with its softly glowing lights shining up on ornate pillars and stained glass. Luckily, I'm the only one here. I take the opportunity to collapse on one of the pews, rubbing my eyes. My feet thank me for the brief rest. I gaze up at the tall ceiling. It feels weird being in a cathedral. I haven't been in one since Christmas. I don't exactly count the little timber chapel as a cathedral. Every year, I light a candle for Dad. I always feel like I can see him in the glow of the warm flame. Tears prickle my eyes. Sometimes I feel broken. Like, why am I still sad? Shouldn't I be healed by now? It feels like I'll never fully heal. I think about him. Good memories and bad. Just to be with him again. It's like there are two realities. One in which he exists, and one in which he's never existed at all. Sometimes I slip back and find myself wandering the happy halls of that old life with him. It's painful, but at least we're together. I never want to stop remembering. I can hear his voice. Everyone heals in their own time. My eyes flutter shut. I just need one more minute before heading back down to the kitchen. And besides, it's cold in here, and I convince myself that it will keep me from nodding off. But I'm wrong, and within seconds, I'm fast asleep. In my dream, there's a whinny from outside, and Lucky Lady comes trotting into the barn. She seems distressed. When I go to pet her, she neighs and bucks, her nostrils wide. I ask her what's wrong. She's covered in a layer of soot. I race out of the barn and spot our house, or what's left of it. It's a charred skeleton, a wisp of smoke rising up from its ruins. Were Mom and Dad inside? Where's Mac? I run toward the house, noticing that the whole yard has been scorched to nothing. The 4 oaks are ablaze. I see Mom and Dad and Mac standing inside, and when I run toward them, reach out for them, the flames engulf them. Stomach lurching, I wake with a start in the dim light
to the sound of a click. I sit up to find I'm still alone. Phew. How long had I dozed off for? Maybe all of 30 seconds? Definitely not long. I head back in and start cutting more carrots, apologetic for being out for longer than I anticipated. Luckily, no one asks any questions. More hours pass in a blur, but I manage to stay awake the whole time. Just after sunrise, the host gets our attention by clapping her hands. She strolls down the length of the island and stops beside the dozens of carts chock full of bagged brown lunches ready to be shipped off. "The numbers are in of how much you raised," she announces, glancing down at her phone. $4,003,792. Wow, I breathe, my fuzzy brain slowly registering the news. Edward claps me on the back, jarring me. Way to go that we stayed awake the whole night. Lady Sophia nudges Edward. Thanks again for inviting me, Eddie Bear. If there was ever any doubt, the way my brother looks at her confirms that what they have is real. Pax must agree because they shoot me a secret eye roll. I'm just glad I made it through the event without toppling over at the kitchen island, though I sure came close a few times. Now, I only have one thought. Bed. Back at the mansion, I spend the rest of the day sleeping. Shortly after I wake up, and after fighting the urge to fall back asleep, I squeeze in a quick dinner with Mom, Mac, and Pax, who's still rhapsodizing about Edward before taking a call from Dustin while rushing to meet Gord. I tell Dustin I miss him, actually meaning it this time. Then I enter the study with a notepad and pen. Billy, Gord checks his watch. Welcome to your first royal lesson. He smiles and gestures to a chair across from him at the desk, which is cluttered with textbooks. I'm glad you're settled in and have taken care of all the basics so that we can finally tackle the truly important things. I take a seat, barely able to see him over the stacks of books. Thanks. He moves a pile aside. So, here's what you need to know. The investiture ceremony. You'll be walking when called upon. You will need to know when to pause and bow, when to kneel, when to speak, what to say, when to stand, when to ascend the... Oh, okay, I mumble, flipping open my notepad. Let me just write that down. He's going so fast, I'll never remember a thing. Gord takes a deep breath, then grins. Of course. He clasps his fingers together on the desk, and even though he's smiling, part of me wonders if he's frustrated I'm taking so long, and that I was late. I finish writing what he said. Okay. I meet his eyes, nodding. His smile intensifies, and he nods back. By the way, we appreciate you not bringing your friend to New York at this time. It shows you respect for the delicacy of the situation. I freeze, not quite sure what he means. Bringing Dustin here was an option, but not one I've considered seriously. The world is my oyster. But I'm still a little lost in terms of what situation he's referring to exactly. Maybe this has something to do with the firm scrubbing through my personal social media before asking me to deactivate it and having me take down any photos of me and Dustin and asking for him to do the same. Who knew that locking lips could shake an institution to its very foundation? I just nod. Yeah, of course. I want to be considerate. Gord pushes a tablet across the desk toward me. Your uniform design for the ceremony. I gaze at a fashion sketch of a red cape with furry white trimming with black spots and a military-like outfit worn underneath it. It looks like something straight out of medieval times. Cool, I say, not knowing if Pax would think this outfit was beautiful or plain awful. Either way, they'd jump for joy if they had the chance to see this top-secret design. It's in line with the traditional British uniforms, Gord adds. I give a sharp nod. Right, got it. I can't let myself think about what lies beyond the ceremony. A forever home in Canada? Leaving Montana behind? And the ranch? Never again visiting our 4 Oaks or Dad's headstone? Gord grins. Any questions? I keep my eyes trained on the tablet. That all sounds great, I say quietly. Perfect. Gord takes out a bundle of papers. Now, at this ceremony, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will read the letters patent. After that, you will be reciting your vow to Canada. Half the speech will be in English, and the other half will be in French. How's your mastery of the French language? I cringe. I've only ever taken Spanish. I comb through my memory. Omelette du fromage? Cheese omelette? I let out a little laugh. Gord just blinks at me. I'm not sure he has a sense of humor. He launches into the French alphabet and verbs and has me parrot words back. After that comes an exhaustive history of Canada lesson, at which point I realize I knew next to nothing about Canada, except that certain provinces sell milk in bags. I think I read that somewhere once, and it only stuck because I like milk. I tune back in to hear Gord talking about the history of a place called Hatley Castle. The king and queen consort almost turned it into a prep school, he says. This was soon after the Governor-General's role was dissolved. He then dives into the king's checks and balances role of making sure everything is in the best interest of Canada. His role is to provide something called the royal assent, which brings parliamentary bills into law, and his rubber stamping of, well, everything. So, the law of secession for the Crown of Canada can be changed? I ask, my pen struggling to form legible words. Correct, Gord says flatly, through a Section 41 amendment. Section 41 amendment, I repeat, scribbling it down. Finally, Gord has me memorize the 10 provinces and 3 territories, and learn the key differences between the country's major lakes. See, the fact I was born in Canada isn't enough to win over the country, so the more I learn, the better. The lesson reaches a point where I'm tipping forward on my chair with exhaustion. At long last, Gord stands. We will pick up again tomorrow. Get some rest. Thank you, I say groggily, staggering up. I check my notepad. Bonsoir. At that, Gord gestures to the door with the slightest trace of a smile. I'm back at the diner with Dad, where we always used to go after church. He's looking up at me from his coffee mug, blowing on it. As the steam fogs up his glasses, the warmest smile spreads across his face, and I'm filled with happiness again. And then the steam grows, obscuring him from view. It clears to show it's not Dad there, but Frederick. I let out a strangled sob. I wake up, completely gutted. Those terrible, gnawing thoughts are back, The ones that only appear in the dizzying, disorienting moments after surfacing from a dad dream. He's dead. And one day it'll be my turn. And we all die. Even Mom, and Mac, and Pax, everyone. I take a slow breath, stashing the grim thoughts back into their deep, dark well, and fight the layers of blankets off me, stepping onto the icy hardwood. Then I wrap myself in my silk robe that had been hanging off the bedpost, put on my slippers, and head toward the kitchen for a glass of milk. My footfalls on the thick, plush rug running the length of the hall are silent, and it's dim, except for the glowing sconces on the walls. There's movement at the end of the hall. My heart races. Then I realize it's just my security detail on a routine night stroll. I go to take another step when a flickering light coming from a nearby doorway catches my attention, and I follow it. I set foot onto the opulent carpet of the library, taking in the crackling fireplace, wood paneling, walls of books, an expansive map of Canada painted across the entire ceiling, adorned with an ornate chandelier. On the far side of the room, King Frederick is hunched over a tablet and a red and white box of paperwork at a lamp-lit desk, engraved ballpoint pen in hand and cup of tea steaming beside him. He looks up at me and smiles. "You're up early." He checks his designer watch. "About 6 hours early. Up for a midnight snack?" "A glass of milk." I wipe sleep from my eyes. I guess I'm having trouble sleeping here. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I ask. "I thought you were supposed to be in Ottawa this week."
"Going to Commonwealth Day service tomorrow here in town, followed by meetings with some heads of state."
He removes his glasses and rubs his temples, tapping his finger on the pile of paperwork.
"Right now, I just so happen to be approving a publicity plan for you. Would you like to attend the Trevor Project Gala and the GLAAD Media Awards?"
I'm taken aback. My dad never spoke about anything gay-related. It's so refreshing hearing Frederick talk about these organizations like they're no big deal. Which they're not. Definitely.
"Excellent. Let's try that."
He redlines the document. "Thanks." He inspects me.
"How is life for you as a new royal going?"
I debate whether I should tell him it's a lot of work, but so far so good, like what I told Neil, or that I've been throwing myself into it all as a way to prove myself to him, and as a way to fill up the mental space in my head to push away any sad thoughts about Dad. "Good," I reply. "Really good."
"Excellent. And Edward is treating you well, I hope? I know he's adjusting to the shift, too."
"Yeah, he's been really welcoming," I say, thinking about how I'm meeting with him in a few short hours to go over talking points for an upcoming hockey event. It was at his suggestion, and I'm so grateful. He seems very supportive now. I barely remember the snooty version of him who I met in that backstage dressing room.
"Good. I'm always worried about him."
I laugh. He's been great. Frederick squeezes one eye shut in thought.
"I hope so. Your mother and I have been treading very carefully with him. His future's no longer what he thought it would be. I'm sure he's hurting, but he'd never admit to it." He shakes the thought. "But nothing you need to take on. You've got enough on your plate." I consider what it must feel like to have this role taken away. With it, my true sense of purpose has never felt stronger in a way it never could have felt about the ranch. Or maybe even violin, too. "Have you decided on your regnal name yet?" he asks.
"My what?"
"The name you will be known as from here on out. Edward was almost Duke of Connaught and Strathern. Granny's full name is Eliza, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories. Queen, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith. Wow, that's a mouthful. I instantly regret saying it, but Frederick reacts with an agreeable smile. You know, your mother and I had settled on a name for you before you were born. We were planning on going with Francois. That's a strange thought. Edward and Francois. I chuckle, thinking about how I can't see myself as anyone other than Billy. It's not really me. I give it some more thought. How about just His Royal Highness Prince Billy? I think that's a fine choice, if that's what you'd like. Prince Billy, I muse. I think that's it. Plain and simple. Excellent. Would you like to see something? Frederick nods toward the tablet on the desk. Sure. I close the distance between us and peer over his shoulder. He smells like new car. On the tablet, there are designs of what look like intricately detailed white plates and bowls. What's this? I've asked for a design of the new china dishes we're ordering for the ceremony. Look. He points to one of the plates, where there's a moose rearing up on its hind legs. This plate represents Canada. Then he taps another plate, where there's a grizzly bear set against blue sky and mountains. And this plate represents Montana. He looks up at me. Do you like it? I nod. Yeah, this is awesome. Good. Frederick rests a hand on my shoulder. It's important to me that you know you're a part of this family. Thanks. My mouth twitches as the weight of his words sinks in. I take it Gould's told you about the glorious royal regalia you'll be wearing and holding, the scepter and the sword and all that. I nod. A strange sensation overtakes me. The more I get to know Frederick, and the closer I feel to him, the more guilty I feel. All I can think about is Dad. It feels like I'm betraying him, and my bad dream resurfaces. It's not that I want to give the King of Canada the cold shoulder or anything. It's that, as much as I like him, I'm also terrified of letting him override that special, sacred place Dad's always held in my heart. Well, I should get back to bed. I'm meeting Edward for an early Prince lesson in the morning. You're a great son, and a great prince. I just wanted to let you know. He gives my arm a little pat. Night, son. Night. I can't get myself to say, Dad. It's not right. Frederick, I add. Then I quickly turn and head back to bed. You know how the Canadians are about their ice hockey, Edward says from across the dining room table over breakfast. Okay, from your expression, maybe you don't. How much do you know about hockey? I take a sip of fresh orange juice. Pucks, sticks, lots of padded uniform things, and the goal is to get the puck in the net. Edward quirks an eyebrow, bagel mid-schmear in his hand. Oh, and obviously the skates, I add. Like I've said, I've really never been much of a sports fan. Maybe I should have taken up Dustin on his offer to teach me everything about sports after all. I'm really missing my boyfriend right now, I say, sharing. He knows way more about sports than me. Okay, great. Edward sets down his bagel. Now that I know your baseline, we can start filling in the gaps so you can trick the world into thinking you're a hockey expert. So, ice hockey is the official national winter sport of Canada. Canada's NHL teams include the Ottawa Senators,
the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Montreal Canadiens, fondly known as the Habs. There's also the Vancouver Canucks, Edmonton Oilers, Calgary Flames, and the Winnipeg Jets. I blink. Got it. Senators, Maple Leafs, Habs. I give a sheepish wince. Mind repeating the rest? Edward chuckles softly. Shouldn't you be taking notes? Oh, right. I dig my notepad and pen out of my pocket and flip to the last page of notes I took during Gord's lesson. It's the list of the 10 provinces, and the last one on the list catches my eye. Hey, were you named after Prince Edward Island? Edward blinks at me. Yes, actually. Most think I was named after my great-uncle Edward, the Earl of Wessex. Nice! Did you know it takes a whole 10 minutes to cross the Confederation Bridge into PEI? I ask, excited to have remembered. He smiles coolly. I know everything about the provinces. Oh, right. Sorry. Royals don't apologize, Edward corrects me. The Maple Leafs are going up against the Rangers this week, he says. Got it. Why is it Maple Leafs and not Maple Leaves? Edward spears his fork through a ball of watermelon, then looks up and grins. No clue. He launches into all these facts about the various players and tells me what I need to know and say, and I write it all down. Things about holding the stick, funny terms like flopper and bender and grinder that I know Pax would find a real hoot. It's actually going really well until Gord enters the dining room and smacks a newspaper down onto the table. There's a massive front-page night vision photo that shows me snoring on a pew in the cathedral. The headline reads, Royal Prince Billy sleeps on the job. Care to explain? Gord asks me with venom in his voice. I gawk. Crap. I look at Edward, who calmly dabs his fine linen napkin on his mouth. I wasn't sleeping all through the fundraiser. That's a big lie. I closed my eyes for maybe 2 minutes, I say to Gord. Not sure I sound very convincing, especially given that it looks like I'm drooling in the photo, with my mouth hanging open like it's trying to catch flies. How was it even taken in the first place? I'm sorry, I finally say. Is this really bad? It's not beyond repair, Gord says, eyes flitting to the unflattering photo. But you're definitely losing favor in the public eye, and the Canadian royal family is going to have to significantly increase their donation in order to make up for it. He takes a seat at the table and knits his fingers together, looking from me to Edward, then back to me. Edward crumples his napkin on the tabletop. Well, I'm sure you've got this. The Canadian monarchy's existence rests on your shoulders, Gord reminds me. I know, I'm sorry, I say through a mask of horror. Gord rubs his salt and pepper scruff and stands. I will figure out what's required and commence damage control. Then he leaves. Don't fret, Edward tells me. Out of all the people to trust, Gord is number 1 most trustworthy. He'll sort this out. Okay, I say absently. I realize I am panting and have my knife and fork in an iron grip. I ease up and scan the article, sighing at the photos of the other volunteers peppered throughout, pictures of hard work and determination. I wish I hadn't taken that rest break. Were there hidden cameras or something? I let out a contemplative hum. The press can spin anything. That's rather bizarre, isn't it? You know, I bet you that event photographer must have been a mole working with the press. You think? I peer at Edward, finding myself agreeing with him. I'm pretty sure that drool has been photoshopped. Hey, I start. Is there anything you can do? You know I didn't step out of the kitchen for very long. Maybe a few minutes at the most. Edward shrugs. Leave it up to Gord. One philosophy of his is to never draw more attention to a hot topic, or it only gets hotter. What about the other volunteers we were with? They saw me helping cut up carrots all night. Maybe they could chime in. I'm sure the same guidance has been drilled into them. Don't get involved. He must see how mortified I look because he smiles kindly at me. Please don't fret. No one is going to remember this by tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. I nod emphatically, willing myself to believe him. I just have to be more careful from now on, I bow. This sort of thing happens all the time, from one brother to another. Now you see how hard it really is. Edward chuckles. Being crown prince comes with a price. In fact, it puts the price in prince. It requires perfection. Maple Crown Rule 10. Maple Crown what? Oh, you'll get to those in your lessons with Gord soon, I'm sure. His expression grows serious, concerned even. You sure you still want to take all this on? He asks softly. Despite my stomach churning with nerves at my first scandalous headline, it's not even a question. Yeah, I'm sure. I want to be the perfect royal. I want to make my long-lost father proud. His words replay in my head. Your great son, and a great prince. A part of me feels a pang of guilt when I realize that Dad's voice has been replaced.
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup, March 20th, 4:34 p.m. Eastern Time. Ed Fia loved up on New York streets by Omar Scooby. Edward and Sophia steal the spotlight once again. The former crown prince was spotted walking arm in arm with the gorgeous Lady Sophia through the twinkling streets of Soho. It's clear these two go together like eggs and Canadian bacon. After keeping a low profile in the wake of Billy sashaying onto the scene, New York City's hottest power couple was captured strolling the streets of Manhattan, looking young and very much in love. The socialite wore a chic skirt, thigh-high boots, and flowy blouse, with her signature silky ombre hair pulled back in a sleek bun. The former crown prince donned a luxe suit and classic timepiece and appeared to be holding up well, considering getting booted off the throne a week prior. The twosome dined after participating in a fundraiser event with proceeds going toward a children's home. Cause-driven work is vital to the Canadian monarchy and contributes to their good standing in Canada. However, Prince Billy, also in attendance at the star-studded event, was dinged for sleeping through most of it. This less-than-noble act, sneaking off to have a nap while the other volunteers worked tirelessly to bag lunches, has lost him favor with the general public. He simply couldn't resist dozing off in the city that never sleeps. Could Billy be tired of life as crown prince so soon? Could he be ready for a royal send-off back to his sleepy little town? Or perhaps he's merely celebrating a belated National Napping Day. Most are more interested in Edward and Sophia's burgeoning romance than in the soporific tales of a supine snoring snoozer. Stay tuned to keep tabs on everybody's favorite twin flames. Edward and Sophia, that is. Related stories. Royal Prince Billy sleeps on the job. Billy. Sleepy is the head that wears the crown. Dreamer, not doer. You snooze, you lose. 6 tricks to achieving Sophia's effortless looks. Prince Billy flubs on national TV. Chapter 13. Edward. I'm starting to appreciate spending study hall without having to make time for an iota of prince work, especially because, despite it being senior year, The professors are making us work harder than ever with an overabundance of schoolwork. If my senioritis wasn't already dialed up to 11, my focus is made more scattered by Neil seated across the aisle, jabbing his finger at my tablet, indicating I check my messages. I open my email and see he sent me a link to a Daily Maple article. I glance over the top of my screen to make sure Professor Hildegard isn't on to me. He's strolling the aisles of students with their noses in books or typing out essays. I click the link to the article. It's titled, Prince Billy Flubs on National TV. With the regular hockey season well underway, Prince Billy dropped the puck at last night's Maple Leafs versus Rangers game at Madison Square Garden. But when asked about the matchup between the Maple Leafs and Rangers, the new crowned prince was on thin ice. He tripped over his words and had his hockey facts so scrambled, it's no small wonder he didn't end up in the penalty box for it. I snicker to myself. Oh, this is so good. I finish the article, then click on the Canadian Royals Instagram, where there's nothing about Billy except for Mum and Dad's Welcome to the Family Billy post from the day of the press release, and a countdown to investiture ceremony weekend post with a photo of Billy. Chris. I keep scrolling, searching for any indication that the firm, Parliament, or British royals are observing Billy's string of mishaps. From the look of things, there's no telling. This just means I have to double down. I head over to Billy's newly created and verified professional profile. Yesterday afternoon, I raised my inquiry to Gord, asking why Billy has his own account. Apparemment, the allowance of the professional account, controlled by the firm, is an exception, and only because of Billy's unprecedented surge in popularity and what it means for the Canadian crown. Hearing he's so beloved and gets special treatment because of it is infuriating to say the least. Sorry, twinfuriating, as Neil put it. And to think I got grounded for far less. But they need him to show up, attend events, show face, woo the masses. Between Gord taking Billy under his wing and Mum and Dad's blatant adoration for him, I hate to admit that I'm emerald with envy. Somehow the critique of him in the Daily Maple article gives me a shred of hope. The bell rings, and Neil and I head down the corridor. Neil keeps his voice low. Fascinating, isn't it? Looks like people are beginning to question Billy's ability as Crown Prince, I say quietly, a slight joy in my voice. Does he know anything at all about Canada? Neil says in a mocking tone. Oh, and did you see the line that said, how can he rule a country he knows nothing about? What goes up must come down, I say out the side of my mouth as we round the corner. If the public gives him any more dislikes, the firm is bound to intervene and strategically strip Billy of his title and return it to its rightful owner. I mime a crown lowering onto my head. It's only a matter of time before Section 41 is rolled out to alter the law of succession for the Crown of Canada. English, please? Essentially, Billy's fate will be left up to a vote, and all of Parliament will vote depending on his increasingly rancid reputation, I explain. That is, if we can pull this off. But what will be the straw to break the camel's back? Neil inquires. Fee joins us on the stairs. Looks like the tide is turning against Billy. Your plan is working. Don't you mean our plan? I quip. I'm guessing you liked the photo I took? Neil asks Fee. I shouldn't have underestimated you, Fee tells him. He grins. I told you my photography skills work wonders. It was perfection, I add. Just like you. Fee looks at me a certain way and reaches for my hand. Making sure no one else is watching, I swat it gently away. Wow, you are really good at acting like you like me, I tease. Who says I'm acting? She winks. Princess Sophia. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think, Neil? Neil, don't you dare answer that, I shudder. I'd rather marry my cousin. She scoffs. So, what's next in store for Billy? Neil shouts in greeting. Hey, y'all. Billy appears before us. How's it going? Good, we all say in unison. Good, I say again, firmer, regaining my composure. How's all with you? Good, he says. Just heading to lunch in the cafe. Oh, get the chocolate chip cookies. They're baked daily, I offer, flashing a smile. And don't worry, they're not too sweet. Will do, he says. Thanks. See you after school for that standing meeting thing. He waves and trundles up the stairs. I look at Neil and Fee and sigh. Close call. I grin. You catch more flies with maple syrup, as they say. He seems way too happy, Fee mutters. We can change that, Neil says, with that impish smile I know far too well. When Mum shared she wanted to spend quality time with me, it took Gord a solid week and a half to find a time when both of us were free. A warm Wednesday afternoon at the end of the month. Luckily, going out in the middle of the week means less crowds. Isn't this nice? Mum asks from a tuffet in the fitting room. She's holding shopping bags and a glass of champagne, with Evie by her side, observing me as I examine the silk ascot on the suit jacket I'm wearing. Indeed, I say, turning this way and that in the mirror. It's lovely to be out in the town without the full entourage for once. Mum nods. See, I told you it would get better for you. I can't say I miss it, but a big part of me does. You're doing a great job, Mum says with gusto, as if reading my mind. I know it's likely been tough, but your father and I are always here for you. I know penciling this mother-son excursion into her whirlwind schedule was her way of showing that, while the press may have left me behind, she hasn't and doesn't plan on it. I button and unbutton the suit jacket. How does this look? Mum picks up on how I don't want to get into the topic of becoming second string, and she smiles diplomatically. I think that whole look really suits you, Edward. Her eyebrows rise. You know, that would be the perfect thing to wear when we finally have Fee over the mansion for dinner. She screws up her mouth. I just realized Gord never sent us your schedule. We need to get on that. Oh, right. Sorry, I must have forgotten to tell him. I'm on it. We end up purchasing the ascot, the suit, and a few new pairs of shoes in the main room of the department store. On the way out, I'm able to greet a few fans before Mum and I step into the SUV, waiting for us at the curb. So, this is what life will be like from now on. It's tranquille. Although I froze up at Mum's words of praise back there, I'm thankful she and Dad have really been trying to make sure I'm all right. Which is why I think I should finally set up that dinner with Fee. It would make them both so happy, and Fee too. Almost as happy as I was to spend quality time today with Mum. Just us two. But still, not even this pleasant excursion was enough to shake the hell-bent feeling I have about wanting the primo position back. I can't believe he keeps making the headline, I griped to Neil over FaceTime back on Park Ave. My phone's propped up on the kitchen counter as I slam bowls and measuring cups onto the marble island. Neil cleans the lens of his mirrorless camera. Are you referring to the successful bush planting ceremony he took part in, or the flag-raising ceremony, or was it that wreath-laying ceremony? All of the above, I huff. Chill out. It's not that big a deal, he says. So, for my year-long vacation, I'm thinking of starting things off in Madrid, then heading to Ibiza, or perhaps I should go to Rio de Janeiro first. Ignoring him, I look at the paper that arrived earlier, showing Billy shining like a ray of sun. I worked all of my life for this, only to be pushed aside for the shiny new model. I crack an egg into a bowl. I'm safe. I follow the rules. Might I remind you of our little fireworks stunt last year? Neil asks. Oh, maybe I should make China part of my trip. That was an outlier, I sigh. Fine, I was acting out. But even then, I wasn't a loose cannon. Am I detecting a teeny bit of jealousy, my dear? I refuse to admit it, so I deflect. I wouldn't go that far. I get it. You're pissed. I would be too. Neil rubs his cloth against his camera's viewfinder. Why don't you apply PAX for intel? Genius! Why didn't I think of this before? I'll ask them all about Billy. There's got to be a skeleton in that closet of his. I stare off into space. wondering whether I should also interrogate Mac again. "Edward," Neil butts in, "you know I love you, but you have to relax. Why don't you just take the rest of the night off, kick back, and bake?" He aims his camera lens at me and pretends to snap a photo. "It's only a matter of time before you're back in the saddle." I cringe. "You're starting to sound like Billy. Maybe you're spending too much time around him." Neil grins and shrugs. "What can I say? I'm taking my assignment seriously, so seriously, in fact, that Leo is starting to wonder if I'm avoiding him. I do appreciate it." I pick up my phone and manage a smile. "All right, talk soon. Dig up some dirt on him already." I hang up. Maybe I've gone a tad overboard, but it's not like there's anything better to do with my recently freed-up schedule, other than baking, obviously. Sure, Billy is the shining star that entered the Canadian royal family, taking big swings and winning. But the monarchy doesn't like big swings. They like people who are compliant, consistent, rule followers, who keep their heads down. That's pretty much me in a nutshell, and it's all going to waste. The thought of him in his prince lesson with Gord right now is aggravating. Who would have ever thought I'd actually miss being the target of Gord's withering stares? I do what I do when I'm stressed. Listen to classical music and bake up a storm. I fling cups of flour into a mixing bowl, letting it puff up like a miniature atomic bomb. With my teeth gritted, I whisk egg whites, combine them with butter and sugar, then fold them in with the dry ingredients, trying to be careful despite the frustration roiling inside me. I pop the cake batter in the oven and head into the living room, where I throw myself onto the sofa. I'm about to reach for my AP Calc worksheets when something catches my attention. Mac's laptop. It glows on the coffee table, beckoning me. She's probably fast asleep by now, along with Connie and Pax. As for Billy, after his lesson with Gord, he's getting his measurements taken by the head of robe before going over steps with the royal dance instructor for the Jolie Jubilee Ball in 2 weeks, meaning he shouldn't be done for at least another few hours, as has been the case for the past week and a half. With all the footage Mac's taken, maybe there's some dirt on him in here. No, Neil's right. I need to just relax, or at least start on my homework. I settle into the sofa and get through most of it before my urge to snoop grows too strong. I look around to make sure the coast is clear, then reach over and pull the laptop close. Unbelievable. Mac doesn't even have it password protected. And she really shouldn't leave her laptop unattended like this. There are a bunch of browsers open. Her surprisingly booming YouTube channel, what looks to be fan fiction sites, TikTok, email. I freeze. There are emails from the firm. These aren't Mac's emails. They're Billy's. He must have signed into his email account on her laptop. I scroll through his emails, mostly boring correspondence from the firm about various patronages, events, and ceremonies. He's getting his own royal cipher, too, and special commemorative stamps as well as coins saying, celebrating the investiture of His Royal Highness Prince Billy, of course. And to think, my name on a tea towel set was a big deal. I open an email documenting all the investiture ceremony souvenirs, teacup and saucer, biscuit tin, souvenir spoon, bauble, a collector's edition Ken doll in my likeness, all things designed for me long ago. Since we have the same face, it was easy enough for the firm to take my name off and slap his on everything. Then I spot an email with an interesting subject line. New Canadian Royal China Plates. Billy, here's the latest redesign. I know we looked over the previous iteration in the library together, but it's come along nicely since then. Looking forward to your thoughts. Best, His Royal Majesty. I feel my jealousy flare up again. I'll be damned if my desserts are going to be served on plates that I didn't approve. My thoughts are cut short when I smell something burning. I throw the laptop back onto the coffee table and race back into the kitchen. Plumes of smoke are pouring from the oven. Infuriated at myself, I grab pot holders and yank out the scorched cake. Ruined. Sacrement. What's that ominous smell? Pax wanders into the kitchen, wearing a tank top and yoga pants. When they see me, their eyes widen and they freeze. Oh, Prince Edward. Hi. I'm still holding the charred cake in the pan. Believe it or not, it's a vanilla cake. Was a vanilla cake. I open the rubbish bin, about to drop the whole thing in. I don't even want to try to save the pan. Wait. Pax holds up their hands, and I look at them curiously. If I may? They say timidly. You could just cut the flaky burnt part off. I've done that plenty of times before. The rest of it still looks pretty tasty. That's blasphemous, I say. Oh, it is? I let myself smile a tiny smile. I'm kidding. I set it back down on the counter and gently pry it from the pan and onto a serving plate. Pax takes a knife and begins cutting away the top burnt part. Finally, they stand back with a flourish. Voila! It's a little rough, I remark. But it actually looks edible. I taste a small pinch. It's not terrible. I cut off a chunk and offer it to them. Try it. Apologies for the lack of frosting, not my usual. Let there be cake. They knock their cake against mine. We each take a bite. My taste buds revel in a burst of vanilla. Wow. This is amazing, sans frosting, Pax says. You made this? I nod, surprised by how much the compliment means to me. It sends a warm, fuzzy feeling through my body. Thank you, I say, blushing for some reason. Somehow the thought of plying them for information seems wrong, and looking at them, I can't help but wonder if... No. Pax is Billy's best friend, and anyone who's a bestie to Billy is an enemy of mine. But as Pax does a cute little dance after taking another bite of cake, I can't resist smiling. Pax isn't who I thought would be my type. I'm a gay guy, and Pax is, well, Pax. The fact their pronouns aren't he and him is a bit confusing because, as a gay guy, I've only ever thought of he and him as being crush-worthy. They-them is something I've not thought of before. Am I still gay if I'm with someone who doesn't identify as male? Does this make me pansexual? Am I even cis? Now I'm rethinking my sexual orientation and my gender identity. Lots to question here. I shake the sudden surge of thoughts. You're always in such good spirits, I remark. How can I not be? They say. I'm here, with you. They stiffen. Sorry. You know what I mean. Why do I get so nervous around you? Billy's right, you're human, just like the rest of us, and OMG, I need to stop talking now. I chuckle. What makes you so sure I'm human? I give my best vampire eye smolder. Pax giggles. What I meant was, you ooze sunshine, I say. Are you naturally just a happy and ebullient person? Pax's smile flags as they go into thought. I guess so. I mean, not all the time. I wasn't always happy. It took time to heal and figure out how I wanted to live my life. To be honest, I've had my fair share of adversity. Growing up gay and genderqueer in a small and secluded town wasn't the easiest thing. Constantly getting femme-shamed just because I liked eyeliner and floral prints. I can imagine, I say, even though I can't. Not really. Pax nods in earnest. And then there was the whole parents disowning me thing. My eyes widen. I'm sorry to hear that. Suddenly it puts all my worries about coming out to my parents into perspective. It also hurts my heart to hear it. How can people be so unloving? When people used to say invalidating things, I would question why I bothered to fight back, Pax shares. Then I realized one day that I'm not fighting against society's views. I'm fighting for myself. Good on you, I say, genuinely impressed by their strength and maturity. But it still must not be a walk in the park, I add. They grin again. Hey, I'm still standing, aren't I? So I guess the answer to your question is that yeah, I would say I like to look on the bright side. You kind of have to. Being frustrated really doesn't accomplish anything. Even when my parents didn't allow me to explore my love for fashion or whenever kids at school heckled me from their cars, I've refused to let other people's negativity weigh me down. Why give the haters the satisfaction? Screw 'em. That's actually really good advice, I muse. If you let other people's words and actions affect your emotions, then they win. I realize I'm also thinking about myself when I say it. Exactly, Pax says. One's mental health and well-being are so much more important. My grandma always says, you can't let anger eat you alive. They eye the remaining cake. Speaking of eating, could I have another piece? It's either you or that rubbish bin. I slice off a big chunk for them, and they reach for it. How do you cope with that kind of prejudice? I press. Pax finishes their bite. I design. And I sew. Usually rainbow things, or sparkly things, or glittery things. It's the little joys, you know? Certainly, I say, thinking about my stress reliever of baking. It suddenly hits me that despite the fact that they're Billy's BFF, this may be the closest thing to a date I've ever been on, even more so than break room boy at my first gala back. I've had a hell of a day, I say, but you've made me feel better. Thank you. Pax nearly chokes on another bite of cake. I have? They cough, cake stuck in their throat. Gah! Why can't I function when I'm around you? I think you've been functioning at peak levels, I find myself saying. Pax looks like a deer in headlights. What am I doing? I turn and hurry out of the kitchen. Night, I call back to them. The next day, during lunch in the school cafe, I lean in toward Neil over my tray of filet mignon and mashed potatoes. We need to try even harder to find some dirt on Billy, I whisper. Are you sure you didn't find anything? Nope, Neil says. Billy really is perfect and adorable, and nothing about him is scandalous. He catches himself. Adorable in the boring sense of the term, of course. He chomps down on his leafy greens and shrugs. I don't know. Maybe we should take a break. The tabloids have already been super brutal to the poor guy this week. You don't actually feel bad for Billy, do you? I ask, sounding stroppy. Neil fervently shakes his head. What? No. But I know him too well. I can see something in his eyes. Neil, do you like him? I feel slightly ill. J'ai l'impression qu'on me prend pour une valise. Ew, no, never. Trust me, Bara. Okay. I desperately want to believe Neil. But as I see how he avoids my gaze, I'm not exactly buying it. Neil prods me. Besides, I have a bow, remember? I cut into my fillet. Oh, that's right. How is Lenny? Neil recoils. His name is Leo, and he's divine. Oh, that's right. Leo, forgive me. My mind's been a bit preoccupied. Neil raises one perfectly threaded eyebrow. You don't say. Wild laughter cuts through the air, and Billy and Pax enter the cafe, surrounded by a doting gaggle of giggling classmates. The cowboy boots, albeit chic ones, worn by a few of them, don't go unnoticed by me. Anyway, what were we talking about? I turn back to Neil, trying to pretend like I haven't just seen my happy-go-lucky twin waltz in. I can't shake my agitation at his popularity even here. Neil sips from his can of seltzer water. Bows? Right. I glance back at Billy, who's standing in line with his tray, all smiles with his new friends. Then, a thought hits me from out of nowhere, like an ice storm in Saskatchewan. Neil. I grab his arm, and he nearly spits out his water. I grin, and my grin intensifies. He's still with his boyfriend Dustin, right? Neil looks blankly at me and blinks. I'll answer. He is. How do I know this? Because I've overheard their inane phone conversations, mostly about basketball. I rub my hands together conspiratorially. Oh, I am good. Neil flares his nostrils and looks at me over the tops of his eyes. What are you nattering on about now? Neil, I have it. The perfect plan to send him back to Missouri. Montana, Neil corrects me. Sure, whatever. I lean in. I'm going to need your help.
Chapter 14. Billy.
"Good morning, Your Royal Highness," says a footman as he wrenches back the curtains. I groan and yank the covers over my head to block out the blazing sunlight. Is it morning already? It feels like my head just hit my pillow after a packed night of homework, brushing up on the waltz for the ball tonight, and studying with Gord. He's been going over the cue cards with the speech I'll be delivering at the investiture ceremony and teaching me about the Maple Crown rules. Maple Crown Rule 8 rings true. No rest for the royals. It's intriguing stuff, but it's a lot. Who knew the royal family tree was a circle? Interesting how Gord's not going over the British royals' colonial past, racist present, incest. Pax's Royal Rundown 101 lesson really stuck with me. As the footman lets in more light, I think about how I'm really starting to miss Little Timber, the ranch, the general store, and even school, down to its silly marmot mascot. Although not having to do dishes, hang up my towels, or muck stalls is still pretty great. Then I remember that being crown prince is the thing that's been missing my whole life. And suddenly, I feel okay again. My phone rings, and rings, and rings, and I finally pick up. "Hello?" I grumble. "I miss you," comes Dustin's earnest voice. I know." I peek out from the covers and squint against the glare. "You called to tell me that last night, too," I say, rubbing my eyes. "And yesterday afternoon, and yesterday morning. I know. I just really miss you," he says tenderly. "What are you up to?" "Just woke up," I mumble. "Very nice," he says, sounding way more upbeat than normal. "Why do you sound like you're up to something?" "Who, me? I'm not up to anything." His voice sounds way too playful for me to believe him. "If you say so." I sit up. "Don't be mad, but is it okay if we talk later? Once I've had a chance to wake up a little more?" Yeah, of course. I love you. Love you too." I hang up and shove my face back into my pillow. I'm so overwhelmed. Dustin's persistence to connect while I've got a million princely duties just feels like one more thing adding to my already full plate. The fact that I'm kind of neglecting him, breaking Maple Crown Rule 73, never neglect family nor friend, is only feeding into my overall sense that I can barely get 2 minutes to myself before someone is calling for me or telling me what to do. At least being busy is keeping my dad's sorrows at bay. "Breakfast is served, Your Royal Highness," says the footman before slipping back into the hall. I let out a belabored moan. I just want to go back to sleep. "Oh, it must be so hard being a rich prince," I can picture Dad saying. It makes me smile, realizing he's still there, living rent-free in my head. "Buck up," he'd say. I shuffle through the halls toward the smell of scrambled eggs and coffee and step out on the veranda, where Mom, Mac, and Pax are eating breakfast, already dressed for the day. It's the first really warm weather we've had since coming here. "Morning," I mumble, plopping into a seat at the head of the table and hugging my robe tightly against the breeze. Oh, honey, you look worse for wear, Pax remarks. You think? I croak sarcastically, feeling my bad mood lift a little. I barely slept. Again? Mom frowns, her expression full of concern. Is Gord being too hard on you? I've told him that you need your rest. I shrug. I'm okay. Mac shoves a syrupy bite of pancake into her mouth. Well, I'm great. Thanks for asking. Gord is actually being super nice to me. He even said I could keep posting on social media, as long as it's not anything too sensitive. Mac holds up her phone. Quiet on the set, she commands all of us. Then she turns to look into the camera. Hi, fam. It's a beautiful morning here at the mansion. She swipes her phone through the air to get a look at the panoramic view of the treetops of Central Park in the distance. Did you know the state tree of New York is the sugar maple? I learned that at school. Then she turns it on me. Hi, Prince Billy. How's it going? Looking forward to the Jolie Jubilee tonight? I nod, smile, and give a thumbs up. What happened to not filming me? I'm pretty sure Gord would consider that too sensitive. Jolie was Canada's OG royal darling, Pax shares. She preeminently popularized the white wedding dress tradition. Pax Andrews, everybody, Max says proudly. They're an amazing clothing designer who designed and made some of the outfits for the event. She turns her phone back on herself. See you all tonight. It's going to be a blast. Mackie Montana out. When she puts it down, Pax's fingers alight on my shoulder. Where's Edward? I shoot Pax a bemused glance. Why do I feel like you're always asking me that? Because I am, they say, pursing their lips. And because he's elusive. I shrug. I don't know. I don't even know what day it is. It's Wednesday, April 13th. Mom sighs and shuts her paper. I'm worried about you. It's fine. I help myself to a bowl of oatmeal and fresh berries. The balmy spring breeze feels good as it rustles through my hair. It makes me hopeful. A footman appears to pour me a steaming mug of coffee, along with an extra splash of milk. I desperately drink the hot coffee despite it scalding my tongue. Another footman places a tray of magazines onto the table. The headline on the topmost one makes me do a spit take. Max squeals, Billy, gross! She wipes at her face in disgust. Sorry. I reach for the magazine. A large photo of Dustin and I is featured on the cover. Mid-kiss, outside the ranch at sunset. I recognize the photo instantly. It's an old one from his Instagram. The headline reads, Billy and boyfriend condemned by Vatican. My stomach lurches. I tear the magazine open, searching for the article. Another bad headline. But this one feels especially invasive. Oh, no, 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 no. Edward's words echo in my mind. Being crown prince comes with a price. It requires perfection. Pax snatches it out of my hands and shoves it below the table. Billy? No. Bad, Billy, bad. Wait, what does it say? I ask, suddenly feeling wide awake, my heart racing. Pax shakes their head. Nope. We're adding don't read the tabloids to our list right after don't read the comments. I sigh, recalling the other harsh articles about me and how I struggled to fall asleep at night after reading them. I appreciate you, I say, but I'm also dying inside. Gord is going to see that. Pax flings the magazine off the veranda and shrugs. Oops. I gawk. Pax? Yes? They ask innocently. reaching for another magazine with writer Russell flexing his bicep on the cover. Pax flips through it.
This one's in the clear.
Something catches their eye.
Sweet Mary and muslin. I got a mention in the Hot Topics section, they exclaim. Pax Andrews has been designing and sewing garments for the Jolie Jubilee, which will be shown in their own fashion show early next week.
Pax squeals, then reads the room.
I can read the rest later.
They tuck the magazine by their side.
Sorry, where were we?
I'm proud of Pax's accomplishment, and glad Lady Sophia helped pull a few strings to give them such a great platform to show off their Jolie Jubilee collection at the Museum of Modern Art on Monday. It's a big deal. A huge deal. But I'm too sick to my stomach right now to register that my best friend got their very own shout-out in a magazine when I'm still spiraling over my shout-out? Call-out?
Why wasn't the press vetted before the staff brought it out to us like they always do?
Mom asks me, clearly annoyed.
I've explicitly told them not to send in anything else that paints you in a bad light.
Mac holds up another magazine that features Edward and Lady Sophia arm in arm in a box seat. The headline reads, Royal Couple Warms Hearts at Hockey Game.
How come they get the good headline? She asks.
This is outrageous. Mom folds her napkin.
I agree, Pax says. I'm as big a Fifi fan as anyone, but he's way too good for her.
They lean in.
That doesn't leave this table.
Mom continues on.
Billy, I thought the king and queen promised to protect you.
Yeah, I don't know.
They aren't following through.
Mom gives a shake of her head.
Your sister's right. Why does Edward get the good headline, but you don't?
Beats me.
It sounds like major homophobia to me, peeps.
Mac pipes in.
Exactly. Why isn't the firm saying anything?
Mom demands.
Isn't freedom of the press still a thing?
Pax asks. Yeah, I think so. Gord told me that the media is capricious, with the ability of hailing me as the best thing that ever happened to the monarchy one day, and then viciously spurning me the next, I say. Even the Queen of England falls victim. One day she's a vampire, another day she's a lovely lady.
Well, which one is she?
Mac asks. I don't know. I haven't met her yet.
Not even a phone call? She's your grandmother.
Guess she's being, I don't know, the Queen of England? Can't they support you somehow? Mom looks through the French doors and into the empty parlor.
Where is Gord?
I don't know, I reply. Apparently Fred, the king, and queen put in a request with the firm to help do damage control and stuff like this, but they haven't been returning their calls.
They're not returning their calls?
Pax asks.
That fills me with trepidation. Maybe they have something out for you, Billy,
Mac says. I'm sure they're just really busy. A footman steps onto the veranda.
The car is here to take you to school, he announces.
Thanks, Claude. I stand, swaying from exhaustion. I need to get dressed, I tell Mac and Pax. Meet you in the car in a few. After trudging back to my room, I get dressed in my school uniform. With an unlimited budget at my disposal, I finally submitted to Pax's pleas to make me over, tossing out nearly all my flannels for dress shirts, my twine bracelets for yellow gold bands, and my cowboy hat for neatly styled hair. My classmates back home wouldn't recognize me. There's something a little thrilling about that. Another perk of my all-over makeover?
fitting in at St. Albans. As I slip on my shoes, I spot my violin on an antique chair in the corner. I pick it up. It's like a relic from another life, a reminder of who I used to be. I set it back down. Then I'm on my way, across the hall and into the slow elevator. It stops on the floor below, and Pax slides the brass accordion door aside and steps in. "Before you go asking," I say, my voice full of exasperation, "I don't want to talk about any Prince stuff, please. In fact, how are you doing?" "I appreciate you asking, but as always, you're changing the subject," Pax says softly. I ignore them. "That's really cool you got a shout-out in the magazine. How's putting all the finishing touches on your garments going? And when are you finally going to let me see what you made for me to wear tonight, at the ball itself?" "How are you really doing, honey?" they ask as the elevator smoothly continues down. "I'm struggling," I admit. "There's so many things to do." "I guess what they say is true." Pax shoulders their tote bag, blinking. "They say no one really understands what it's like to be inside the monarchy until they've experienced it firsthand." "That's a thing people say?" I ask. "Well, it's true. I really thought I was doing a good job learning to be Prince, but now it seems like I can't do anything right. I fell asleep at the fundraising event and made a total clown out of myself at the hockey game, and they think I'm pushing—" "What are you talking about?" Pax says. "You're doing great. The press can turn anything into a juicy story. It's not your fault. Besides, all that really matters is that you crush it at the investiture. And remember, people are going to hate on you. Let them. Water off your back." Pax always knows just what to say. They're also speaking from experience. Still, I can't help sighing. It's hard enough keeping up with school and Prince lessons and getting a full night's rest. Oh, and I keep putting off calls and texts from Dustin. "Who?" "I don't know him," Pax jokes. "Seriously, he's left me 8 voicemails. Long distance is awful, and we're missing the spring formal. Pax, you know that's all Dustin's talked about for the last 2 years. He and I making a splash at the spring formal. Visions of Spring King and King. Honey, a real prince over a cheesy spring king any day. And now I'm missing it," I continue. "Maybe Edward was right. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. I'm constantly breaking all the Maple Crown rules, and I can't even—" Okay. Pax perches their hand on my shoulder. "Stop. You can do this. You can. Go out there and put the can in Canada." I'm only half listening as I check my phone. I lost 1 million Instagram followers. Pax covers my screen. "Since when did you start caring about that stuff?" "Okay," I nod, willing myself to meet their eyes. "You're right. I've got this." "I know I'm right. Now, just be yourself and block out the haters. Be like a Shetland pony and prance your way to the top." I squint at them. "A Shetland pony?" Pax shakes my shoulders. "Be the queer hero the world needs. Be the queero." Okay, I laugh. "I'll be the queero." An AP Bio, since Neil asked me to be his lab partner, we've been bent over the counter in our goggles, reading our detailed instructions.
Today, we'll be dissecting a frog. I'm still not used to classes with only 6 students. But I could get used to partnering up with Neil. He prods the frog. You as grossed out as I am? Not really, I say. I'm used to this kind of stuff. Rancher here, remember? So, you dissect frogs on your ranch? Lovely. I laugh. Something like that. Neil squints at me. Sick. Then he looks back at the frog and grimaces. Didn't your parents ever buy you a cow eyeball to dissect or anything? I ask, turning the page in my science textbook and referencing the diagram showing the frog's various organs. My parents weren't exactly involved in my life as a kid. Or at all, he admits. Oh, I feel bad for asking him. I've never really felt what it's like to have a home, or at least a home where I could be myself. Sexuality was never mentioned. That stinks. I'm sorry. I think of Pax, who grew up in a similar situation. I noticed Pax and Lady Sophia paired up, both chatty with each other. It seems they've fallen into an odd couple friendship, with Pax fawning over her outrageous outfits and Lady Sophia twirling for them to take in all the expensive details. Pax meets my eye, then waves hello to Neil. Did I tell you what I'm doing after graduation? Neil asks. I'm going to spend a year traveling around the world, finding all the best places to party. Won't you get tired of being on the road? It's more like being in the air. Private jet. He winks. I'm used to never being in one place for too long, he adds. Well, sounds like fun, I say, trying to be more optimistic. I will miss Edward, Neil shares. Everyone's favorite prince. I sound more downtrodden than I intend. Neil laughs. You two getting along? Yeah, but I feel like he's kind of hard to catch. Oh, I'm sure it's nothing personal. Excited for tonight? So, the Jolie Jubilee. I scribble a measurement into my notebook. Apparently, after dancing around, there's going to be a big dinner, and I have to give a speech and everything. I'll be there, rooting you on, Neil says. You'll be spectacular. Think of it as practice for your investiture speech. At least for that one, I'll have cue cards. Before we know it, we're cleaning up our station when the bell rings and class is dismissed. Neil ducks out, shooting me a friendly nod, as Pax meets me by my desk. I was just talking to Fee, and she... I'm sorry, I cut in. Fee? Abbreviated name basis already? Yes. What are you, her new gay best friend? Correction, Pax says. She's my new straight best friend. Is that a thing? Is now. She's got undeniably iconic fashion, and by being her friend, I'm thinking maybe I can get more of an in with Edward. Before I can share how that seems a little troubling to me, they press on. Anyway, she promised to introduce me to the Anna Wintour at my fashion show. Billy, I'm on cloud 9. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. I cheer, embracing them. Though I have no clue who Anna Wintour is. Of course you don't, Pax smiles at me. So, ready to see what I'm dressing you in tonight? Edward and I walk lockstep into the ballroom, and a hush falls over the crowd. The partygoers are all dressed in outfits from the late 1800s, in commemoration of Queen Jolie and her reign, including both of us in breeches, waistcoats, and flat velvet collars, designed and sewn for us by Pax in honor of tonight's festivities. As we continue into the grand ballroom, Everyone bows in our honor. Edward and I stop on the dance floor. Photographers appear around the fringe to snap photos of me. I'm used to that by now. A group of partygoers circling Mac draws my attention, going gaga over her Pax-created gown with lace, ribbons, and bows. "Mac, you're so darn cute," a person tells her. "Who are you wearing?" She grabs Pax and pulls them close. "Pax Andrews," she replies. People create a space around the two of them, as she holds up her phone and instructs everyone to pose for a group selfie. Celebrities and important people ask her for her social media handle and add her right then and there on their phones. Another curious crowd flocks to her, and she wins them over too with her sunny personality. Pax is loving it. Neil steps up beside me. "She's really becoming the darling of the elite New York social scene," he whispers in my ear. "She's a total hit," I agree. Not to mention all her socials are booming. TikTok, Instagram, you name it. Neil holds up his phone to show off her YouTube homepage. Her subscriber count is getting up there. I look at the screen. 5 million? Good for her. "And climbing," Neil remarks coolly, "subscribing."